Alright, so get this, our leading lady Beatrice has the absolute worst luck. After a super dramatic accident, she wakes up a whole 5 years after she kicked the bucket, but in a different kingdom with a new body and a new identity. Talk about a glow up. She literally went from being a duchess to a full-on princess in this new life. Her name's Princess Shro now, and just as she's getting comfy, she finds out that a bunch of dudes from her past life in the Stika kingdom are back trying to make a deal. And guess who's one of them? Her old arch-nemesis who's now an emperor, and get this, is shopping for a royal bride. Awkward so, as Princess Shro Beatrice got to dodge his manipulative shenanigans all over again and try not to repeat the same old mistakes. See, ever since she was a kid, Beatrice was totally haunted by her dad's expectations. He'd always say, man, I really wanted a son, but I got a daughter instead. If you're really my kid, you better prove you're not a total waste of space. Yikes, right? This whole vibe basically shaped her for the disaster-filled road ahead. Unlike other girls who got jewelry or toys when they turned 5, Beatrice got a sword from her dad. A sword that gift basically screamed, your future's gonna be rough, kid, get ready to fight. The whole story is set in the Urinan Empire, where the nobles and the royals are in a major power struggle. This place used to be a big-shot empire that everyone respected, but now the royal family's influence has totally tanked. In this messy situation, Beatrice, as the oldest daughter of the Martian family, is expected to be the poster child for the nobles and go up against the royal family, specifically the crown prince of the Urinan Empire, Stika Urinan, her sworn enemy for life. From the get-go, Beatrice was trained to be perfect at like everything. Whether it was mastering sword fighting, schmoozing at parties, managing a whole estate, or acting like a proper noble lady, she picked it up in a snap. Her father, the big boss of the Martian family, was a total perfectionist and didn't give her any room to mess up. Her fate was sealed, become the next duchess of the Martian family and lead the noble squad against the imperial family. The beef between Beatrice and the crown prince started when they were just kids. At her first big appearance in high society at the crown prince's 10th birthday party of all places, Beatrice was prepped by her dad like she was going into battle. He was like, this is your first meeting with the prince. Don't screw it up. So when she finally saw the birthday boy at the party, she was totally shocked by his ice-cold vibe. He had platinum hair, a stare that said, I'm so over this, and a presence that just gave everyone the chills. Beatrice went up to him to be polite, but he just shot her a cold look and walked away without even saying hi. Rude. That little moment was basically the start of their epic rivalry. As Beatrice started paying more attention to him, she noticed he had this weirdly perfect doll-like face and was super pale, which totally clashed with his bossy attitude. She realized he was the final boss she had to defeat, and to him she was the enemy he needed to get rid of. But even though she knew what she had to do, Beatrice's heart would feel all heavy and weird whenever she looked at the crown prince, hinting that things were about to get real complicated between them. Fast forward 10 years, and now both Beatrice and Crown Prince Stika are 20 years old, and stuck right in the middle of the political drama of the Urinan Empire. The fight between the noble faction, which Beatrice is leading, and the royal faction led by the crown prince has caused tons of crazy bloody fights. These elite groups are basically having a secret war in the shadows, all trying to be the one in charge. In the final showdown of this super long fight, Beatrice, who's now a total hardened warrior, finds herself seriously injured. She's sitting in a dark room with a sword sticking out of her chest, just smiling. Like it's all a big joke. The sword dripping with her own blood looks like it's crying. With her last thoughts, she apologizes to her sword, which she named Rosa, saying, I'm sorry, my dear Rosa, but I can't just hand my life over to the enemy, right? Beatrice's heart is a total mess, even in her last moments. She knows that for her enemy, this is the ultimate I-win moment in the war. But nope, she refuses to give Stika the satisfaction of that win. Even on death's door, she's not going to let him have the glory of defeating her. Beatrice's whole journey from a little girl with way too much pressure on her to a fierce leader fighting for her family just shows off her insane determination and seriously confused feelings. Her entire life, she has to face this one enemy, the crown prince, who she's supposed to beat, but who also gives her all these feelings she can't figure out. So Beatrice had been completely and utterly defeated, totally crushed after all her hard work. And yet she felt zero shame about losing because she knew it was her dad who was thirsty for a throne that was never his to begin with. Looking down at the trail of blood on her body, Beatrice let out a bitter smile, basically laughing at how pathetic she looked. But hey, no regrets. For her. For fighting was the only choice she ever had. In that moment, she heard cold, slow footsteps getting closer. Through her blurry vision, Beatrice saw the door creak open, showing a familiar figure, standing in the light from outside. And who else would it be but Crown Prince Stika himself? There was no mistaking those cold eyes as they locked with hers. The second he saw the wounded girl in the corner, he said her full name, Beatrice Martian. Hearing her name, Beatrice actually managed a pained smile. Not using my title. That sounds weird. I don't think I've ever really been just Beatrice to you. Oof, her words left Stika totally speechless for a second. Beatrice just kept going. Aren't you happy you're the winner? But you don't look too thrilled about it. The crown prince. He just breathed her name, Beatrice, before dropping to his knees beside her. And then he drops the most sincere line he's ever said to her, you are without a doubt the best rival I've ever had. Whoa, talk about a curveball that totally threw Beatrice for a loop. The room went dead silent except for the sound of her ragged breathing. After a sec, she managed to croak out, "Your Highness." But Stika, oh boy, he cut her right off. He hit her with this ice-cold correction. "It's asterisk Emperor asterisk now." And just like that, bam, it clicked for Beatrice. The old man was toast, and Stika was the new top dog. Even though she was basically a human pincushion at this point, she somehow managed to congratulate the guy. "To His Majesty!" she sputtered, giving him the win. Stika, now rocking the Emperor title, asked if she thought this whole mess was a mistake. Beatrice, cool as a cucumber, just replied, "Hey, I gave it my all. Just want to tip my hat to the winner, you know." She could feel her battery life hitting 0%, fading out super fast. And as she was about to check out for good, her whole life basically flashed before her eyes. She remembered dreaming of being Stika's #1 knight. Man, if she wasn't born a fancy noble, she totally would have been a commoner just to serve the guy. With her last bit of strength, Beatrice called his name Stika. The new emperor's face was a total poker mask as he gave her a little nod like, "Yeah, what's up?" Beatrice cracked a small smile, totally admiring the guy. "You know," she said, "this whole fight was actually pretty fun." Stika just nodded like, "Yup, same." Then without even blinking, he puts a hand on her shoulder and says something he's never ever said before. "You know what, this whole rivalry, it was a blast for me too." A second later, Stika calmly said his final goodbye to Beatrice. And just like that, the story of the girl who fought tooth and nail for her family was over. As her eyes fluttered shut, Beatrice could swear she still felt Stika's blank stare on her like he was giving her a silent, "See ya." She took her last breath and poof, her life just fizzled out. Okay, so yeah, her death was a total downer, but surprise, she wasn't alone. Suddenly, a jolt of pain zapped Beatrice right back to the land of the living. She could hear a voice calling her name. And it was some young girl's voice. "Princess, you up?" the girl chirped. Beatrice was still totally out of it, no clue what was going on when the girl added, "His Majesty wants to have breakfast with you." Okay, that woke Beatrice up real fast, but now she was just mega confused. Hold up. Didn't she just die? How is she? Thinking the maid beside her was practically bouncing with joy to see the princess finally sitting up. Beatrice, still in a total fog, had zero idea what was happening. With a whole lot of what the heck going on in her head, she stumbled out of bed and shuffled over to a nearby mirror. And when she saw her reflection, she was so flabbergasted she literally couldn't even. The room she was in was all fancy and cute like something out of a fairy tale, and everything screamed, "I'm rich." It slowly started to click. Beatrice was in some princess's bedroom, and the face in the mirror was definitely not hers. The maid, seeing the princess just standing there looking like a zombie, chimed in all worried, "Princess, what's up? Did you have a bad dream or something?" It finally registered that this was the same girl who woke her up. And even though asking a million questions was a super suspicious look, Beatrice was fresh out of options. She had asterisk to figure out what was going on. So she started with the basics, asking the maid, what's my name again?" The maid looked at her like she'd grown a second head. But then, just as fast, she bounced back, clapping her hands all cheerfully. "Oh, you silly goose, did you forget your own name? You are Princess Shro of Flor Solemn." This maid's total lack of concern was seriously making Beatrice question reality. So okay, according to this super chipper maid, she was in a kingdom called Sumle. Convinced the princess had a bad case of amnesia, the maid got all excited and offered to be her personal tour guide until her memory came back. Sumle apparently was this tiny kingdom, but it had crazy fertile land, like perfect for farming. "Anything you plant here just sprouts right up," the maid bragged. "That's why we're the #1 supplier of fresh veggies for the whole region." As Beatrice listened, she was like, okay, so somehow I got reborn into this super chill, peaceful place. Still trying to get her bearings, she asked the maid, "So, what year is it?" The maid just sighed and gave her a playful little scolding. "This is exactly why I keep telling you to start keeping a diary, instead of just letting all the days blur together." From the maid's little lecture, Beatrice figured out it was February 10th, 1290 Realian. Holy crap, that meant 5 whole years had passed since she died. And get this, in just a few days, it was this princess's 20th birthday. Beatrice couldn't wrap her head around how much time had gone by. Thinking about her lonely death and this totally bizarre rebirth, she let out a mental sigh, her brain just a big ol' mess of confusion. This is completely bonkers, she thought. The maid, who apparently had super hearing, caught the princess muttering and curiously asked, "What you say, Your Highness?" Beatrice whipped her head around, trying to play it cool like nothing was up. Dealing with this super energetic maid, Beatrice couldn't help but think of a golden retriever. The maid seemed incredibly fixated on this nightmare theory, thinking that's why her boss was all spaced out and lost in thought. But while she was brainstorming, she suddenly noticed something was off. With a totally confused look on her face, she asked, "Your Highness, since when are you so chill?" Faced with the maid's super puzzled vibe, Beatrice had to think fast. It dawned on her that the real Princess Shro must have been a total airhead, which explained why the maid didn't freak out when Beatrice started asking all those weird questions. Just as she was about to cook up an answer, the maid suddenly freaked out, running her hands through her hair in a panic. "I'm here because His Majesty wants to have lunch with you." "Oh my gosh, I totally spaced," the maid blurted out before Beatrice could even say a word. The maid was practically pushing her to get a move on, whipping the princess's hair into shape and picking out an outfit just like she always did. The whole time, Beatrice's brain was doing backflips trying to make sense of everything. She still couldn't get over the fact that she died, then boom, got a do-over as a princess in some teeny tiny kingdom. A princess who was all frills and fluff, the complete opposite of the total butt-kicking warrior Beatrice used to be. What really bugged Beatrice was how these little noodle arms were supposed to properly swing her sword. Rosa. Standing in this ridiculously fancy palace lost in thought, Beatrice stared out the window. The sun felt so warm on her skin, a feeling that was completely new to her. Staring out at the gorgeous view, her mind immediately jumped to one person, Stika. She'd always had a soft spot for the guy. The noble faction had totally crumbled 5 years back, so she figured he was pretty much running the whole show now. From the second Beatrice woke up in this bizarre place, all she could think about was Stika, not that he'd ever have a clue she was back. Before she knew it, Beatrice was being led to the dining room feeling super antsy, tricking a sweet, clueless maid like Lily easy peasy. But Princess Shro's family was a whole different ballgame. Beatrice had no idea how long she could keep her cover from being blown. When she walked in, the Emperor of Sum just beamed at her and said, "Shro, sweetie, you're fashionably late." His super friendly vibe totally threw Beatrice for a loop. Before she could even get her bearings, the lady next to him chuckled, "Shro is still our little sleeping beauty. She's just a kid after all." A red-haired girl, looking totally over it, chimed in, "If you were any slower, the soup would have been history." One by one, the rest of the family tossed out similar chill greetings, leaving Beatrice absolutely floored. She couldn't believe these people were royals. They were acting more like a super chill, down-to-earth farm family. Still, Beatrice told herself to keep her guard up. For all she knew, they were just putting on a nice guy act. After mumbling an apology for being late with a little bow, Beatrice pulled out her chair and sat. Just as she was getting comfy, one of Shro's siblings piped up, "Now that you're here, should we get back to what we were talking about?" Seeing the serious look on her sibling's face, Beatrice steeled herself, fully expecting some boring political talk. But what her older sister said next completely blindsided her. The red-haired girl announced, "I was crowned this year's tomato queen." Before Beatrice could even wrap her head around that weirdness, another sibling jumped in with a major pout. "No way, you were the potato queen." The argument that erupted left Beatrice feeling like she'd landed on another planet. She figured a royal family would be all stiff and formal, sitting a mile apart and being super careful about everything they did. But nope, they were just casually squabbling over the silliest stuff like who was a vegetable beauty queen. Even the food on the table, just some simple tomato soup and spaghetti with cream sauce, was a million miles away from the fancy feasts she'd seen before. As this crazy conversation kept going, it slowly started to dawn on Beatrice. There was no such thing as a tomato queen or a potato queen, and there definitely wasn't some epic royal showdown for these goofy titles. And yet the king and queen, all smiles and warmth, were just cracking up right along with their kids. For a second, Beatrice wondered if she was actually in a coma, her soul just floating around somewhere, or if some fairy who was supposed to be leading her to the afterlife was totally messing with her. Noticing she was completely zoned out, Queen Solemn asked with a worried look, "What's with the silent treatment, Shro not hungry?" Before Beatrice could answer, the king jumped in with a total dad joke voice. "Looks like our youngest daughter grew up overnight, so poised and elegant. But you're still our gorgeous little girl." All this high-energy cheerfulness was making Beatrice's head spin. For now, she decided to just play it cool and put on her best poker face, hoping to trick them into thinking everything was normal. She tried to sound all serious and said, "I'm mature now." The second the words came out, even she was shocked. Princess Shro's voice was so squeaky. And yep, you guessed it, as soon as she spoke, her three sisters just lost it, totally cracking up. "You mature, yeah, in like a million years," they teased. Then they reminded Beatrice that last year Shro had been crowned the Peach Queen, which you know was news to her. "I was... what now?" Beatrice asked, totally lost. Her oldest sister confirmed it with a huge grin, and Beatrice could only assume the title came from Shro's super rosy, peachy cheeks. As the chat rolled on, her other two sisters eagerly jumped in to explain how Shro had caked on the makeup to make her high cheekbones pop, so the judges basically had no choice but to pick her. Seeing that their daughter wasn't really giving them anything, the king and queen just figured their daughter was having a shy moment. Meanwhile, Beatrice was still trying to figure out what dimension she'd landed in. The queen had just mentioned her daughters were officially on the marriage market, which made the princesses blush like crazy. At the same time, the king sighed all dramatically and said, "I'm just not ready to let my little girls go." Watching everyone be so open with their feelings, Beatrice was totally roasting Rickside in her head like, this has to be some kind of joke. But then, bam, a horn blares outside the palace and everyone's head snaps toward the sound. It was a super weird noise Beatrice had never heard before. So she's like, what in the world is that?" Before anyone could even answer, some guy just bursts into the room. It's the butler, and he looks totally panicked. He's yelling for the king. Seeing this, King Solemn, cool as a cucumber, just asks, "Nan, my man, what's the big rush?" Butler Nan, looking like he'd seen a ghost, announced that they were officially at war. The words had barely left his mouth when he dropped a name that made Beatrice completely freeze. Urinin. And just like that, Beatrice was laser-focused on the conversation. From the butler's frantic explanation, she figured out that Emperor Stika, the blood-crazed ruler of Urinin, was personally leading his royal guard to attack their capital. Instantly, the face of that cold-hearted pretty boy Stika flashed through Beatrice's mind. She honestly never dreamed that after being reborn, she'd have to hear his name ever again. The news that Emperor Uranin was leading an attack on Solemn spread like a viral meme. Beatrice was just floored. After mooning over him day and night, she couldn't believe she might actually see him again. Even under these insane circumstances, Stika's face was all she could picture. That guy who always seemed as distant and chilly as the moon, giving off this soft, peaceful vibe, but also a seriously sharp don't mess with me energy. You could never guess what was going on behind that blank expression of his. And even though Beatrice was secretly crushing on him, he was also, her life's greatest enemy. She couldn't wrap her head around what could have possibly happened in the last 5 years to make him invade such a tiny kingdom. And without so much as a formal heads up, this was not the Stika she remembered. At this point, Butler Nan is practically hyperventilating, asking, "Your Majesty, what are we gonna do?" The king thought about it for a hot second. Then, to Beatrice's absolute shock, he just smiled calmly, as if this was all no big deal. "I knew this day would come," he said. "But I gotta say I didn't have Uranin on my invasion bingo card." The king's reaction left Beatrice completely gobsmacked. Even the queen, after hearing the world-ending news, didn't show a single sign of fear. The two leaders of Solemn were just casually chatting, while their kingdom was literally being invaded by a superpower. The king looked weirdly pumped about the whole thing, like he was more worried about his public image. The queen, sensing his hype, gently reminded him, "Honey, I don't think now is the best time for one of your big speeches." Meanwhile, the oldest sister sighed dramatically, whining, "So I guess there won't be a vegetable queen pageant this year." This off-the-wall comment left Beatrice speechless. The other two sisters immediately blew a gasket, shouting, "It's been a tradition for 200 years? This is a national disgrace." Beatrice could not believe her ears. Their biggest problem was missing out on a local beauty contest instead of, their kingdom being destroyed. The conversation about this ridiculous topic actually got more intense, leaving Beatrice feeling like she was in the twilight zone. As a female warrior from a noble family, she kinda expected the normal reaction to be like fear, or at least a little bit of serious concern over the invasion. But nope, the royal family was just chilling as if nothing was wrong. Unable to stand it anymore, Beatrice asked in a dead serious tone, "Hello, aren't you all afraid? A war could literally wipe us off the map." Her serious words just made the king let out a deep sigh. "Uranin is a powerful nation, sure," he started, "but there's no need to worry your pretty little head, kiddo." With that, he just casually grabbed some mashed potatoes and kept on eating. The people of Solemn seemed to think that getting invaded by a huge power would definitely be a drag, but they had this crazy confidence that they'd be totally safe in the end. Their 500-year history of peace had baked this unshakable belief right into them. Beatrice, on the other hand, knew how real the danger was. Despite their impressive record of keeping the peace for so long, they were so not ready for an enemy that was dead set on invading. Looking around at all the unbothered faces, she said grimly, "Dying isn't the only way to lose. There are tons of ways to make a nation collapse." Her words hit the king right in the feels, and he started bawling his eyes out. Beatrice was momentarily just lost, completely stunned by his over-the-top emotional breakdown. Seeing his youngest daughter speak with so much wisdom and seriousness just made the king super emotional. He thought his little girl had finally grown up. Since her rebirth, Beatrice had dealt with a ton of surprises from the Solemn royal family, but nothing could have prepared her for this. She couldn't figure out for the life of her why a king would be sobbing during such a high-stakes moment. With no other choice, she felt like she had to explain it more. Uranin is the most powerful superpower in the world right now. Acting like this is no big deal is not a smart move. But her warning was like talking to a brick wall. The three sisters just kept smiling cheerfully, totally clueless to how bad things were. Beatrice, seeing that she was the only one who got how serious the invasion was completely at a loss for what to say next. At that moment, the king cheerfully suggested, "Hey, why don't we go outside and take a look?" He then stood up, offering his hand to the queen. She calmly got up, replying warmly, "You're so good to the children by putting your wife first." The three Solemn sisters showed zero fear as they got ready to follow their parents outside to greet the delegation from Uranin. The princesses were more worried about whether their outfits were right for the occasion, or wondering if the guys from Uranin were hot. This whole scene left Beatrice feeling, well, you get the picture. Completely zoned out watching the super serious royal family stroll away like they didn't have a care in the world. Well, guess this is my life now? After getting all dolled up. The whole somber squad and the palace staff lined up to greet the Emperor of Uranin. Meanwhile, Beatrice's head was spinning like a top. Any second now, she was going to be staring right at the guy she'd been dreaming about every single night, Stika. Seriously, she never thought she'd see him again, and now she has to face him in this bizarre new life. As the massive palace doors swung open, a flood of sunlight hit her, making Beatrice look like a total goddess. And what's the first thing she sees? The Uranin flag sporting a super intense lion logo. And right there leading the whole army was Stika himself. Beatrice, trying her best to look like a piece of the wallpaper, watched Stika hop off his horse. Man, even after 5 years, she could pick that face out of a lineup. She knew it was him in a heartbeat. And yup, Stika still had that same gorgeous, "I'm not impressed by anything" face. His first words, aimed right at the king, were, So you're the king of Seoul, right? This was the first time Bree had heard his voice in her new life. And whoa, talk about a glow up. His voice was way deeper. He was taller too, a total upgrade from the last time she saw him. Staring at the guy she'd obsessed over, Beatrix had a total, is this really happening moment. The king, cool as a cucumber, shot back at Stika. That's me, the king of Soom. Not sure what brings your highness all the way out here. 'Cause I'm pretty sure we don't have anything you'd want. Meanwhile, over in another corner, the three princesses were huddled up gossiping about why Uranin was invading. One was like, maybe they ran out of rice. And another chimed in, I bet they're low on fresh produce. Their theories were so bonkers that Beatrice was dying of secondhand embarrassment, and she was practically begging them with her mind to just stop talking because, hello, they weren't exactly whispering. And just as she feared, Stika totally heard them and cracked this wicked little smirk. Beatrice, standing right across from him, saw that smile and knew instantly he was getting a huge kick out of this. With a voice that was pure evil, he turned to the king. Well, since you've given me such a good laugh, I'll give Soom a choice. Then he whipped out his sword and pointed it right at the king's throat. The tip of that thing was literally poking the king's skin, sending a tidal wave of panic through the crowd. Beatrix and basically everyone else with a pulse was completely frozen. Stika just kept going cold as ice. So wanna die right here or team up with me? I really hope you pick the right one. Yeah, his whole vibe screamed, this isn't a choice, it's a threat. Watching from the side, Beatrix was just baffled by how savage Stika had gotten. In the past 5 years, he'd basically taken over countless nations, but the guy was still bored, always wanting more. And even though she was new here, Beatrice had already figured out how sweet and tight-knit the Solon royal family was. They were all genuinely lovey-dovey, especially with their baby sister Shro. That kind of warmth was totally alien to Bree in her last life. Maybe it was seeing how nice they were that made her feel all protective. Or maybe it was just her gut screaming to go toe-to-toe with Stika, her forever frenemy. Whatever it was, Beatrice just moved without thinking, planting herself right between Stika and her new family, basically becoming a human shield. Stika's eyes snapped right to Beatrice. Oh right, she was one of the 4 super serious princesses. His eyes narrowed like he was trying to solve a puzzle. You look like you've got something on your mind, don't you? Beatrice stared right back at him, all fire, and said, You bet I do, your majesty. Sorry, but your whole crazy offer is like super gross. Princess Shro's sudden backbone actually left Stika speechless for a second. But predictably his face went dark real fast and he shot her a look that could kill. How fun, he mumbled, his voice all frosty. Those words sent a jolt of pure ice down Beatrix's spine. Yep, new life, same old terror of the guy in front of her. Stika loomed over her, giving her a look that could freeze fire. Looks like someone hasn't learned what fear is yet. It's the only reason you'd be this reckless. But even though she was terrified, Beatrix just shot back. Wow, thanks for the tip, your majesty. That was it. The sword in Stika's hand zipped right over to Beatrix. He wasn't playing around. I warned you, he said. Being a hero won't get you out of this. The blade literally grazed Beatrix's neck, a very sharp, hello, I could end you reminder. Stika's voice was dripping with warning. You should really be more careful if you don't want to regret this. When a little princess from a tiny kingdom tries to act all brave in front of an emperor, it never ends well for her. Beatrice actually stopped for a second, thinking it over. Then, bold as anything, she asked, Are you even planning to kill us? I mean, if you were just here to rob the place, we'd all be dead by now. And bam, that seemed to hit a nerve with Stika. His whole expression changed in an instant. Seeing her opening, Barry went for it. Your Majesty, threatening an unarmed king just makes you look like a bully. But I'm sure you already knew that. And get this. Stika didn't get angrier. Instead, his face actually softened a little. Then he asked something that totally blindsided Beatrix. What's your name? Just as Beatrice was about to blurt out her real name on autopilot, her 3 older sisters charged in, thinking Stika was picking on their baby sis. They were fuming. She jumped in to answer for her. Her name is Shro. Not that it's any of your business. What are you gonna do with that info, huh? Think that pretty face is some kind of VIP pass. Get that pointy thing away from my sister, now. Tucked into her big sister's arms, Barry had a mini heart attack. Whoops, she'd almost blown her cover right in front of Stika. Meanwhile, the king of Solemn went full-on Papa Bear, roaring at the guy threatening his little girl. Are you an emperor or just some common street thug? How dare you point a sword at my daughter? Then one of Beatrice's other sisters started yelling at the soldiers. Are you guys for real right now? Do you actually think this is gonna fly? If you keep this up, you're walking away with absolutely nothing. And just like that, the normally composed royal family was done being polite to the invaders from Uranin. All of them screaming for Stika's goons to drop their swords. Watching the whole circus, Stika just thought to himself, Huh, they're like a flock of angry chirping chicks. All their little protests were just background noise, in the grand scheme of things. All the while, Beatrice was quietly studying Stika, and it hit her his face was a total poker face. But she had a hunch he was actually getting a little rattled by this whole chaotic scene. I mean, even she had never seen her family this united, putting up a solid front against a real threat. Realizing this whole mess was kind of her fault, Beatrice finally sighed, Guys, for real, I'm fine. Trying to get everyone to just chill out. But the queen, her face still pinched with worry, asked, My sweetie, are you really all right? Before Beatrice could even get a word out, her sisters burst into dramatic sobs and complaints, totally convinced their baby sister had been horribly wronged. Stika, watching this soap opera unfold, couldn't help but let out a little smirk. Yep, that's family for you. You could practically hear the amusement in his voice. Sensing things were about to spiral way out of control if she didn't step in, Beatrice took a deep breath, stepped forward, and formally introduced herself to the man himself. "Oh, great King of Uran, I am Shro of Florum, the youngest princess of Solemn." Her sisters just stared, mouths open, completely baffled as she took charge of the conversation. Beatrice then cautiously made a suggestion to Stika. "So, assuming you're not planning on murdering us all, why don't we take this party inside? Look, we don't normally entertain party crashers, but since you haven't given us a ton of options, we gotta make the best of it, right?" "You got that right." She stared Stika down, zero fear in her eyes, and with a sarcastic little grin, she added, "What are we supposed to hash out some major diplomatic deal out here in the yard? You planning on signing a treaty on the lawn?" But even with all that sass, Beatrice had this genuinely warm smile that somehow kept Stika from getting offended. He actually paused for a second, then nodded. "Fair point." With that, he ordered his troops to stand down, calling a temporary timeout. Seeing her opening, Beatrice offered to lead everyone inside. As they walked, she couldn't stop replaying that wild interaction with Stika in her head. It dawned on her that for all his scary guy posturing and threats, he never actually intended to hurt anyone here. She had no idea why, but she got this strong feeling that Uranin either didn't want to, or simply couldn't harm the Solemn royal family. And that could only mean one thing. Solemn had something Stika desperately wanted. The more she chewed on that, the more the tension cranked up, her heart starting to pound. Just like it did during their big showdown all those years ago. As they ventured deeper into the palace, Shro's sisters would not let up on Stika. One of them got right in his personal space and announced, "I've got my eyes on you, buddy, so don't you even think about laying a finger on Shro again." Beatrice watched from the sidelines, trying not to laugh. Oh yes, Stika was about to get a crash course in dealing with overprotective big sisters. Beatrice had no clue why Stika, the guy sitting right across from her, was just staring at her, like with laser beam intensity. He must have seen how weirded out she looked because he finally broke the awkward silence, asking, "So you really are Princess Shro?" The sudden question totally threw her for a loop, and she panicked for a hot second before squeaking out, "Yes." At her answer, Stika broke into a completely unexpected smile. It wasn't a mean or nasty smile at all, which only made Beatrice even more bewildered. Just then, the King of Solemn, who'd been looking over a contract, finally looked up. "Emperor of Uranin," he said. "I finished reading your little agreement." Beatrice immediately tensed up, shooting a nervous glance at her dad, bracing for an explosion. But what the king said next was a total curveball. He casually remarked that the terms of the deal were actually really good. This was so not what Beatrice was expecting. She was scrambling, thinking, wait, hold on, did I just hear him right? Stika seemed to find her baffled expression absolutely hilarious. "You look a little lost there, Princess Shro," he chuckled. "Can't you see how ridiculously blessed and fertile this land of yours is? It may be small, but it's basically a never-ending buffet." Beatrice didn't quite get the hidden meaning in his words, but the king and queen of Solemn took it as a massive compliment about their kingdom's farming skills. Oh, you better believe it, they beamed with pride. "Oh, you're far too kind, your majesty," the queen gushed. "Even Uranin knows our agriculture is the best in the world." Then they both started proudly listing off the kingdom's farming achievements. Beatrice, meanwhile, was standing there, just cringing her face off. Guys, read the room, she thought. Now is not the time to brag. Just then, Stika added, "And that's definitely something to be proud of. Solemn provides a whopping 30% of the entire continent's food supply." Hearing that, Beatrice was just confused. Why on earth was this guy suddenly talking about grocery statistics? Her sisters, however, thought this random fact was super fascinating and begrudgingly accepted the praise. The pink-haired sister even piped up with a compliment for Stika. "Wow, you're the first person to ever notice that, your majesty. Most people are just chasing shiny gold things, you know? We don't have the exact stats, but our influence is definitely a big deal." Beatrice's brain, meanwhile, was doing backflips trying to process all this new info. I mean, Solemn looked like a tiny little speck on the map, but it was pumping out 30% of the continent's food. Back when she was a duchess in Uranin, she'd never even heard of this place, so its importance was a total shocker. Stika, on the other hand, was acting like he wrote the travel guide for Solemn. He just kept talking in front of everyone, explaining how the people here were descendants from some sacred temple. Apparently everything in Solemn just grows like magic. The high priests of the earth god are all like, "Dude, the people themselves are the miracle." Stika added, his tone practically dripping with sarcasm. Then he turned to Beatrice and said, "So, Princess Shro, are you keeping up?" It was a total jab at her not knowing anything. And of course she didn't. She'd only just learned Solemn existed after being reborn. Feeling totally called out in front of everybody, Beatrice shot Stika a look that could curdle milk. The king, sensing the vibe was getting super awkward, suddenly chimed in. He sounded worried. Isn't this all a bit sudden? These terms are ridiculously good for Solemn. What's the catch for you guys?" Without even blinking, Stika said, "The sorcerers." Then he laid it all out for them. "You guys might not get it, but Solemn has been on the radar of some major players for a while. The sorcerers were the first to notice. unlike us. They're only after Solemn's holy magic mojo. If Solemn goes down, the entire continent is looking at a massive famine. The queen, hearing this, looked horrified. Are those things coming after us? She gasped. Even though Stika's explanation made a weird kind of sense, the king was still skeptical. But these terms are just too one-sided, he insisted. Stika's voice went icy cold. Oh, is that a problem for you? If you'd rather get ripped off, just say the word. The king immediately started backpedaling. No, of course not. This just feels more like we're becoming allies than your subjects. Maximin, the money guy, jumped in eagerly. Exactly, Urinin sees Solemn as a friend and ally. The second this treaty is signed, your country gets Urinin's full support for the next 20 years. Solemn will be our #1 import partner. We'll add a few more details later, but think of those as just fine print. His words sounded good, but they were giving both the king and queen a seriously bad feeling. Seeing them hesitate, Stika went in for the kill. Is there really anything left to think about? As the Emperor of Urinin, I swear on my name this country will be safe and rolling in dough. In that moment, hearing Stika and Maximin's sales pitch, it all clicked for Beatrice. Solemn, this tiny little nation, had accidentally become the star of a huge political drama, all because of its super fertile land. Urinin was playing the hero, offering protection in exchange for control over this magical breadbasket. In return, Urinin promised to back them up. But Beatrice could see right through it. This was all one of Maximin's classic schemes. She couldn't believe that old fox hadn't learned a single new trick in the last 5 years. Oh, heck no, she wasn't letting this slide. She spoke up immediately. You seem to be in a bit of a rush. I'm guessing the sorcerers have already made a move and you're behind schedule. Stika's first reaction was a flash of annoyance. But when he realized it was Princess Shro who spoke, he just smiled and nodded, which only made Beatrice feel like he was totally messing with her. Seriously, why did he always have to make fun of everything she said? Stika started to explain himself, but Beatrice, still not buying it, cut him off. And you really think we're just going to trust you? How can we trust the guy who literally showed up to invade our country with a sword pointed at our throats? Using what she remembered about Stika from her past life, Beatrice expertly picked apart his proposal. And what are you going to do if this treaty you're rushing us into ends up being a total disaster for us? Stika just gave her this asterisk look, and somehow deep down she knew he wasn't lying. Still, Beatrice's brain was short-circuiting. It made zero sense. Why was Stika so sure she'd trust him? They had literally just met today. Then, as if he could read her mind, Stika said, "Please forgive my dramatic entrance. We honestly had no idea what to expect from the people of Solemn, but I can promise you this is a friendship treaty that benefits us both." He could talk all he wanted, but Beatrice wasn't buying a word of it. She knew this man better than anyone. He was after something else, even if she couldn't spell it out for everyone. Just then, the king of Solemn caved. "If we don't sign this treaty, we could lose way more. We'll sign." The queen quickly nodded along with her husband's decision. The king of Solemn added, looking totally convinced. Who would be dumb enough to say no to this? It honestly feels like item the one taking advantage of you. Hearing that, Stika couldn't stop a little smirk. The king was right. The deal was an absolute steal for Solemn. Not wasting another second, Stika announced solemnly, "Excellent. Then I will add just one more supplementary clause." Beatrice's whole body went rigid. This was it. This was the real price. She watched with bated breath as Stika spoke. "As emperor, I want someone of Solemn's bloodline to become a member of the Urinin royal family." He said it with a dead serious face. Yeah, nobody in that room thought he was joking. A deafening silence fell over them. Everyone, including Beatrice and even that snake Maximin, was completely blindsided by that bombshell. Beatrice was floored. Glared at Stika, her mind doing cartwheels. Is this dude for real? She wondered, totally failing to process this insane plot twist. The king shot to his feet, his face going thunderous as he tried to make sure he heard that right. "Your Majesty, are you saying you want to make one of my daughters your empress?" Stika, cool as a cucumber, just said, "Yep, that's the deal Urinin's putting on the table." Beatrice braced for the explosion. I mean, this guy just waltzed in, threatened to start a war, and now he's demanding a princess for a wife. But plot twist, the situation went completely off script. Instead of flipping out, the king and queen looked absolutely delighted, as if the thought of their daughter marrying this emperor and getting Stika as a son-in-law was the best news they'd heard all year. Shro's sisters were just as giddy, already fighting over who would get to be the empress. One of them was like, "Oh, but I'm already engaged to that nobleman Sakem, dumping him now would be so scandalous." But you could tell none of them actually cared. They were all totally mesmerized by Stika's good looks and fancy title. Their chattering got louder and louder, completely missing Beatrice's "are you kidding me" face. She felt like she was the only one, with a single working brain cell in the room. Her mind was just spinning, trying to figure out why on earth everyone was so thrilled about this insane proposal. And seeing Stika, Mr. Ice Cold and distant himself, smiling like he'd won the lottery, that just creeped her out even more. She had to get it together, or one of her sisters was going to get hitched to this lunatic before she could stop it. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Beatrice turned to Stika and asked, "Don't you think you should, I don't know, think a little harder about a decision this huge?" Stika scanned the room at the Soul Royals, who were all still grinning like idiots and shot back, "Doesn't look like anyone else has a problem with it. Am I missing something?" And he had a point. Besides Beatrice, the entire Seoul royal family was basically planning the wedding already. But just when she thought things couldn't get any weirder, Stika dropped another bombshell. After a dramatic pause, Stika said, "I've realized I'm gonna need some time to, observe and make the right call. I need to pick a daughter I can spend the rest of my life with after all. So I'll make my choice after a 1-month observation period. I'll be staying here in Seoul for the next month to get to know you all." And as he said it, his eyes locked right onto Beatrice, which made her skin crawl. It was like no one else heard how absolutely bonkers his plan was. The whole palace immediately exploded into a frenzy getting ready for the Emperor's surprise sleepover. Watching the staff haul the Emperor's luggage into the palace, Beatrice felt like she was trapped in some bizarre dream. Then out of nowhere, Stika was right beside her, casually saying, "Penny for your thoughts, Princess Shro. You look like your brain is about to short-circuit." Beatrice jumped totally, not expecting him to pop up so close, especially after their tense little chat earlier. She had straight up asked him why he was targeting the Seoul royal family. Couldn't you find a better option literally anywhere else? And at the time, Stika had actually agreed with her, but then he'd added, "You're not wrong. I have plenty of better choices, but I'm only interested in what I want." His super vague answer had left Beatrice completely stumped. She had no idea what this guy was really after. For a hot second, she wondered if Stika was actually into one of her sisters. But she shut that thought down real quick. In her opinion, her sisters had all the charm and beauty of a wet sock, making them a terrible match for someone like Stika. Besides, Beatrice was pretty sure Stika just wasn't into women, period. No matter how gorgeous or flirty they were, the guy was like a block of ice, totally immune to that stuff. That's why she always figured Stika was still flying solo after all this time. As if he could read her mind, Stika turned to Maxon, who was lurking nearby. He told him to send most of the army back to Iran, leaving just the personal guards. He also rattled off a list of things he needed brought to the palace. Maxon, who clearly wanted to stick around and babysit, practically begged to stay, but Stika shut him down. "The Emperor will be back before you know it. And it wouldn't be fair to make you suffer through this with us," Stika said, basically patting him on the head. Poor Maxon had no choice but to take the hint and leave. Beatrice watched the whole exchange, feeling like Stika was pulling the strings on some master plan, but she couldn't see the whole picture yet. As she watched Stika make himself right at home, she just couldn't hide her sour mood. It just made no sense. Why was this guy an actual emperor off in a foreign country on a surprise wife hunt without telling anyone? It felt so sketchy and just plain wrong. Right when Beatrice's glare could have probably set things on fire, Stika noticed. If you keep staring at me like that, I'm gonna start thinking you've got something on your mind," he said way too casually. Backed into a corner, Beatrice, still playing the part of Princess Shro, shot back, "Isn't it kind of a problem for an emperor to be so far from his empire for so long?" Stika just gave her this all-knowing smirk, and his next words made Beatrice's shoulders tense right up. "Oh, is little Soul worried about us big bad urinin now?" he teased. She knew she had to back off, not wanting to push her luck with this guy. But before Beatrice could even get a word out, Stika just waves it off like, "Don't even sweat it. A month, that's like a coffee break for urinin. We're a powerhouse." And honestly, I had no clue if he was talking to me, Beatrice, or to Princess Shro. But you could just feel the confidence dripping off him. Okay, fine. The guy had definitely leveled up to powerful ruler status. Beatrice had to admit his whole trust in urinin shtick showed just how much he'd grown since the good old days, when we were basically trying to take each other out. He actually grew into the job. Back then, we were both just scrambling to keep our sides from imploding. But now Emperor Stika was floating above it all. Must be nice. And even though my guard was up higher than a castle wall, I couldn't stop this feeling. Ugh. Stika was this big shot respected emperor now, and all these old memories came flooding back, making me feel like I was about to choke on my own feelings. I'd spent so much time wondering what it'd be like to see him again. And boom, here he is right in my face. Just as we're talking, some steward dude waltzes up to tell Stika his bags. We're in the guest room. Stika takes one look around and deadpan goes, "Wow, this is smaller than my left nostril." Then, before making his grand exit, he turns back to me, "Princess Shro," and thanked me for being so concerned. Right. And with that, he was gone. I just stood there watching him leave, probably with the sourest look on my face. Seriously, urinin now versus back then is like a freaking garden party, all sunshine and rainbows, built on the, blood and bones of a whole bunch of nobles, including yours truly. And the craziest part, even after everything he pulled, like almost ending me, I wasn't even mad. Power. Yeah, I get it. I mean, hello Martian family here. Love-hate power. It's all just one big messy ball of yarn that's always been tangled up in ways I couldn't even begin to explain. But now, oh boy, those feelings were like a jumbo-sized, extra-strength version of what they used to be. So as I headed back to my room, I walked right into another disaster. My maid Lily gives me these huge puppy dog eyes and asks, "Princess, are you going on the date?" A what now? And that's how I found out Stika had set up a whole speed dating marathon with all the princesses to get to know them better. But the real kicker, the thing that made me want to just curl up and die, was that even as fake Princess Shro, I was on the list. My brain just could not process this information. Look, I don't hate the guy, but a date with him. That's a big ol' nope. I tried to find a way out, grabbing Lily like, wait, did mom and dad actually sign off on this madness? And Lily's like, oh yeah, it was the king's idea. That was it. I was about to short circuit. I kept telling myself, it's fine. Stika won't pick you, you're safe. But just the idea of being stuck in a marriage with him sent my anxiety through the roof. Lily, seeing me have a full-on meltdown, gets all worried and asks, what's wrong, princess? And this sweet, clueless girl actually assumed I was just having a fashion crisis over what to wear. Oh, honey. Anyway, time flew by and suddenly it's been 3 whole days of Stika's little princess parade. And me, I'm watching the whole circus from a balcony. And I am literally speechless watching Stika on a date with my sister. It looked like he was getting real cozy with the eldest Princess Tiana. And seeing those two flirting up a storm was a total train wreck I couldn't look away from. The whole sappy scene looked like it was ripped straight from some cheesy romance novel, which is not the cold calculating Emperor I remember. It gave me the creeps, seriously. I had no words. And get this, just 2 days ago my other sister Irene was going on and on about being engaged to Sakum. And now she's over there batting her eyelashes at Emperor Stika. Like her fiancé doesn't even exist. Irene, who's got that cute cat-like thing going on, is super charming, but also completely oblivious to how anyone else feels. So I'm watching Irene and my other 2 older sisters practically climbing over each other to talk to Stika when the 3rd princess table dives right in. Ooh, should I take him to the lakeside? She squeals, turning to Stika. What about the lakeside? Your Majesty. We could float around in a little boat covered in flowers. I feel relaxed just thinking about it. In my opinion, Table was definitely the prettiest of the bunch, and her bubbly personality was her whole brand. Her only problem, the girl just did not know when to stop talking. And watching my sisters lose their minds over the Emperor of Uranin had my parents beaming like they'd won the lottery? Then it hit me, my sisters are all like a year apart from each other. I seriously could not believe that the tiny queen had popped out 4 kids that fast. It was starting to make me think those rumors were true. You know, the ones about the people of Seoul being descended from some earth goddess high priests and being blessed with some kind of super fertility. I couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't just the dirt around here that was extra potent. The more I thought about it, the more this weird country was kind of pulling me in. And then bam! Total silence. I look up and realize all 3 of my older sisters are just staring daggers at me. Tiana, the eldest, breaks the ice with, well, look at our little rebel shro. Why are you acting so weird today? Then Table chimes in, all excited. Aw, are you sad we left you out of the chat? That's so cute. But it was what Irene said next that almost made me pass out. Don't tell me the Emperor is making you nervous. Oh my gosh. I could not believe how clueless my sisters were just tossing out words like that. The truth is I couldn't care less about fighting them for Stika's attention. All I wanted was to not get auctioned off in some political marriage. But when they noticed I wasn't exactly jumping for joy, Stika gave her a cool look and was like, so the youngest princess isn't a fan, huh? Beatrice didn't even try to argue. She was totally dodging his eyes, and her silence was a big fat yes to his question. She was hoping that would be the end of it. But then Tiana just had asterisk to jump in, grinning like a Cheshire cat. What are you even talking about? There isn't a girl on this planet who'd say no to a hottie like you. Irene chimed in. Oh, she's just being a little shy. Beatrice knew she couldn't count on her sisters to play it cool, so with a huge sigh she tried to explain. I just want His Majesty to have a great time with my sisters, that's all. She was basically trying to wave a giant, not interested flag. In her head she was thinking, if Stika gets that I'm not into him, then he'll totally pass me over for Empress. But even though she was trying to take herself out of the running, Stika seemed even more determined to talk to her. With a voice that was dripping with amusement, he asked, if you've got something to say, just spit it out. Beatrice could feel his eyes locked on her, and it was stirring up all these weird feelings she couldn't name. Stika's super intense blue eyes, so crystal clear, felt like they were looking straight into her soul. It was crazy to think that a guy who could be so ruthless also had these calm, almost innocent eyes. They threw her right back to the first time they ever met, and after all these years, those eyes were still her kryptonite. She felt totally trapped, and then bam, Stika went straight for her biggest weakness. So, princess, what's the plan for our date? The way you're acting is just making me even more excited for it. Beatrice tried to keep a straight face, answering with all the chill she could fake. Do I have to pick the place too? Go wherever you want. Hearing that, Stika got this huge smirk on his face, totally loving how uncomfortable she was. For real, 'cause you don't exactly look thrilled about it. I'm not finding this funny at all, Beatrice shot back, trying to keep her cool, but she was so obviously annoyed. This whole back and forth between them had her 3 older sisters feeling as though they were watching a rom-com fight scene. They didn't say a word, just happily sat on the sidelines munching on melon seeds and soaking up the drama. Stika, meanwhile, was completely unbothered by her attitude. How am I supposed to pick a spot when I don't know the first thing about Seoul and I want you to be my tour guide? Does that make me sound more like some traveling salesman? Beatrice had no clue where he was going with this. She thought the whole thing was boring and pointless. So she just said it straight up. Sorry, but I'm not really into lame jokes. She was hoping to shut the whole thing down by claiming she had no idea where to go and oh yeah, she hated the sun and anything outdoorsy. But even with her trying to torpedo the date, Stika just wouldn't quit. If you don't like being outside, he said, then we'll just have the date inside. Like, say, in your room. The suggestion was so out of left field that Beatrice just shut it down on autopilot. Yeah, sure, like my room, she mumbled, and then completely froze when Stika was like, perfect. You said you don't like going out, so you can just invite me over. Beatrice was floored. Her face went white as she realized what she'd just agreed to. Oh my god, the conversation just took a nosedive into Scandal Town. For her family, this was better than reality TV, and they were all glued to the show. Beatrice immediately started backpedaling, calling it a crazy idea. That's ridiculous, she said, trying to undo her mistake. But Stika wasn't letting her off the hook. He just kept smiling, all confident, and said, hey, I'm just trying to give you what you want. You're not gonna let me down, are you? Beatrice was literally speechless. She could not believe Stika would say something so totally out of line. A guy in a young lady's room before they're married, that was a major no-no. But apparently in the Solon royal family, that kind of thing was considered romantic. Her older sisters all crowded around teasing Stika playfully. Hey, don't scare our little sister off. They were all laughing their heads off, totally loving the whole spectacle. Beatrice, who just couldn't take it anymore, finally exploded. Why is everyone so obsessed with all this romance stuff? Her outburst totally shocked her three sisters who were left, staring with wide, terrified eyes at her sudden rage. But Stika, he didn't even flinch. With this soft, almost teasing voice, Stika replied, Princess Shro, I'll take that as a yes to my proposal. I'll see you later. His words made Beatrice's face turn beet red with embarrassment. She was completely trapped and couldn't say a thing. Cornered by Stika's slick and bold move, Beatrice was screaming on the inside, wishing anyone would stop this absolute madman of an emperor. As the days went by, she was sorta getting used to the whole Princess Shro lifestyle, even with all the ridiculousness that came with it. One day she saw her maid Lily looking super happy, which made Beatrice super curious. You look like you won the lottery today. What's the good news? Beatrice asked, totally suspicious of her maid's chipper mood. Lily tried to play it cool. Oh, it's nothing special. But Beatrice wasn't buying it for a second. She figured Lily had probably snuck into the kitchen for a snack again. Hey, I haven't done that in forever, princess. I'm on a diet. Lily shot back, totally offended. Not letting it go? Beatrice pushed again. Okay, then why are you so giddy? With no other way out, Lily finally shot back. I'm not excited. If I look excited, it's just because these tulips are looking extra gorgeous today. Realizing Lily was totally dodging, Beatrice gave her a look. Don't you dare change the subject, she warned her. Although she had to admit the tulips were seriously vibrant today, like a color she'd never even seen before. It was just like Stika said, Beatrice thought, remembering his words. The people of Sum are basically priests, which is why this whole country is one giant garden. She started wondering if Lily was some kind of secret earth goddess priestess too. Getting curious, Beatrice just had to ask Lily, so are people around here just like amazing at gardening? The question totally threw Lily for a loop. Amazing at gardening? She repeated, completely baffled. Seeing how confused Lily was, Beatrice felt her face get a little hot and tried to explain, I mean, the plants here just sort of grow themselves without anyone really trying, right? Lily looked absolutely scandalized. How is that even possible? Every single plant needs someone to take care of it to grow. Beatrice was totally floored. She seriously thought that in a super fertile place like Sum, plants were on autopilot. But the way Lily found the idea of self-growing plants completely insane, just like everyone else in Sum, made Beatrice start to seriously buy into the whole blessed by the earth god theory. I mean, come on, the country had zero military power, but had never been invaded, and it supplied a whopping 30% of the entire continent's food. Their success had to be coming from some humble spiritual connection to the dirt. As she was thinking all this over, Beatrice wondered if by being in Shro's body, she might have a piece of that earth god blessing herself. Sure, she wasn't the original soul, but she was living as Princess Shro now, which made her think, hey, maybe I can tap into those powers. Just then, Lily's bubbly mood came back. Only this time she looked a little shifty. You know, I just remembered I have something super important to do today, she said, trying to make a break for it. Before Lily could disappear, Beatrice nailed her with a stern glare. Are you ready to tell me what you're so giddy about? Stop trying to change the topic. Trapped by the princess's intense vibe, Lily finally caved. Wow, you're really sharp these days, princess. Beatrice just smiled, getting ready for the tea. Lily finally spilled the beans. Okay, so today Princess Irene and His Majesty went to the market, together. Beatrice was completely stunned. She couldn't believe Irene would take a guy like Stika to such a normal, everyday place. The market, she repeated like she couldn't believe her ears. Lily nodded enthusiastically. The whole point was to show him all the different kinds of vegetables and fruits. Beatrice was torn between thinking Irene's simple-mindedness was cute or just plain dumb. Who on earth tries to woo an emperor with produce? Beatrice muttered to herself. As if she could read her mind, Lily added, and get this, His Majesty even bought a bouquet of wildflowers. The image of the terrifying Stika awkwardly holding a bunch of dandelions sent a literal shiver down Beatrice's spine. Even after all her years, she had never come across anything so weird. Lily, who had no idea how complicated Stika really was, just giggled and said, isn't it hilarious, a super scary emperor from Urinin who secretly loves flowers? Hearing that just got Lily even more hyped up. Can you even believe it? All of us maids are freaking out. We're all convinced he's going to be the future husband of one of the princesses. As soon as Lily said that, Beatrice's whole expression soured. She had absolutely no interest in being lumped in with her sisters in some ridiculous bachelorette contest to win over Stika. But Lily, totally oblivious, just kept on going. We've all got a betting pool going on who's gonna be his bride. Obviously, we each put money on the princess we serve. No matter what happens, we'll all be happy because all those princesses are so into him, Lily chirped. Beatrice could feel her blood pressure rising. She wanted nothing to do with this stupid game, but Lily just kept rambling on proudly. I've already got my victory speech ready. Everyone is so jealous because they think I'm a shoo-in since I serve you. Beatrice, feeling a massive headache coming on, asked sharply, and what makes me the top contender? Lily's reason was so absurd. Because no one can grow vegetables like you, Princess Tiana is terrible with flowers. Princess Irene's fruits are never sweet, and Princess Table's plants always smell funky. And from that little tidbit, Beatrice learned that Shro was apparently some kind of master farmer. The whole idea was both hilarious and horrifying. She never dreamed the royal competition would boil down to a gardening contest. Now that she was in Shro's body, it looked like she had inherited this bizarre talent too. Trying to keep it together, Beatrice felt like losing her temper would be so humiliating, especially since her past self as a duchess was always the definition of calm. Lily's gushing was just making everything worse. An emperor who's into plants and flowers and a princess who can grow anything. It's a match made in heaven, Lily said, clearly cracking herself up. But it had the exact opposite effect on Beatrice. That is enough, Beatrice yelled, her patience finally snapping. It was the first time Lily had ever seen the princess that mad. Shocked into silence, Lily just stood there speechless. Trying to get back in control, Beatrice let out a long sigh. His Majesty is looking for a life partner, someone who will be the queen of a massive empire. He needs someone with substance and personality, not just someone who's good with plants. But halfway through her own sentence, Beatrice realized that in a weird place like Soom, her logic might not apply at all. She shot Lily a look like, "Are you serious right now?" And Lily, seeing her totally baffled face, just nodded like it was the most normal thing in the world. Apparently in Solemn, being a plant lover automatically puts you on the most eligible list. Beatrice was completely floored. Seriously, the longer she was stuck as Shro, the more this kingdom felt like a total madhouse. Done with this crazy talk, she just turned and bailed. Yeah, no. Let's just drop this ridiculous idea. I'm not marrying the Emperor or anyone for that matter, she declared. But oh no, Lily wasn't letting her off the hook that easy. But Your Highness, Lily chirped after her, all hyped up. You said you wanted to see fruit trees growing in the desert. Beatrice was just lost. She had no clue what kind of wacky dreams the real Princess Shro had, but this one was a doozy. This whole bizarre fantasy was just way too out there for her. All she could manage was a frustrated, "Yeah, well, I'm over it now." She even tried throwing out that she might have ticked off His Majesty, hoping that would shut Lily up for good. But Lily was a woman on a mission. His Majesty said you're just being shy, she insisted, grabbing Beatrice's hand with total confidence. You've got this, Your Highness. Beatrice felt totally cornered, but when the door swung open, her mood did a complete 180-degree turn. She literally froze in place at the sight. We took care of everything, Your Highness, Lily announced with a giant cheerful grin. We put the flowers out so the Emperor will see them the second he sees you. The older sisters looked a little stunned. Irene, the second sister, asked with a worried look, Are you trying to do all this by yourself, Shro? You know you can talk to us about anything. Beatrice, just lying there on the bed, had to physically restrain herself from losing it. She made a silent promise to herself no matter what she would never spill a single bean to these people. They were just so completely clueless. It wasn't until Irene started telling Tien that Beatrice was so lovesick for the Emperor that she'd made herself ill that she finally snapped. She shot right up in bed, ready to set them straight. Seriously, how could they even come up with that stuff? After the royal doctor finally left, Tien got all serious. You have any idea how much you scared us? At least we know it's not something major. Then a mischievous grin spread across Tien's face. Oh, and Shro, have you heard the latest? It looks like Table stirred up a little drama. That definitely got Beatrice's attention. Okay, what did she do now? She asked. Tien just chuckled. Oh, it's a good one. I couldn't believe it when I heard. Seeing her sisters acting so weird and gossipy, Beatrice was dying to know what was up. So she pressed them for the details. Tien started spilling the tea, apparently Table, and Stika went down to the lake just like they planned. But then get this. Table just shoves the Emperor right into the water, soaking him, head to toe, completely drenched. The two older sisters were cracking up, thinking Table had finally lost her mind. Beatrice, on the other hand, felt a wave of pure terror wash over her. Stika pushed into the water. This was bad. As the daughter of a duke from Urinen, she knew the rules. Even a tiny scratch on the Emperor could be twisted into an assassination attempt, and it didn't matter who did it. Queen Princess Commoner, it didn't matter. Beatrice's face went pale as she asked her sisters, Is Table still alive? They thought she was kidding and just laughed it off. Oh, don't worry, they said. The lake's super shallow, nobody could drown in there besides, they added with a giggle. It was the Emperor who took a swim, not Table. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on Beatrice's. The sweet queen leaned in and said, "Don't you worry, Shro. Your father is on his way to sort things out." Beatrice let out a sigh of relief, but a tiny voice in her head was like, "Yeah, what's the King of Solemn gonna do exactly?" The queen just kept gushing about the Urin Emperor, going on about how he wasn't just a total hunk but also super kind and a great athlete. She even said that when things go wrong, he just laughs. At first, Beatrice was like, "Stika laughing, no way." She just couldn't picture it. But then her sisters jumped in, confirming he was total husband material and basically a 1 in a million catch. And that's when it finally clicked for Beatrice. She couldn't figure out why her sisters were laying it on so thick about Stika. It was almost like they were deliberately trying to sell him to her. And then it hit her. Oh my gosh. Beatrice finally got it. The light bulb went off. Everyone in this room was trying to set her up with Stika. Right then, the queen gently put a hand on her forehead to check for a fever. That simple, warm gesture made Beatrice, who'd basically grown up alone, feel super awkward. "Are you okay, sweetie?" the queen asked, her voice full of worry. "You look a little pale." Tien and Irene chimed in too, all concerned. "Shro, do you need something? Are you hungry? We can get you some of your favorite fruit, maybe some fresh peaches?" Seeing them all fussing over her, for the first time, Beatrice actually felt what it was like to have a warm, caring family. But it was bittersweet, because she knew all this love was for Princess Shro, not her. Was it even fair for her to keep soaking it all up? They didn't have a clue who she really was. Noticing how quiet and thoughtful she'd become, the queen said softly, "Shro, honey, you know you can tell your mother anything, right?" Beatrice knew she couldn't keep this up forever. She had to come clean. Looking at the genuinely worried faces of the Solemn family, she made up her mind. It was time to tell them who she really was. But right as she opened her mouth to speak, they heard frantic footsteps pounding down the hall. The door burst open and in rushed King Solemn, who'd just heard his daughter had fainted. When the queen saw the state her husband was in, her jaw dropped. King Solemn looked like he'd just wrestled a garbage truck and lost, but he couldn't have cared less. All that mattered was his daughter, who he thought was still passed out. Seeing the absolute panic on her father's face, Beatrice quickly piped up, "I'm okay, really, Dad." But nope, even King Solomon started bawling his eyes out. "I knew you weren't eating right. I told you 3 square meals a day." Trying to save her husband from total embarrassment, the queen gently dabbed at his tears. But this whole touching scene was just making the 3 princesses super uncomfortable. Seriously, they'd never seen their dad get this weepy before. Then it hit Tien, and she just blurted out, "Wait a minute, weren't you supposed to be helping His Majesty? How's he doing?" And just like that, King Solomon got all shifty, like he really didn't want to answer that. Feeling the weird vibe, the 3 princesses shot each other confused looks. And then bam, they were totally floored when a tall figure walked in. The once majestic Emperor Uranon now looked like a complete mess, soaked to the bone like a cat that fell in a pool. It was painfully obvious that King Solomon heard about his daughter and just bailed on everything to race back. Right on cue, Table burst in, freaking out about Shro. And in her mad dash, she slammed right into Emperor Uranon. Whoops! She quickly tried to explain she was so worried about Shro she didn't even see him there. Watching this absolute train wreck, Beatrice was pretty sure things had officially gone off the rails. She was half expecting the entire Solon royal family to be attending a funeral together soon. Noticing that Emperor Saint, so the king told Table to grab him a towel and some dry clothes. And you know, Table, she's on it. She dashes off to get a towel, but then bam, brain blast. She realizes she has to dry his clothes first. Before Stika could even get a word out, Table just lunged at him and started wringing out his shirt like she was trying to start a fire. Whoopsie daisy, I think she used a little asterisk too much oomph. In a classic oops moment, she got a death grip on his sleeve and RIP! She tore it clean off, not even thinking about what would happen next. The whole room went dead silent, like someone hit the mute button as Stika's very well-defined arm was suddenly on display. Table just froze, her face a perfect picture of, "I've made a huge mistake." She was totally floored by her own super strength. Even Beatrice, watching this train wreck from the cheap seats, got this sinking feeling like, yep, Table's about to be toast. Shaking like a leaf, Table squeaked out, "Oh my gods! Did I just do that?" And Stika, with a perfectly straight face, just nods and goes, "You sure did, Princess Table." The light bulb finally went off. She just ripped the Emperor's clothes. She looked down at her hands like they were alien creatures. These very hands, the hands that were just trying to help her little sis Tien and Irene, scrambled over, tripping over themselves to do some damage control. How on earth did that rip? "Oh gosh, maybe the fabric was just super cheap, Your Majesty," they sputtered, grasping at straws. Meanwhile, the king and queen were just standing there, jaws on the floor, completely speechless at this whole disaster. And then right on cue, Lily bursts in holding a towel for Stika. She takes one look at his new, ventilated shirt and blurts out, "Good grief, what in the world happened to your clothes?" She clearly missed the whole memo. And she just keeps going, totally clueless. "This stuff is tough as nails, you couldn't rip it if you tried. How did you manage that?" So Lily's innocent little comment about how strong the fabric is totally threw Irene under the bus, since she'd blamed it for being flimsy. To make things even more awkward, Lily accidentally started complimenting Stika's muscles, saying he must be a super strong guy, and that Princess Shro was so lucky to have a man like him. All the while, Beatrice's face was getting darker and darker, and then out of nowhere, Stika just starts cracking up. I mean, a full-on belly-aching laugh that just kept getting louder. His laughing totally broke the tension, but it also left everyone completely confused. It was like Stika thought this whole mess was the funniest thing he'd ever seen, especially everything involving Princess Shro. So I guess the Earth God gave me these muscles, huh? He chuckled, totally amused. You guys are killing me? Beatrice just stared completely dumbfounded. She was just watching Stika, who was acting so chill and laid back. He was totally ignoring all the stuffy royal rules, which was kind of freaking her out, and you could tell her sisters were right there with her. For a hot second, they were seriously wondering if Emperor Uranon had been taken over by some prankster ghost. Watching Stika goofing around with her sisters suddenly zapped Beatrice back in time like 10 years ago. It was at his 15th birthday party where Beatrice had gotten up to give the Crown Prince her best wishes. She'd said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I brought you some December roses as a gift." That's what she said back then. Now here's the tea the queen who had passed on. She adored those flowers. But Stika's face was a total blank slate, even as everyone else started whispering and gossiping. A lot of people were like, why would she pick December roses? The queen died in December? Some even thought she was trying to stir up trouble, poke the bear by reminding him of his mom. But surprised Stika wasn't mad at all. He actually said it was an awesome gift. After she gave him the flowers, Beatrice started to realize that her gift didn't bug him one bit. Even though people were whispering that it was disrespectful to his mom's memory, Stika was just cool as a cucumber, watching her super carefully as if nothing in the world could faze him. Back then, he had this whole icy, distant vibe like he was this untouchable super royal dude. But now here he is in front of the Solon princesses. And that same guy is just chilling, munching on oatmeal cookies and laughing his head off. Trying to cut through the weird vibe, Beatrice decided to say something. Looks like you're really enjoying those cookies, Stika. He grinned and said, nothing else makes cookies this good. Seriously, they're way better than anything I get back in Uranon. Even now that she was back. Beatrice just couldn't wrap her head around it. How could a guy with such a bone-chilling vibe suddenly be so approachable? At times, she seriously wondered if this was even the same person. These thoughts were doing backflips in her brain, and it was totally freaking her out. She thought to herself, if the big shots in Uranon saw him acting like this, they'd probably faint on the spot. Suddenly, Stika's voice cut right through her thoughts. You know you wear your worry like a billboard. He pointed out, his eyes locked on hers. Beatrice forced a super cheerful smile, but on the inside she was getting so fed up with how this whole situation was playing out. Seriously, how did my life get this weird? Trying to change the subject, Stika noted how great the room smelled and asked if the roses were meant to represent her. Beatrice, still deep in her role as Shro, shot back that she definitely didn't prepare them. When she saw Stika still looked skeptical, she practically swore on a stack of Bibles that the roses were not her idea. He cracked a tiny smile and decided to drop it. After finishing his tea, Stika gave Beatrice a look that could see right through her and suddenly asked, "So do you love your family?" That question came straight out of left field, leaving Beatrice completely baffled. Why would you ask that?" She retorted, having zero clue where he was going with this. Stike just laid it out. "I can see it in your eyes the way you look at everyone in the Solon royal family." Beatrice felt a super strange unease, as if the conversation had just teleported to the Twilight Zone. I mean, wasn't it normal to look at your family like that? Picking up on her discomfort, Stika decided not to push it. But Beatrice, on the other hand, just couldn't shake the feeling that there was something way, way deeper hiding behind his words. Beatrice honestly couldn't figure Stika out at all. He calmly asked, "If we became a family, would you look at me that way?" The question was so out there, Beatrice just had to smile. She waved her hand dismissively like, "Get out of here." "Your Majesty, I don't think that's even in the realm of possibility, you and me as family, yeah, that's unimaginable." And then out of nowhere, Stika just burst out laughing. "And never, huh? Ouch, that's harsh." His whole vibe suddenly got dead serious. A long time ago, there was someone whose face I could never ever erase from my mind, like her name was permanently etched into my soul. Hearing this, a light bulb went off in Beatrice's head. This emperor she barely recognized didn't even hesitate to spill his guts about some girl who had been a massive part of his life. He knew all her favorite things, the way she talked, even her facial expressions, and how she stood like he knew every single thing about her. As Stika kept talking, a cold fear started to creep up on Beatrice. His words were a perfect reflection of her own life. How she could recognize him just from the sound of his footsteps, or even his silhouette. Then, in a bizarre twist of fate, Stika told Beatrice, who was still disguised as Shro, that while she and that girl were completely different, she somehow really reminded him of her. Those words hit Beatrice like a punch to the gut. It felt like dying all over again. Stika added, "It's almost as if she's come back to life." "Shro, do you believe that souls are a real thing?" His question made Beatrice's heart start pounding like a drum. Even though she'd literally been reborn in someone else's body, she still couldn't fully accept it. I mean, who could? Beatrice tried to give herself a pep talk, thinking, he doesn't know. There's no way he knows my real identity. And even if he does, I can just deny it. She tried her best to stay calm and just keep the conversation going. I'm not really sure anymore, she replied. I'm gonna go with no. Do you believe in soul illusions, Your Majesty? Stika didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared deep into Beatrice's eyes before he spoke again. This time, he said a name that made Beatrice pretending to be Shro feel super on edge. Then the words that came out of Stika's mouth were, your face is like a baby's butt. The absolutely bizarre comment left Beatrice so stunned her brain just short-circuited. After a few seconds, Beatrice snapped back to reality, jumped to her feet, and yelled, What are you even saying? Stika, still nodding, just confirmed it. Exactly like a baby's butt. Beatrice could not believe that he thought she looked like that asterisk. Seeing the thunderclouds gathering on her face, Stika figured she didn't like the comparison and tried to backtrack. Or maybe more like a ripe, juicy peach, he offered. Soft, tender, delicate, and fragile like a peach, completely untouched by politics or rebellion. Just filled with love, living in total harmony. As he reminisced about the girl from his past, his eyes filled with sadness. Beatrice noticed how incredibly careful he was with his words. From the very moment Stika had met Princess Shro, something about her just felt so familiar, which made him pay extra close attention to her. It felt like tens of thousands of questions were buzzing around in his head. Even as he sat across from Beatrice, who he was still convinced was Shro, Stika couldn't help but ask, Am I seeing her again in you? Before Beatrice could even respond, Stika just kept going. You asked if I believe in souls. The answer is, nope, I don't believe in any of that stuff since I've never seen any proof. As he said this, Stika started to move in closer to Beatrice. He reached out his hand and gently lifted her chin, his body leaning toward hers like he was about to go in for a kiss. You could have cut the tension in the room with a knife. But just as the atmosphere was getting supercharged, the door flew wide open. Outside, a bunch of curious onlookers her family had been spying. King Soom, after getting accidentally shoved by one of his daughters, had stumbled forward, causing all four of them to lose their balance and come crashing through the door. Seeing her dad and sisters in a heap on the floor, Beatrice was just completely bewildered. What in the world are you all doing out there? What in the world is going on here? She asked, completely baffled by the chaotic scene. King Solemn, smooth as ever, flashed a grin and explained, Oh, just wondering what you and His Majesty were chatting about. Totally not listening in, we promise. And just like that, it clicked. Her entire family had been crammed behind the door spying on her conversation. Unbelievable. Brushing off the sheer awkwardness of it all, one of them teased, So, spill the tea. What were you and Stika getting all cozy about in here? Her three sisters, who were clearly loving every second of this, figured that folks in bigger countries are just super open about flirting, so they had zero problems trying to get the two of them to kiss. Their totally carefree vibe was making Beatrice's skin crawl, though let's be real, this was just another Tuesday with her family. Still, she had to admit she was kind of thankful. They just handed her the perfect excuse to change the subject. But while the princesses were busy with their playful jabs, King Solon started getting suspicious. His whole expression shifted, guessing that maybe something a little inappropriate had gone down between Beatrice and Stika. And right as the tension was about to get super thick, bam! The queen appeared out of nowhere with a look that could kill, searching for the whole crew. What is everyone doing in here? She snapped. Her eyes then landed on her husband, and in a tone that meant business, she commanded, It's time for you to act your age. Seeing her family tangled up in this hot mess, Beatrice had no clue what to do. The queen, who was so over all of this, grabbed the king by the arm and literally dragged him out of there like a naughty toddler. Before leaving, she shot a look at her other daughters and said, You two don't bother your sister while she's flirting. Let her have some privacy. Oh, they totally got what their mom was putting down. The sisters just grinned, cranking up the teasing on Beatrice. Hey, now aren't you having a good time? Why are you still dressed so perfectly? As the Solon family's personal circus act continued, Stika leaned over to Beatrice and said, Wow, your family is really something else. Beatrice, a mix of exasperated and fond, replied, They mean well, I swear. Don't take it personally. They just have a little hobby of getting into everyone's business. Stika just gave her this warm smile. I get it. If they didn't respect me, I probably wouldn't be this chill about it. It was like Stika could read her like a book. He wasn't afraid to say what he felt, and when they were together, it was so easy that time just vanished. I totally get why someone as reserved as you would be so fond of them, he remarked. But Beatrice felt those words weren't aimed at Shro. She dodged it like a pro, replying, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's been a really long day and I need to crash. But just as she turned to bail, Stika dropped a line that froze her solid. From the second you stood in front of my sword, I knew. The room went dead silent. Beatrice's heart started hammering against her ribs when Stika said her real name, Beatrice. Her pulse went into overdrive as she clutched the edge of her dress, trying to play it cool, but of course he noticed. He added, You always do that when you're stressed out, don't you? It's why all your dresses end up so wrinkled, he said, gently taking her hand. It was like he was trying to calm her down, but his next words were an even bigger bombshell. You're nervous, aren't you, Beatrice? Right then, Beatrice was fighting with everything she had to keep a straight face. absolutely determined not to turn around and show him her expression. Even though her mind was spinning, she managed to say, "It's just a habit. You've got the wrong person. My name is Troy Florum." He could totally sense her guard was up, so he raised his voice just a bit, asking, "Are you afraid I'm going to hurt you?" Before she could even answer, he quickly added, "No, trust me. There's nothing to be scared of." Beatrice was completely speechless, her brain scrambling for anything to salvage the situation, but she was drawing a total blank. Suddenly, Stika grabbed her arm and just laid it all out there. 5 years ago, and even now, you're the only one who makes me happy. Only you, Beatrice. The way he said it with so much certainty sounded like a straight-up declaration of love from a guy to the girl he'd never forgotten. Stika kept holding her hand as he got lost in the memory. "We were trained to know each other inside and out. It's been 10 years. Of course I'd recognize you." His gaze as sharp as a diamond bored right into her, once again. And that's when it hit her. He wanted her to admit who she really was. Their fight was ancient history, and even if everyone else forgot about the girl who once tried to take him out, Stika hadn't. For a split second, Beatrice wanted so badly to tell him he had the wrong girl. But no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't bring herself to deny it. Instead, she found herself clapping back with surprising confidence. "In these 5 years, you've only gotten more dramatic." The words were a total dodge, but it was all the confirmation Stika needed. After all these years, letting him have his moment felt like giving them both a chance to see if that old spark was still there. After their super emotional reunion, Beatrice just had to ask how he knew she wasn't Shro. Stika replied cool as a cucumber. "I already told you. The moment you stood before my sword, I saw your eyes. They were sharp, way too sharp for a princess. A princess could never have eyes like that." Beatrice felt skeptical. Could he really have figured her out from something so tiny? But Stika kept going. "It's a combination of a lot of things. The way you walk, the way you talk. That stuff doesn't just change overnight. But mostly, it's my killer instincts." His lips parted like he was about to say something huge. Looking right at her, he confessed, "I don't know about you, but I've always missed you." Beatrice's brain just about short-circuited. Thinking Stika must have taken a serious blow to the head, she asked with genuine yet hilarious concern, You good? Did you forget what we are? Don't you remember we're mortal enemies who literally swore to end each other?" Her voice was practically dripping with sarcasm, reminding him that their relationship was basically a kill or be killed subscription service. Stika, however, was cool as a cucumber and totally empathetic. "I totally get why you'd think I've lost my mind," he said, "but I'm being 100% real with you. I actually missed you." With those bombshell words, he reached out and gently tapped Beatrice's shoulder, a move that instantly triggered a flashback to her dramatic death scene. You know, the one where Stika was saying his final goodbyes? This time, though, his vibe was way more welcome back. His warm voice reminded Beatrice of the last thing he ever said to her, that she was the one who made him feel less alone in the world. Thinking about him admitting he missed her, Beatrice couldn't figure out why for the life of her, but she felt a ridiculous bubbly wave of happiness. Then out of nowhere, Stika grabbed her, got super serious, and said, "Beatrice, we've got one major piece of unfinished business." Beatrice was like, "Oh, what?" And then without any warning, Stika dropped 5 little words that completely fried her brain. "Our marriage is still pending." Before she could even form a thought, Stika grabbed her hand and pleaded, "Please become my queen." But unlike his super enthusiastic proposal, Beatrice felt like her entire world was glitching out. "What in the world are you doing, Stika?" she yelped, totally bewildered. "I'm proposing to you," he shot back like it was the most obvious thing ever. "You know me? I'm the kind of guy who'll do anything to get what he wants." And that's when it hit her. This dude was dead serious, desperate to hit the brakes on this crazy train. She started throwing out other options. What about Tien or Irene, heck, even Table? But Stika wasn't having it. "Nope, I'm only interested in you," he said, shutting it down. He then revealed that she was the whole reason he added that claw to his family crest. Beatrice could not believe it. "You did all of that because of little old me?" she asked, completely floored. Stika just nodded without a second thought. "Yep, all because of you," he confirmed. And before she could even respond, he seized the moment and planted a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. Seeing his "I will not be denied" look, Beatrice just about lost it. "Have you gone completely bonkers, Your Majesty?" she yelled. "We're constantly at each other's throats trying to send each other to the afterlife." She just couldn't wrap her head around how insane this was. "We're enemies. How can enemies get married?" she demanded. Stika, totally unfazed, just shrugged and said, "Why not?" He then gave her a serious look and asked, "Do you really still want to see me as an enemy? You gonna try and take me out with that cute little body of yours? You're not Martian anymore, Beatrice. You're a proper princess now. There's nothing between us anymore. The whole trying to kill each other thing can be a thing of the past." Stika laid out his case, but Beatrice was still holding firm. "We have a ton of issues, and most importantly, we have 0 love between us," she stated flatly. To her, going from arch-nemesis to lovebirds sounded like the plot of a terrible comedy. Stika kept trying to use her real name, Beatrice, but she just snapped, "Don't call me that." Seeing her reaction, Stika switched gears, corrected himself with Princess, then put on the most pathetic puppy dog face and asked, "You don't like me?" Without thinking, Beatrice blurted out, "No." Though even as the word left her mouth, she wasn't totally sure why. Hearing her answer, Stika just grinned and said, "All right, I can work with that. Just delete your past folder and think about how you feel about me right now. Instead of enemy, maybe think of me as a guy or a husband, perhaps." Beatrice thought his logic was from another planet. After finally getting her brain to reboot, she said calmly, "Your Majesty, you need to leave." And with that, she shoved his surprisingly large frame right out of her room. The sudden yeet totally caught Stika by surprise, leaving him just standing there blinking. Realizing Beatrice wasn't about to let him back in for round 2, Stika could only manage a defeated little smile. But oh no, he wasn't giving up. He just stood outside her door calling her name like some lovesick teenager. Beatrice's heart was doing the cha-cha against her ribs just hearing his voice. To shut it all down, she yelled, "I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that insane proposal, so please go away." But Stika was relentless. "I don't give up that easy," he declared. "I'm not losing you again, so you better get ready to deal with my love." Beatrice was left completely stumped by his sheer persistence. Even after telling him who she was, she still had no clue how to process her own feelings. Her life had always been all about duty. Born to lead, used to power plays and backstabbing. Romance had never ever been on her to-do list. And yet, Stika's words lit a weird little spark of what-if in her heart. Guessing that Beatrice wasn't opening that door anytime soon, Stika decided to go talk to her sisters, thinking they might be able to help his cause. After saying a final goodbye through the door, he took off, leaving Beatrice in a full-blown panic about what he was going to say to her 3 ridiculously stubborn sisters. Unable to just sit there, Beatrice finally yanked the door open, ready to say anything to Stika. But it was too late. He was already gone. She got that he was thrilled to see her alive, but a marriage proposal. That was definitely not on her resurrection bingo card. That totally smitten look in his eyes made Beatrice's face go nuclear red. Then bright and early the next morning, before the birds were even chirping, Stika popped up at her room again. Beatrice was just frozen, completely stunned. "Did you sleep okay?" he chirped, full of energy. "You're just as cute as ever, like a little squirrel." Ugh, Beatrice was so not ready to continue this conversation, especially with Stika's weird obsession with animal nicknames. She cut right to the chase. "Why on earth are you here so early?" "To see you, of course," he replied, all soft and gentle. "I couldn't sleep a wink last night." Beatrice could feel the weirdo meter cranking up to 11 around him. He just blurted out, "So did you have any good dreams, Princess Shro? Because I totally dreamed about you. You were just sitting on this giant bed of flowers, smiling with a little white ribbon in your hair." Listening to this, Beatrice thought the whole scene he was painting sounded absolutely bonkers, like a fantasy someone in a padded room would cook up. So to match his unique energy, she just said it flat out. "Why are you doing this? You're acting incredibly weird." But Stika, totally unfazed by her bluntness, just stroked his chin like he was some kind of genius. "I'm just trying my best to be the kind of husband you deserve," he said with a massive grin. Beatrice, who used to be his mortal enemy, literally could not believe her eyes. Was this the same dude? She rubbed her eyes, thinking she had to be hallucinating. But no matter how hard he laid on the charm, her brain just kept screaming, "This can't be real." Just then, Lily popped out of nowhere, teasing them with a huge grin. "Well, now aren't you two getting an early start? Don't mind me, just pretend I'm a fly on the wall." Before Beatrice could even try to explain what was happening, Stika, like he'd planned it all along, whipped out a bouquet of flowers. He held them out to her, clearly expecting her to just melt. Turns out Stika had hit up the princesses for advice yesterday, and they told him flowers were the ultimate secret weapon for winning a girl's heart. Beatrice, however, was still totally unimpressed. She asked, "Where did you even get these?" Stika, bless his honest heart, just said, "I picked them myself this morning." Beatrice was floored. "Wait, you picked them yourself?" she asked, totally skeptical that a guy like Stika would ever bother picking flowers for her. But with Lily practically shoving her forward with her eyes and feeling a little flustered, Beatrice finally caved and took the bouquet. "Well, I guess it would be a shame to just throw them away," she mumbled, clutching the flowers to her chest. For the first time in 2 whole lifetimes, Beatrice felt a weird little spark of happiness she'd never felt before. She actually thanked Stika for the gift. But just when he was probably feeling pretty proud of himself, her next words brought him crashing back down to earth. Beatrice, trying to keep her cool while blushing furiously, said, "I'd really appreciate it if you didn't just show up at the crack of dawn. A girl needs her prep time, you know." The vibe immediately got super awkward. Stika, getting the not-so-subtle hint, looked a little bummed out for a second, and Beatrice worried she might have crushed his spirit. But to her complete surprise, Stika wasn't giving up. With this crazy look of determination, he asked, "So, can I visit you some other time?" His persistence totally caught her off guard. "Ugh, fine," she sighed. "But for right now, you need to leave. Please." After he said his goodbyes, Stika turned and left. Beatrice watched his big frame vanish down the hall and let out a huge sigh, trying to get her brain back in order. And of course, that's when Lily reappeared, literally bouncing with excitement. "Okay, wait. Since when are you two on a first-name basis? That is so cute." Lily's squealing yanked Beatrice right back to the mortifying reality of the situation, making her remember that her maid had witnessed that entire awkward exchange. Right then, Lily was absolutely over the moon. She puffed out her chest proudly and declared, "Ha, see, I already won the bet. There is no way I can keep this a secret. And if I can't keep it in, I'm just gonna have to tell everyone." And with that, the little gossip grenade just skipped off, giving Beatrice zero chance to stop her. Lily's excitement made Beatrice stop and think. It was then she realized she'd totally forgotten to mention turning down Emperor Urian's proposal. Completely exhausted, Beatrice dragged her tired self back into her room, where she carefully put the flowers from Stika into a vase, setting it in the sunniest spot. She placed it right in the brightest corner, her thoughts drifting back to the flowers Stika had actually gone out and picked for her. Her face started burning all over again. Suddenly, a few shadowy figures appeared right behind her. With the instincts of a trained warrior, Beatrice knew something was up. As she spun around to see who it was, a giant curtain fell over her. Oh great, another disaster had struck. Beatrice would have never guessed, not even in her wildest dreams, that her kidnappers were none other than her three clueless older sisters. Facing their sneaky grins, Beatrice couldn't help but think, is kidnapping a new family hobby or something? Tiana, of course, was the first one to speak up, teasing, "Don't you dare pretend like nothing's going on between you and His Majesty." Then her voice suddenly went into full-on interrogation mode, demanding, "What exactly happened between you two?" Shro Irene quickly got to the real heart of the matter. Whenever Emperor Urian was around Beatrice, he acted like a completely different person. According to the sisters, Stika had come to them for advice on how to woo somebody, and boy did they deliver. The three of them enthusiastically gave him a whopping 7 tips. 749 ways to win a girl's heart, and boy were they counting. When it came to the Emperor being head over heels for their baby sister, the trio was practically bursting with pride. They just couldn't stop gushing about their little peach who was so darn charming she'd captured an actual emperor. Oh yeah, Beatrice was totally that kind of beautiful trouble. And right then, Beatrice was playing dumb, acting like she had no idea what they were talking about. Inside, though, she was kicking herself for ever letting Stika ask them for advice. All of a sudden, the three of them ganged up, putting on their best scary sister voices, and totally cornered Beatrice, demanding she spill the tea about her and Stika. With nowhere to run, Beatrice caved to their loving interrogation and told them how Stika had proposed, and how she'd shot him down. She was totally expecting gasps of shock, but instead she got a bunch of giggles they were trying to hide. Oh, they saw right through her little act. It was so obvious those two were crazy about each other. Seeing that her sisters were asterisk not asterisk, getting how serious this was, Beatrice tried again, spelling it out that she had turned him asterisk down asterisk. But Teal just waved it off like, "Oh honey, we know asterisk exactly asterisk how you feel." Beatrice gave them a look of pure disbelief, and the three of them just jumped in. Isn't this just playing hard to get, making him want you more? Oh, you little fox, where'd you learn a move like that? It's a great move, but you gotta lean into it a little more. And that's when Beatrice went from bummed out to full-on despair. It hit her sisters really truly thought this was all a game. They were 100% convinced she was playing cat and mouse with Emperor Urian. Then Tab Bell leaned in real close to Beatrice and whispered like she was sharing a huge secret. "Okay, here's some intel I've gathered over the last 5 years. Stika hasn't been with any asterisk other woman." Irene's jaw dropped. "Are you kidding me? If I had a face like that, I'd have a new date every month." Tab Bell pumped her fist, adding, "And because he's been working so hard, His Highness is super powerful now. Literally everyone wants to be his empress." Tiana nodded along, saying that his long trips away from the kingdom were probably because he was, busy being the emperor. Then Teal chimed in about Stika's personality, pointing out how he was nothing like the crazy rumors about him being some kind of ruthless killer. "He's actually super thoughtful, even about stuff that has nothing to do with him, and he's so sweet to everyone," she added. "He even grinned at a little girl who gave him flowers, so much for that whole Ice King reputation." Turns out Stika was way nicer than anyone thought. Irene then blurted out that Stika actually laughed his head off when Tab Bell shoved him into the water. Hearing all these stories about Stika from her sisters, Beatrice realized this guy was the only thing on anyone's mind. All these weird, confusing feelings started bubbling up, and she just had to ask her sisters why, if Stika was so amazing, none of them had ever gone after him. Her question made the three of them freeze for a second, and then they all broke into these sneaky, all-knowing grins, like she'd just said the magic words. Tiana got all excited and threw her arms around her little sister, squealing, "Oh, Sha, you sweet thing, so that's asterisk what's been eating you up." Beatrice awkwardly tried to backpedal, saying she was just curious, not worried. But yeah, her sisters weren't buying it for a second. They just figured she was being shy and couldn't figure out why she wouldn't just admit the guy was totally into her. One by one, each sister added their 2 cents until they all landed on the same exact phrase. "It's always been you, Shro." They said that from the moment they met, Stika literally couldn't look away from their baby sister. They were totally freaking out that an emperor of a massive kingdom was into Beatrice, but they were also being good big sisters, wanting to be sure he was actually the right guy for her. But honestly, they all thought Stika was a total catch. And suddenly Beatrice was mobbed in a 3-way sister hug, leaving her way too flustered to even think about anything they'd just said. That little chat with the 3 princesses really got to her. And even when she tried to take a walk to clear her head, One phrase just kept ringing in her ears over and over. It's always been you, Shro. And that one sentence was seriously messing with her. No matter how much she thought about it, Beatrice just couldn't figure out why Stika would propose if he wasn't actually into her. Then out of nowhere, a voice she knew whispered right in her ear, "And what about you, Beatrice?" She jumped, pulling herself together, and realized there was nobody there. Totally weirded out by the mystery voice, Beatrice then spotted Stika walking toward her in the distance. He said hi and told her he'd been looking all over for her. He was holding a basket of peaches and said he heard she liked them, so he brought her some. Beatrice, totally curious, asked, "Did you pick these yourself?" Stika was totally honest and admitted Tiana had helped him out. And right then it hit Beatrice, Stika was allergic to peaches. As that thought sunk in, she almost felt a little itchy just thinking about it. Still, she took the basket from him and just stared at him. She really wanted to tell him not to do stuff like this again, but the second she looked into his eyes, all the harsh words just disappeared. It didn't matter if it was this life or the last one, something about Stika's eyes always turned her into a puddle. So what else could she do? She caved and accepted his gift and thanked him. Stika seemed like he had somewhere else to be, but he told Beatrice he'd be back soon, and it sounded way more like a promise than just a casual "see you later." It wasn't until after that moment that it finally clicked why her sisters had been hinting she'd be getting a visitor. A lot. Man, Beatrice had been reading way too many romance novels lately. Okay, so there was this one book, The Blue Rose and the Eastern Sorcerer, that she was totally obsessed with. It wasn't just a bestseller in Sum. This thing was flying off shelves in all the neighboring empires too. And the copy Lily brought her was all about the story of a girl named Cherry who had like a magical green thumb for making super rare flowers bloom. Cherry even grew a blue rose, the ultimate good luck charm. But of course she immediately had to go on the run from a bunch of greedy people. You know, strangers trying to snatch her prize. Beatrice was completely hooked and totally got why it was so popular. Cherry's character was just so darn lovable, and for Beatrice, who had spent pretty much her whole life with her nose buried in dusty old textbooks, this whole love and romance thing was like discovering a new planet. But right as she was getting to a good part, bam! A knock at the door totally snapped her out of her little fantasy world. She opens it, and who's standing there with a gentle smile? Stika, of course. "It's me, Princess," he says. And that's when it hits her. Oh crap. She's still holding the cheesy romance novel. Cue the internal screaming. She gets all flustered, whips the book behind her back, and tries to play it cool, asking, why are you here?" But yeah, her little act wasn't fooling anyone. Stika totally saw the book. He just couldn't hold it in and started laughing. "So the maid was right," he teased. Beatrice, totally curious now, was like, "The maid, you mean Lily? What did she say?" Stika just grinned. "Oh, nothing much. Just that you've been on a romance novel binge for the last few days." Even though she was totally busted, Beatrice was not about to admit it. She started stammering, trying to deny everything, which just made Stika even more amused. He let out this huge laugh and said, "I already know everything. You can't hide anything from me." Beatrice was probably turning 50 shades of red, just completely mortified. But then Stika said, "Because of that, I brought you something." Now she's intrigued, right? She peeks around him and sees this massive stack of books. Her jaw just about hit the floor. Stika hadn't just brought her a few books. He brought enough to start a small library. Turns out our little informant Lily had told him Beatrice had already blown through every single book in the palace. So he cooked up this little surprise. Stika, puffing his chest out proudly, announced that he had brought all the brand new releases from Urinan. When Beatrice asked how in the world he managed that, Stika just casually dropped, "Oh, you know I used the teleportation gate." And that's when the record scratched. Beatrice got mad. She started chewing him out for wasting the people's hard-earned tax money to teleport a bunch of romance novels. Seeing her completely stern face, Stika was just speechless. Whoops. Guess he didn't really think that part through. I mean, he was just trying to do something nice and make her happy. Realizing his intentions were good, Beatrice eased up on him. It's hard to stay mad, especially when he pulls out the full-on puppy dog eyes. All Beatrice could do was tell Stika not to do it again, saying this was the one and only time. Instantly, Stika's face lit up like a Christmas tree, which made Beatrice a little suspicious, like, "Wait a minute, did I just get played?" Stika then jumped in with, "Well, since I brought them here anyway, why don't you take a look?" And even though she was secretly dying to, Beatrice tried to keep her cool, knowing there was really no other option. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto one specific book in the pile. Stika noticed right away and asked, "Oh, you know that one?" Beatrice explained it was by the same author as the one she was reading. "I've heard it's super popular, they're even selling it in other countries. If it's available in Urinan, then the hype must be real," she said, totally geeking out. She was practically bouncing with excitement. She turned to Stika and started to ask, "Hey, could you help me move all these?" But she stopped herself before she could finish the sentence. I mean, there were so many books. But Stika being the champ, he has agreed without a second's hesitation, which made Beatrice blush a little at how he was willing to go along with her whims. That night, you better believe she was up late finishing her book. So in the story, Cherry meets this guy who asks if she's the girl who grows the magical roses. Cherry just says that while people call them magical to her, they're just like any other flowers. When did things get so complicated, she wondered, saying all she ever wanted was to be happy. The guy nodded like he understood, and then he dropped a line that hit Beatrice right in the feels. He pointed out that Cherry was chasing a kind of happiness and things that weren't really hers to have. As Beatrice read that line, she just paused. Those words were a little too real, making her think about her own crazy situation. She realized she was actually pretty happy at the moment, but the happier she got, the more she started to worry. How long could this possibly last? What if her family found out she wasn't the real Shro? What if the real princess's soul just decided to pop back into her body? And the biggest question of all, how would Stika react? Yeah, these thoughts sent her into a total spiral, and she had a feeling she wouldn't be getting much sleep that night. Needing to clear her head, Beatrice decided to take a walk. As she headed to the balcony for some fresh air, she saw a familiar figure standing outside. She knew that silhouette anywhere. It was Stika. Without even thinking twice, Whoa, hold on! Stika, what in the world are you doing out here? As the moonlight hit his face, Beatrice got this weird vibe. Wait a minute. Had he been crying yikes? The dim light was suddenly making things super intense, and kinda awkward between them. He whispered her name and his voice was so low. Beatrice was like, okay, this is not the same happy-go-lucky guy from this morning. It totally threw her for a loop since Stika had always been a total emotional chameleon. Trying to get a read on the situation, Beatrice just blurted out, can't sleep or something. Stika managed a tiny smile and replied, nope, I'm out here waiting for you. I just had a feeling you'd show up. Beatrice was completely floored, nervously asking, wait, how did you possibly know I would be here? Stika cracked a grin, admitted he was just messing with her, and added, oh, so you think it's hilarious when I'm all flustered, huh? Beatrice was totally roasting him in her head. Seriously, what a troll. But when she snuck a peek at his face, whoa, he looked more down in the dumps than she had ever seen him look since they got to Solemn. Then he called out to her again, his voice all soft and sad. Can you say my name? I really like hearing you say it. And bam, instant awkward silence. For a second, all you could hear was the sound of them breathing. After a super long moment, Beatrice finally caved and softly said his name. Standing there with the guy she was secretly crushing on, she felt this huge urge to say something way more mushy, but her brain slammed on the brakes. Instead, she switched to mom mode. Stika, what are you even doing up this late? He just shrugged, saying he couldn't sleep and came out for a walk. Beatrice was a little surprised and said, huh, I guess you don't really have anything to do around here or anyone to be on guard for. Stika just nodded, then flipped it on her. So what's your excuse for being awake? You having trouble sleeping too? Feeling a little busted, Beatrice confessed she got totally sucked into a novel and lost all track of time. The real tea, though, was that her mind was racing, worrying about what would happen if the real show ever came back. Stika, being all sweet, gently reminded her to get some rest. Just then, a big gust of wind came whipping through, rustling all the branches and leaves. A single leaf fluttered down onto Beatrix's shoulder, and without even thinking, Stika reached out to brush it off. And then, whoa, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her in super close. Before Beatrix could even process what was happening, Stika leaned right next to her ear and whispered, You've, got a leaf stuck on your shoulder. After a hot second, Beatrix finally got her brain working again, and blushing like a tomato blurted out, Stika, you're so doing that on purpose, aren't you? The next morning, Beatrice was still holding that leaf, just staring at it. The whole memory from last night came flooding back. Stika's face, so gentle but so incredibly lonely. Beatrice had never seen him look that miserable before, and she couldn't help but wonder, what on earth could have made him look like that? He always had that cool, distant thing going on, but now Stika was acting like Mr. Sunshine all the time, which was seriously messing with Beatrix's head. Seeing the princess spacing out, Lily chimed in, Your Highness, what's going on in that head of yours? Something bothering you? With a cheeky grin, Lily guessed, Ooh, are you daydreaming about Emperor Uranan? Which Beatrix immediately shot down. No. A little while later, still lost in her thoughts, Beatrix looked up, and bam, there was Stika standing there, looking all nervous. We meet again, princess, he said. Seeing zero sadness on his face, Beatrix realized she'd been worrying for nothing. What are you doing here so late? She asked. With a huge smile, Stika presented something he'd been hiding, saying, I brought this for you. I made it myself just for you. So apparently Stika had personally baked her a dessert. Beatrix reached out to take a look, muttering, Why in the world did you bring this all the way over here yourself? The second she saw the dessert, a strawberry cake that looked like it was about to collapse, Beatrice was totally speechless. She was not expecting Stika to bring her something that looked so, let's say, rustic. Stika explained, Well, I noticed you're always having a slice of strawberry cake. Suddenly a light bulb went off for Beatrix. She looked at the smudge of flour on Stika's face, then at the lopsided cake, and immediately asked, Wait a minute, you actually made this yourself? Stika nodded proudly. I did, he added. It was unbelievably hard to get the head chef to agree. Thinking back on the whole baking fiasco, he mentioned the head chef was a total drill sergeant. The tiniest mistakes would make him totally flip out. Stika explained the flour on his face was from a little accident when he opened a container way too fast. causing a mini explosion of white powder everywhere. Imagining the chaos, Beatrice couldn't help but find it hilarious and thanked him for going through all that trouble. And of course, seizing his opportunity. Stika immediately proposed to her again, and Beatrix shot him down just as fast. Not even a little discouraged, Stika just said he'd have to try harder next time, which made Beatrice shake her head and tell him that was so not necessary. Looking a little genuinely bummed out this time, Stika said his goodbyes and started to walk off. Watching him leave, Beatrice felt this weird little tug of regret. Embarrassed, she called him back. Hey, you want to try some since you made it and everything? Beatrice figured it was the least she could do after he basically declared war on a bag of flour for her. It just felt wrong to let him leave without even tasting it. Hearing her call him back, Stika was totally stunned for a second. Then this slow, sly grin spread across his face as a thought hit him. He turned and asked teasingly, "Ooh, is this a date?" Naturally. Beatrice immediately denied it, telling herself it was just an act of basic human decency. Then the scene completely dissolves and suddenly Stika is standing in some kind of trippy four-dimensional dream world. He heard a voice he totally recognized called his name. He whipped around and there she was. Beatrix, figuring this was the same old warrior Beatrix he knew, Stika yelled out, "Hey, where in the world are we?" The girl standing there calmly said something, but she was too far away for him to really hear. Stika wanted her to get closer, but the second he said her name, her eyes went completely blank. And then she asked him, "Beatrix, who's that?" Her next sentence completely shattered him. The pink-haired girl just casually dropped, "Oh, that girl, she's been gone for a long, long time." The shock was so intense it literally jolted Stika awake from his nightmare. A huge wave of fear washed over him. What if his Beatrix just vanished one day, just as fast as she'd appeared a few seconds later? That familiar voice called his name again. And when he turned, Beatrix was standing right there. She had this super worried look on her face. The second he saw her, Stika let out a massive sigh of relief and asked, "What are you doing here?" Just having her there was enough to calm the crazy anxiety squeezing his heart. But he couldn't shake the thought. Could he really handle it if that awful dream ever came true? The next morning, it was business as usual. Beatrix was happily watering her flowers. Everything just felt so much warmer these days. It was a total 180 from her past life. She actually had me time now, and she had to admit all of Stika's sweet gestures were really starting to get to her. It almost felt like she was the fox in that story where the little boy tames it. You know, the fox tells the boy to be patient. "Just sit over there for a bit," he says, "but every day you can scoot a little closer." Yup, just like that fox, Beatrix could feel herself getting attached little by little. If Stika said he was coming at 4 in the afternoon, she'd start getting all giddy around 3. As time went on, Beatrix's happiness just kept growing, but so did this little voice in her head asking if any of it was real. And right then there was a knock at the door. And guess who? Stika with another dessert. At this point, Beatrix was like, "Well, it'd be rude to say no." She was slowly getting suckered in by the sneaky Emperor's small but super thoughtful moves like today's amazing lemon-shaved ice. It had been 3 whole weeks of Stika visiting every single day, and Beatrix still couldn't figure out why he was going through all this trouble for her. I mean, she used to be his enemy. Later that day, Beatrix decided to go for a walk with Lily around the palace to just chill out. Except Lily's constant staring was making it pretty much impossible for Beatrix to relax. Finally, she just had to say something. "You're smiling to yourself again?" Lily just beamed back. "It's because His Majesty came to see you again today." In Lily's eyes, Stika was this incredible guy who wasn't afraid to tell the princess how he felt every single day, making both of them ridiculously happy. Beatrix couldn't help but tease her. "You look even happier than usual today, like you're the one he's asking to marry." Lily just scratched her head all awkwardly and said, "Hey, if it makes someone happy, then I'm happy too." Then out of nowhere, Beatrix asked, "So what's your take on His Majesty?" "Everyone is trying to ship us. I get it, he rules a huge empire and he's super handsome, but people around here don't seem to freak out about that." Beatrix was just thinking out loud. But as soon as she said it, she realized that wasn't totally true. People definitely noticed how good-looking Stika was, and she could tell that the more they got to know him, the more they really, really liked him. That's when Beatrix just let her confusion spill out. "Honestly, I have no idea if getting married would make me any happier. And what's his deal? I still don't get why he picked me." And that's when Lily piped up, "Your Highness, when a guy is after a girl, isn't it kind of simple? He likes you. We all see how hard he's working to win you over. And it's not just us. You see it too. You know his feelings are the real deal." Standing right in front of her, Lily told her to just forget about everything else, and she put her hand over her heart to show her what she meant. "Just listen to what this is telling you," she said, full of confidence, "because you're totally allowed to." With 100% faith, Lily promised her, "His Majesty will make you happy." Wow, Lily's words really hit home. After hearing what her maid had to say, Beatrix couldn't stop a little smile from creeping onto her face. A second later, she playfully shot back at Lily. "Okay, Miss Love Expert, have you ever even been on a date? How do you know so much about this stuff?" Lily just laughed and said that she shouldn't underestimate the power of reading tons and tons of romance novels. But for real, Beatrix knew better than anyone that she'd spent her whole life running away from her feelings, never really dealing with them. When she got back to her room, who else would be there but Stika, just waiting outside her door? By now, she wasn't even surprised by his random pop-ups anymore. Stika just asked, "You got any plans for tomorrow?" Beatrix shook her head. "Nope, no plans," she said. Stika's face instantly lit up like a Christmas tree. "Awesome. In that case, how about we go for a walk around Solemn together?" he asked all cheerfully. In that exact moment, Beatrix remembered what Lily had told her. She'd never really paid attention to what was going on in Stika's heart, but now she felt like she had to see it for herself. So instead of her usual, maybe, Beatrix totally shocked him and said yes. The next day the weather was absolutely perfect. We're talking clear skies, warm sunshine lighting up the trees. It was setting up to be a beautiful day. Inside Beatrix's room, however, a battle was raging. "This dress is a definite no-go," Teal insisted, pointing at a super bright red off-the-shoulder dress. "It's gotta be a total bombshell look," Teal insisted. "Oh, absolutely not," Tiana playfully shot back, pointing dramatically at a sweet layered white dress. "We're going for angelic and pure here, hello." But Teal wasn't giving up that easily. "It has to be sexy, I'm telling you," she insisted. As Beatrice watched her two sisters go at it over the dresses, she just silently shook her head, thinking, "Oh boy, neither of these is gonna work." Just then, Irene strolled in with her arms crossed. With a dramatic huff, she said, "You two seriously knock it off. Have you even glanced at Shro's face? She looks miserable." Beatrice perked up, thinking, "Yes, finally someone with some sense." Irene, acting like a total expert, suggested that for a first date, the vibe should be way more chill. But then, to Beatrice's absolute horror, Irene whipped out this ridiculously extravagant and frilly dress, gushing about how its cuteness factor would blow him away. Beatrice sighed on the inside. She'd really hoped Irene was her last hope, but nope, this sister was just as nuts as the others. Totally exhausted, she muttered, "What part of this cotton candy explosion is simple? And where on earth did you even find that thing?" Feeling completely outnumbered by the constant bickering, Beatrice finally looked at her sisters and asked, "Hey, doesn't anyone care what I think?" Just as the room hit peak argument level noise, the door swung open. The Queen walked in and asked, "Are you all still stuck on picking a dress?" Beatrice immediately cried out, "Mom, help me!" Seeing her three grown daughters still squabbling, the Queen had to step in. "Oh, for heaven's sake, girls! Did you completely forget that Shro is supposed to be heading to the village like right now?" All three sisters froze, the dress fight forgotten, looking a little sheepish. "We just got a little carried away with excitement," they mumbled. The Queen just raised an eyebrow. "Have you guys never heard of minimalism? I can't believe I'm more up on the trends than you are." With a wave of her hand, the Queen told them to pick something way less over the top. "All right, Chop Chop, pick a dress and get her makeup done now." Beatrice let out a huge sigh of relief and finally sat down. Despite their grumbling, the Queen totally ignored them and started bossing everyone around. "Lily, you're on accessories. Tiana, grab a few pairs of shoes." As Beatrice watched her sisters scramble around all giddy to get her ready for her big outing, she couldn't help but think to herself, "Wow, everyone is way too invested in this." Looking at her own reflection, she sighed, her mind drifting back to the moment Stika had brought it all up. "I kinda want to take it a walk around Solemn," he'd said. "Wanna come with me?" The second he asked, she'd immediately agreed. The look on his face right then had totally caught her off guard. It was like he genuinely didn't think she'd say yes. Thinking back to that surprised, happy expression, Beatrice felt her cheeks get hot and she cleared her throat a couple of times, trying to shake off the cringy memory. She didn't quite get what was behind Stika's reaction, and it left her feeling a little weird, like maybe she'd answered way too fast, almost like she'd been just sitting around desperately waiting for him to ask. "So," she'd asked, trying to sound casual, "is there something you wanted to see?" "Didn't you already go with Irene?" Stika, with his arms crossed, was watching her with a little smirk. "Yeah, that's true," he admitted. "I did go with Irene." But knowing Beatrice was basically a professional shut-in, he added, "But you've never really seen anything outside this palace, have you?" His comment totally sideswiped her. But the more she thought about it, she realized he was 100% right. Ever since her revival, she'd barely set foot outside. She'd pretty much lived in her room, either reading or just staring out the window, watching the garden go from bare to blooming without ever actually stepping into it. A wave of sadness hit her as she wondered why it had never even occurred to her to go out. Shaking it off, she smiled at him and said, "Well, I think it'd be amazing for you to see the kingdom you've been looking after. It's actually pretty charming." When she went quiet after that, Stika's smile faltered a bit, and he just looked at her a little concerned. After what felt like ages of debating fashion, her sisters and mom finally agreed on the perfect dress for Beatrice. It was a gown that wasn't too extra or too boring, it just looked incredible on her. Her sisters and the Queen couldn't stop showering her with compliments. "Oh, our little sister is so beautiful. She's all grown up and ready to get married off." The Queen just smiled and shot back. That's my asterisk daughter, not yours." She then led Beatrice to the door, while her sisters teased her from behind. "Have an amazing time. It's your very first date." One of them couldn't help but shout some last-minute advice. Just give him the grand tour and let him pay for everything, in the background. The king was literally sobbing his heart out, wailing about how his little girl had grown up in the blink of an eye. The queen, standing right next to him, just patted his shoulder and said, "Oh, stop it, dear. It's just a date." The whole palace was a chaotic mess of excitement and tears, leaving Beatrice feeling totally helpless and just silently praying for it all to stop. Outside, Stika was waiting patiently. When he saw her walking toward him, he had to clear his throat to pull himself together, then offered his hand with a charming smile. "I've been waiting for you, princess." "You look even more like a peach today," he said, laying on the charm. Beatrice, out of pure habit, almost called him Stika, but she caught herself just in time, remembering her family was probably spying. She switched to "Your Majesty," which made Stika beam with delight. He then gallantly took her hand. The whole scene was picture perfect as they started walking slowly toward the main gate together. From a distance, her three sisters watched, their faces glowing with pride and pure joy for their little sister and the adorable budding romance. The king and queen were also watching the couple, their expressions filled with love. You could just feel the pure joy watching those two get ready to go. While everyone was beaming, Stika was all business, double-checking the saddles and reins to make sure their trip was 100% safe. Beatrice's eyes went wide when she saw two horses. "Whoa, horses! Nobody told me this was a horseback riding date," she said, totally surprised. Table, catching her reaction, just grinned from ear to ear. "Oh yeah, and we brought the absolute strongest ones. Which means," she teased, wiggling her eyebrows, "you two can ride all day long, maybe even pull an all-nighter if you're feeling adventurous." Now, everyone knew Table was a wild card, but even Tiana was like, "Whoa, did she really just say that?" She scrambled over and slapped a hand over Table's mouth, forcing a super awkward smile at Beatrice. "Just ignore her, Shro. You go on ahead." But even with Tiana's best damage control, Beatrice totally caught the drift, and she was thinking, "Wait, what did I just hear?" She glanced at the two massive horses, and a new worry popped into her head. "Okay, in my past life I was a rock star at a ton of things, but I have zero clue if Shro's body can even handle this." I mean, she knew riding a horse takes some serious strength and stamina, and now that she was basically borrowing Shro's body, she was getting seriously nervous about how this was going to play out. All of a sudden, Irene couldn't resist jumping in with a little jab. "Oh my gosh, what is this, playing all shy for His Majesty? Do I need to remind everyone about that time we literally couldn't drag you off a horse?" As her sisters totally cracked up, Stika gave Beatrice a hand up onto the horse. Irene's comment got her thinking, "Okay, so Shro must have been a rider before. So this should be a piece of cake." But then she totally fumbled trying to get on, and Stika had to turn away because he was laughing so hard. Mortified Beatrice just hung her head and pouted, "Oh, just laugh it up, Your Majesty." The entire royal family of Seoul, from the king and queen on down, was there to see them off. Irene yelled out, "Make sure you feed her well, Your Majesty, and hey, spend some money, boost the economy." And of course, Table, who has absolutely no filter, screamed, "And don't forget our presents. We love a generous king, a loaded king." Someone immediately clamped a hand over her mouth, turning her words into muffled nonsense. Beatrice heard it all and just felt this wave of secondhand embarrassment, her face literally twitching. Stika was just soaking it all in, totally amused. He grinned and said, "They are without a doubt the liveliest bunch I've ever met." Beatrice just nodded like, "You have no idea." A few hours later, they rode into the town square, which was just buzzing with life. You had people serving up beers, families out for a walk, and kids just tearing around chasing each other. The whole vibe was so chill and energetic at the same time. For Beatrice, who'd basically been a shut-in seeing all this action for the first time, she was just completely in awe. She'd never seen anything so full of energy and just happy. The crowds, the noise, it was all so much. She was just thinking, wow, there are so many people here. Stika, right next to her, just nodded, totally getting it. And with that, the date was officially on. Little did Beatrice know, as she and Stika were walking and talking, her sisters were totally creeping on them from a distance like a bunch of ninjas. She couldn't put her finger on it, but she kept getting this weird prickly feeling like a pair of eyes were glued to her back. Meanwhile, over at a fruit stand, the vendor was shouting, "Get your fresh and delicious fruit right here." A lady heard him and wandered over to ask about prices, while these two little kids with cotton candy were gleefully running circles around each other. Their mom called out, "Hey, be careful, you two. Don't run so fast, you're gonna fall and get hurt." Watching the whole scene, Beatrice just found herself smiling, probably thinking about when she was a kid. Stika caught her smile, and he couldn't help but smile too, saying gently, "I had a feeling you'd like it. This town might be small, but it's just overflowing with happiness." Beatrice nodded. You can see it on everyone's faces, they're all smiling so big. She started thinking about everything she'd seen so far. It was true, from the fancy nobles to the regular folks, old people to little kids. It seemed like every single person was genuinely happy. And seeing that look of pure joy on her face made Stika's grin even wider. Over the noise of the crowd, he asked in this deep, warm voice, "Wanna go check it out?" So they walked over to the fruit stand, which was just an explosion of color. All the different fruits were piled high, looking so fresh and tempting, you just had to stop and look. Beatrice was totally mesmerized, her eyes just scanning all the different kinds of fruit. She was probably wondering how they even grow stuff that looks this perfect. Stika, picking up on her vibe, totally read her mind and explained, "Everything you see here, it's all grown right here in Seoul." When she heard that, Beatrice was amazed. Wow, this place really is blessed by the earth god. Right then, the guy running the stand spotted them. He saw them checking out his stuff and held out a little plate of samples. Fresh fruit, he said with a big smile. Go on, try a piece. Beatrice immediately shot a look at Stika like a kid asking for permission. Stika saw how excited she looked, and with the vendor being so friendly, he just smiled and nodded. Go for it, he said softly. She felt this huge wave of relief, thinking to herself how she would never have taken food from a stranger back in Urinin. But here in Seoul, it just felt right. So she picked up a piece and popped it in her mouth. The sweetness hit her instantly, and as she chewed, her eyes lit up. This stuff was incredible. She turned to Stika, her mouth still full, and was like, Stika, oh my gosh, this is so good. Seeing how happy she was, he just chuckled. Oh, really? He could tell she loved it, so he just raised his hand and called out, Hey, over here! And bam! A servant just materialized out of thin air and bowed respectfully. Beatrice was totally confused, like, where in the world did that guy just come from? Stika then gave the order. All right, I'll take one of everything. Have it all shipped to the castle. Hearing this, Beatrice's jaw just about hit the floor. Everything? Are you trying to buy the entire market? She gasped. He just flashed her a charming grin. Hey, I made a promise to your sisters. Beatrice sighed. Okay, fair point. I can only imagine the drama if we showed up empty-handed. Just then, the most incredible smell drifted by, and Beatrice's head snapped up like a meerkat. She took a big sniff. Wait a second. Is that meat? She asked, her eyes wide with hope. Her stomach officially took over her brain. She grabbed Stika's arm without even thinking and pointed, Over there! My nose says there's something ridiculously delicious that way. Stika couldn't help but crack a huge smile at her sudden food-crazed energy. Of course, Beatrice was in her own little world, completely oblivious to the super fond way he was looking at her. Happy to play along, Stika let her drag him toward the glorious scent. And there it was, a stall with skewers of sizzling roasted meatballs on a grill smelling like actual heaven. Man, you could practically taste how amazing they were just by looking. Standing there, Stika immediately recognized them, classic street food, simple, cheap, and guaranteed to hit the spot. Beatrice was totally starstruck, even though it was just meatballs. It smells so good! Suddenly, a huge roar of cheers and shouts erupted nearby, yanking Beatrice out of her food trance. She spotted a massive crowd huddled together and nudged Stika. Hey, what's the big huddle over there? Stika squinted for a second, then said, Looks like a performance troupe putting on a show. He noticed her bouncing on her tiptoes, desperately trying to see over everyone's heads, and teased, having a little trouble seeing their short stuff. He grinned, then leaned down. Come here, he said, and before she knew it, he'd scooped her up into a princess carry, like she weighed nothing at all. Beatrice was completely shook. Her arms flew around his neck on pure instinct as she squeaked, Stika! Feeling like a little kid being carried around, she immediately got super awkward and started patting his shoulder, her face burning up. What are you doing? Everybody's staring, put me down! She yelled, totally mortified. But just as she was about to really let him have it, a loud whoosh stole her attention as a huge fireball shot into the air. A shirtless dude was literally breathing fire from a torch. Then a clown popped out, juggling a bunch of colorful balls while balancing on a giant sphere. The guy was so good he was keeping his balance with his eyes closed. Beatrice stared in total amazement and asked Stika, Are they using magic to do that? To breathe fire and balance on a ball? Stika let out a soft chuckle at her adorable question. Nah, it's just an act. All part of the show, a bunch of clever tricks. But even if it wasn't real magic, Beatrice was seriously impressed. She turned to him, beaming, and said, Well, it's still incredible. Stika, totally loving her reaction, asked, You think so? And that's when Beatrice realized just how close his face was to hers. She immediately whipped her head away to hide her beet-red face, thinking, Asterisk, whoa, way too close, asterisk. Feeling super self-conscious, she mumbled, Okay, Stika, I think I've seen enough. You can put me down now, please. Stika, finding this way too amusing, decided to mess with her. Pretending he couldn't hear over the crowd, he went, What was that? Didn't quite get that. Thinking he was serious, Beatrice spoke up a little louder. I said I've seen enough, Stika. He just laughed and shot her a playful smirk. Well, that's too bad, 'cause I haven't. The moment she realized he was totally messing with her, Beatrice grabbed his shirt, her face getting even redder. Everyone is staring at us. Aren't you embarrassed at all? She hissed. When he still didn't budge, she finally just wailed, Stika! At long last, after the entire show was over, he gently set her back on her feet. All flustered, Beatrice muttered under her breath, That was so weird. She blushed just thinking about how close they'd been. He's such a strange guy. But even though she was embarrassed, she had to admit it had been a really fun day, so she decided to just let it slide as they kept walking. They came across 3 musicians just jamming out on some drums and a flute laying down a sick beat for a singer. All of them were so lost in the music, they didn't seem to notice anything else around them. Beatrice stopped in her tracks, totally captivated by the tune, which gave Stika the perfect chance to sneak off and buy her one of those meat skewers. He came back and handed it right to her. After she'd taken a couple of bites, she suddenly paused and said, You know, you look really familiar, like I've seen you somewhere. Stika had his answer ready. I get out to do inspections every now and then. Beatrice looked at him surprised. That was news to her. Meanwhile, hiding in a nearby alleyway, her three sisters were totally spying on them, giggling as they watched Beatrice nibbling on the skewer like a little hamster. Stika let out a quiet chuckle, which immediately put Beatrice on alert. "What's so funny?" she asked. He just shook his head with a sweet smile. "Oh, nothing at all." But now her curiosity was officially through the roof, especially after what he'd said. "No one can know who I really am." She pressed him. "So since when have you been doing these inspections?" Stika's whole vibe changed, getting all serious as he hesitated for a moment. "I started going on them after you left." Hearing that, Beatrice stopped walking and turned to face him fully. Standing perfectly still, she asked softly, "After I left?" He didn't answer, just looked up at the big clock tower in the distance. He glanced at the clock like he was in on a huge secret. "Hey, check out the time," he said with a sneaky little smile. Then turning to her, he added, "We've got a place to be." Beatrice, totally picking up on his mysterious vibe, was like, "Oh yeah, where to?" Stika got all soft and serious for a second, replying, "There's something I really want to show you." His words sent a jolt of excitement through her, but mostly she was just dying to know what he was plotting. As they were walking, the sky just went nuts, exploding into this incredible mix of colors. We're talking deep purples and bright pinks with streaks of pale yellow from the sun, calling it a day. The whole scene was absolutely breathtaking, the kind of gorgeous that makes words feel totally useless. And right there under this ridiculously magical sky, the two of them just stood side by side, looking like a couple of silhouettes against the horizon. Stika and Beatrice were just quiet for a minute, watching the sunset. Beatrice was completely lost in the moment, so blown away she could only whisper, "It's so beautiful." Stika didn't say a thing. He wasn't even looking at the sky. He was just watching her take it all in. After a little bit, while she was still staring at the view, she turned to him and asked, "How in the world did you find this place?" He just smiled and answered gently, "I overheard the queen saying the sunsets here were completely out of this world." Hearing him say that, Beatrice felt her heart do a little happy dance. She looked out over the amazing landscape and let out a soft sigh. Solomon is seriously a magical place. A new determination started to bubble up inside her as she thought, "I have to protect this place. The land, the people, all their goofy smiles. I have to protect every last bit of it." Just then, Stika's voice cut through her thoughts. "You know, the first time I stumbled into this kingdom." His words made Beatrice jump, and she whipped her head around to look at him as he kept talking, his voice all soft and dreamy. "I couldn't stop thinking about the people. They all laugh with so much pure joy. And seeing them all together, I don't know, it makes me really happy." He pictured all the people of Solomon laughing and living, and it made him feel fired up. He put a hand over his heart and whispered, "It feels like a new mission. I want to build a kingdom where the people of Iran can laugh just like that." Beatrice was completely floored. No way, she thought, we're on the exact same page. She never dreamed he'd feel so strongly about making his own people happy. After laying it all out there, Stika noticed she was dead silent and turned to her with this super earnest look. "Is that like an impossible thing to do?" he asked softly. The twilight was hitting his hair just right, making him look almost ridiculously handsome, like something out of a fairy tale. He had this sweet, caring look on his face that he probably didn't even realize was there. The way he was looking at her was so gentle it made her heart do a backflip. Blushing, Beatrice thought, "Whoa, okay, I have never seen this side of him before." And even though she was totally distracted by how good he looked, she managed to remember he'd asked a question. She glanced down, giving it a serious thought before saying, "No, I don't think so." Then she lifted her head and looked him straight in the eyes, and smiled a real from-the-heart kind of smile. "You can do anything you want to. You're Sarah T. Tyre Urinin, after all." Her words and that knockout smile left him totally speechless. He just stared at her, completely stunned for a few seconds before finally sputtering out, You really think so?" Then they both just fell silent, locked in this intense eye contact moment where anyone else would have seen sparks flying. But tragically, these two were completely oblivious to how deep the other one was falling. After a beat, Stika said quietly, "But the one thing I truly want, I still don't have." Beatrice was completely lost, like, what is he even talking about? As if he could read her mind, he stepped a little closer, gently took her hand and pressed a soft kiss to it. Then in this super dramatic sad voice, he murmured, "It's you." "Beatrice, when are you going to say yes to me?" Caught totally off guard, Beatrice's heart started hammering and she stammered, "Stika, stop messing around." His voice was still full of fake sorrow as he replied, "When have I ever joked about this?" Hearing that, Beatrice felt her cheeks get super hot. "Oh my gosh, if he's actually serious," she thought, "then I am suddenly very curious about this guy." An image of him popped into her head, proposing to her with a giant bouquet of flowers. She still couldn't wrap her head around why he'd want to marry his former enemy. As she stared at his face, which was way too close for comfort, a million questions were zipping through her mind. How can he smile at me like that? What is he possibly thinking right now? Feeling his warm, steady hand holding hers, she wondered, seriously, why are his hands always so warm? She was deep in her thoughts when his voice broke the silence. "You're not afraid to go outside anymore," he said softly. She jumped, looking up at him, totally surprised. You knew? He had a quick flash of her sitting all by herself in her room as he continued. You used to hole yourself up in your room all the time, but you never turned down an invitation from the Solomon family. He pictured the whole Solomon crew hanging out having tea parties with a nice breeze blowing. Holding her hand, he looked at her intently, just appreciating how crazy smart and sensitive she was. In that quiet moment, Beatrice felt like he totally understood her, and she could feel how kind he was being. Stika said gently, Maybe you started to feel how much they love you too. She knew exactly what he meant, but it just made her squirm. That kind of affection felt too big, too much for her to handle. She clutched her skirt tightly and hesitated. Then, putting on a calm face, she said, That love is for Princess Shro, not for me. She looked out over the land of Solomon, this awesome little kingdom packed with honest, friendly people and drop-dead gorgeous scenery. And a family that totally adored her. She couldn't help but think that all of this really belonged to the real Rona. She tried to break it down for him. Look, they're super nice and all, but the second they find out I'm not her, they're gonna ghost me so hard. Her biggest nightmare was the moment the truth came out. That fear had her basically barricaded in her room, dodging all their warm and fuzzy vibes. I can't let myself get attached to something that's not even mine, she'd tell herself. Then with a totally pained smile, she'd add, Wow, I guess I'm a bigger chicken than I thought. My only coping mechanism is literally just hiding from reality. Then one day, Stika, with his hair blowing perfectly in the breeze, finally spoke up, taking a beat like he was choosing his words super carefully. And even though he couldn't possibly get the hot mess of her emotions, he wanted her to know, Look, when you're ready to spill the beans, I'll be right there with you, and I promise the Solomon family will get that it's not your fault. She was so thrown by his confidence, she shot back. How can you be so sure? How do you know they won't blame me? Or that they'll even believe a story this insane I barely believe it? He just gave her this warm killer smile and was like, Hey, you said it yourself, I'm the emperor, I get what I want. And let's just say, I know things be, so you gotta trust me. And there they were under this gorgeous sunset, just facing each other in a scene straight out of a movie. A gentle breeze lifted Beatrice's hair, and Stika just instinctively reached out to tuck a stray piece back his fingers, barely even grazing her skin. She didn't say anything right away. She was too busy replaying his words in her head, trust me. As she watched his fingers gently fix her hair, she flashed back to when those same strong, gentle hands held hers. That memory, mixed with his confident words, started to make all her fears just melt away, totally calming the freak-out happening in her head. She looked up at him, and just saw so much warmth and understanding in his deep golden eyes, a color as rich and comforting as a sunny field of wheat. The whole vibe was already picture perfect. But when she looked deeper into his eyes, it hit her right in the feels, and she made a silent promise. I swear, even when I'm gone, I will never forget what I see in his eyes right now. By that point, the sky was dark and sprinkled with stars like someone had dumped glitter all over it. The street lamps started to glow, making the whole square look shimmery and totally magical. Stika and Beatrice were just strolling along, soaking up the sounds of music and people laughing. Then Stika saw couples dancing, and you could practically see the light bulb pop on over his head. With this sweet little smile, he held his hand out to Beatrice and asked, "Wanna dance with me?" She was completely caught off guard and totally hesitated. I mean, dancing in the street with a whole audience. She got all self-conscious and mumbled, there are way too many people here. She was about to add more, but then she looked into his super sweet eyes and saw his hand just patiently waiting for her, and she just couldn't bring herself to say no. He wasn't pushing her or anything, just waiting. Feeling all her excuses crumble, she finally took a little breath and shyly put her hand in his. Just one dance, she whispered. You got it. The second she touched him, he held her hand tight, pulled her in and swept her into a slow waltz. They just started moving together, their steps falling perfectly in time with the music. After a little spin, he pulled her in super close, his arms wrapping around her like he was trying to shield her from the entire world. Suddenly, she was pressed right up against his chest, feeling his heartbeat and how warm he was. Her breath hitched as she looked up, and had the sudden realization of just how insanely close they were. The rest of the world just kind of blurred out, leaving just the two of them dancing under the stars. Beatrice turned bright red and muttered, "This is really close." Their dance was so adorable that it started to draw a crowd. Some people couldn't help but shout, "You two are so perfect for each other, young love, stay that way forever." Others started chiming in with, "I'm so jealous, that guy is an amazing dancer and you're both so cute. I wish my love life was like that." All the non-stop compliments were making Beatrice even more flustered. She tensed up and muttered to Stika, "See, now everybody's watching us." And right then, a super excited voice yelled from the crowd, "Look at that hottie dancing! Hey, could that be our future brother-in-law?" But before the sentence was even finished, another voice jumped in. "Are you nuts?" Beatrice knew those voices. She froze, then whipped her head around to see who it was. The moment she saw her three sisters, she clenched her fists and yelled, "What are you guys doing here?" Tiana, looking super guilty, grabbed Teal's arm, while Table looked like she was having the time of her life. Totally caught. Table just gave a sneaky grin and went, Irene, trying to save face. Forced a smile and called out, pretending to be innocent. "Oh, hey sis, is that you?" Beatrice knew they were playing dumb, so she marched over and demanded, how long have you been spying on us? Table, having absolutely zero shame, just flipped the question back on her. Well, your cover's blown now. Does His Majesty know the truth? And without missing a beat, she kept going. So where did you two run off to before this? We lost track of you for a little bit. Unlike her bold sister, Tiana looked super awkward about being caught. She tried to shut it down, nudging Table and whispering, "Come on, Table, stop." Whoa, we can't just ask that, Irene said, then leaned in with a totally fake, concerned voice. But for real, did His Majesty make sure our girl was well fed? Teal, jumping on the tease train, added, "Yes, Bill, where have you two been hiding? And more importantly, where are our presents?" Getting totally bombarded by her sisters, Beatrice just let out a huge sigh. Stika, smooth as ever, jumped in, saying, Okay, one at a time, please." Hearing him so calmly handle her crazy sisters made Beatrice just crack up this huge, genuine smile lighting up her whole face, a kind of happy she probably didn't even notice herself. Later that night, with the moon shining bright, the whole Solon Palace looked super majestic and peaceful, like it was taking a nap. Moonlight was just pouring into Beatrice's room, painting soft stripes of light across her bed. She was totally knocked out after a long day of adventuring with Stika, and boom, she fell right into a dream. In this dream, she saw a girl with pink hair. Her face was kind of blurry, but the girl smiled and gave her a sweet little, "Hello." Beatrice felt a weird déjà vu, plopping down all confused and looking up at this mystery girl, who then said, "I've been waiting for you." Creepy much. They were standing under this perfect blue sky, with the sun making a golden wheat field look like it was glowing. Beatrice just stared, totally zoned out, while the wind did that cool dramatic hair-blowing thing. The girl in the white dress was standing right in front of the light, so she was just a silhouette, making it impossible for Beatrice to see her face. But still, there was something super warm and comforting about her. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and whispered again, "I've been waiting for you." Even though Beatrice couldn't see the girl's face, she could totally tell she had a gentle smile. This whole vibe felt so familiar it was kind of freaking her out. But nope, Beatrice just couldn't place her. Still, just having her there felt so nice and cozy. The sun was blasting down, though, making everything super bright. Beatrice had to squint and throw a hand up to block the light. Man, the sun's too bright. That's totally why I can't see her face, she thought. Then the girl broke the silence with a real bombshell of a question. "Are you happy, Beatrice? Yikes." Talk about being put on the spot. Beatrice literally froze, her hand still up like a statue. The question just echoed in her brain as she tried to figure it out. Happy. What even is that? She mumbled, pretty much just to herself. Then, like a movie montage, her brain started flashing back, walking through the busy streets with Stika just talking and laughing, and feeling that new but totally growing warm and fuzzy feeling whenever he was around. The last clip in her mind was her and Stika walking under a sunset holding hands while he asked her to dance a waltz. She remembered every single second, but was that what happiness felt like? Who knows? And while she was sitting there lost in her own head, the mystery dream girl was apparently a mind reader. The girl got this playful little smile and just said, "I see." Then bam! She leaned in super close, startling Beatrice and snapping her right out of her thoughts. Beatrice was blinking like, personal space. But before she could figure out what was happening, the pink-haired girl gently reached out, touched her face, and planted a soft little kiss on her forehead. Then she whispered, "Be happy, Beatrice." And just like that, poof, she vanished into thin air like she was never even there. Beatrice was just left sitting there, completely stunned. Without even thinking, she reached up and touched the spot on her forehead where the kiss had been. And in that exact moment, she woke up, blinking her eyes and realizing it was morning. She sat up feeling all groggy. She felt like something amazing and indescribable was lingering inside her, but she couldn't quite remember what it was. And even though she was a little bummed, she couldn't remember the details. She just knew it had been an awesome dream. Outside, the morning sun was peeking through the trees, and birds were chirping away, making everything feel super peaceful. Thinking it was time to get her boss up, Lily walked into the room. Seeing Beatrice already sitting up, she came over and said, "Oh, you're awake, Your Highness." Beatrice just gave a huge sleepy stretch and mumbled a hey back. While she ate breakfast, Lily was a total tornado, buzzing around the room, chattering nonstop about the super busy day, all the cleaning they had to do, and then, "Oh, have you read that new book yet?" Beatrice totally ignored her, wolfing down her food before making a run for the library. She grabbed a book, flipped it open, and mumbled to herself, "Okay, maybe I'll actually start today." But after like 3 pages of just staring at the words, she realized she was just turning pages without reading a single thing. Classic. Her mind just kept wandering, and she had this antsy feeling she couldn't shake. She scrunched up her forehead in frustration, thinking over and over, why, before slamming the book shut. She just stared out the window, totally lost in her thoughts. Why isn't he here today? She wondered, glancing at the closed door. He always just pops up out of nowhere, even when I don't ask him to. It's been a hot minute since I've had a morning this quiet all to myself. So why does it feel so weird? And then, without even trying, her brain immediately jumped to him. Stika. His name just popped into her head, and she felt this little pang of missing him that she totally didn't understand. Right then, a servant showed up with some news, and before she knew what was happening, Beatrice had dashed to the door and yanked it open. Her heart was pounding like crazy. She had no idea why, but she had this sudden urgent need to know why Stika was outside today. When she finally saw him, he looked completely wrecked, wiping sweat from his face. And he was totally gasping for air. His face was beet red and he was panting like crazy. He turned to Teal Bell, looking like he was about to beg, and mumbled, "My legs. I think they've gone on vacation without me." Teal, not even batting an eye at his drama, shot back, "No breaks for you, Your Majesty. We've got a mission to complete." Meanwhile, Stika was surrounded by Beatrice's sisters who were all laser-focused on whatever they were doing. But Stika, he was all thumbs, creating a graveyard of broken flower petals around him. Watching this disaster unfold, Teal yelled, "Your Majesty, don't just rip it like you're starting a lawnmower, be gentle." She held up a perfect petal ring to show him how it's done. Irene, chiming in calmly from the side, added, "Yeah, be nice to the petals." Beatrice was just standing there watching this whole bizarre scene, totally mystified. What in the world are they even doing, she thought. She saw her sisters whispering instructions to Stika, who was trying so hard to follow along, but looked like a fish that had been asked to climb a tree. Suddenly, Teal's voice boomed, making her jump. No. That's not even close to what I said." Seeing Stika botch it again and again, Teal looked like she was about to short-circuit from pure frustration. Beatrice had to smother a laugh, she just couldn't help it. I mean, there was the usually cool, calm, and collected Stika fumbling around like a total goofball under her sister's boot camp-style training. It was actually hilarious and kind of cute to see him struggle with something so basic, especially with her sisters treating him like some clueless freshman. And right then, Beatrice realized a huge, genuine smile had taken over her face, and she couldn't stop it. Teal practically exploded, shouting, "We're making flower rings, not flour puree. You're pulverizing them, do you get it?" Despite giving it his all, it was painfully obvious Stika had zero talent for this crafty stuff. Teal, sighing like she'd seen it all, had to start from scratch to show him again. "Look," she said patiently. "Leave the petals alone and just use the stem like this." Stika stared at the gorgeous ring in Teal's hand, then looked down at his own sad, mangled blob of a flower. You could practically see his soul deflate. This is impossible. Beatrice had been watching from afar, still trying to figure out what this whole project was about and why Teal was being so tough on him. Her curiosity got the best of her, so she crept closer to Maximon and asked, "Okay, Spill, what are they doing? And why are my sisters yelling at the king?" Maximon nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw her quickly bowing and saying Princess Beatrice just gave him a look that screamed, "And—" Awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck, Maximon finally mumbled, "His Majesty, he wants to make a flower ring for someone." Beatrice was floored. "A flower ring, Stika? You've got to be kidding me," she blurted out, completely shocked he'd be into something like that. She'd been watching the whole mess from the start and had no idea that was the goal. "Yeah," Maximon confirmed, "but it's not going great." Watching Stika get wrecked, Maximon thought, man, seeing His Majesty get schooled like a little kid is really something else. He felt so bad for him he couldn't help but call out, "Your Majesty." Beatrice totally understood how he felt. She was just as stunned to see her sisters bossing Stika around. A little wave of guilt washed over her and she said, "Yikes, I'm so sorry about my sisters." "Oh, it's no big deal, Princess," Maximon quickly said. Beatrice looked over at the arts and crafts crew who were so deep in the zone they hadn't even seen her. Just then, Stika actually managed to finish a ring and held it up for inspection. But of course, the second he did, the thread gave up and the whole thing just fell apart in his hands. Irene snickered. "With skills like that, you're never going to be husband material, Your Majesty." Tiana giggled and added, "Hey, it's better than the last one, but it's still ugly. Try again." Teal just nodded and ordered, "Do it over." To Beatrice, the sight of her three sisters tag-teaming a completely dejected Stika was the funniest thing she'd ever seen, like three hyper-kittens playfully tormenting a giant resigned dog. She couldn't take it anymore and let out a loud laugh, covering her mouth too late. Every single head whipped around to stare at her. Stika looked completely shocked, clearly not expecting her to be there. "Doesn't she usually just hide in her room?" he thought. Teal put a hand over her mouth in fake shock. "The wild shro has been spotted. She wasn't supposed to see our top-secret operation." Then Teal raised her hands dramatically like she was casting a spell and grinned. "Hold on a second, Shro. You're normally a professional hermit. What brings you out for a stroll this morning? Or were you maybe looking for His Majesty since he didn't come visit you?" Teal's eyes twinkled with mischief. Oof! That question hit Beatrice right in the feels. Her face instantly turned fire engine red and she stammered, What? No, it's just, the weather's nice, so I was walking, and I'm done walking now, so I'm leaving." All the while, Stika was watching her, his expression quiet and thoughtful, like he was putting puzzle pieces together in his head. Beatrice was dying of embarrassment, convinced her massive overreaction just gave everything away. "I need to get out of here like yesterday," she thought frantically. She squeaked, "Well, you all carry on," before turning and making a run for it, trying to hide her blazing cheeks. As she beelined it out of there, Stika called out, "Princess," but Beatrice was way too mortified to even think about stopping. As Stika stood there, totally left in the dust, Tiana let out a quiet little giggle. She just **** knew *** Beatrice had come out looking for him. After scrambling back to her room and slamming the door shut, Beatrice had to take a major deep breath just to get her heart to slow down. Replaying the whole scene in her head, the flower ring disaster, her sister giving Stika a piece of her mind, his totally flustered face, she just couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Who knew the big serious emperor had such an adorable side? She giggled to herself. Just then, a knock on the door totally shattered her little daydream, making her jump. Figuring it was just Lily, she swung the door open and bam, Stika was standing right there holding his hand out to her. In his hand was a perfect little flower ring, the one he'd finally wrangled into shape. She just stared totally stunned, feeling her heart do a little flip-flop. We're royalty, for crying out loud. We're supposed to be all about the formal titles. But he just wasn't playing by the rules, she thought, a little worried. Stika must have seen the look on her face because he gave her a soft smile and said, "Hey, it's okay, Beatrice. It's just about respecting each other, right?" He suddenly got this far-off look in his eyes, like he was a million miles away, lost in a memory. Then in a much quieter voice he added, "You know, back in Uranon I've never called anyone by their first name. It felt special. A rare thing. I think I want to enjoy this for a bit," he said almost to himself. Beatrice just listened, not wanting to break the spell. She watched him, her expression softening. "Gosh, Stika," she thought. "Every time you show up I feel so happy. Your little surprises always make me smile. I genuinely get excited when you visit." And with that, she knew what she had to do. She gently traced the flower ring on her finger. "Okay, no more running from this." She looked right up at him and said his name, Stika. Her cheeks were on fire, but she held her ground. She met his gaze head-on and asked, "Would you like to go for a walk with me?" He looked a little surprised by how direct she was, but his reply was smooth as silk. "Of course, Beatrice." So there they were, strolling through the gorgeous garden, laughing and talking. But then, all of a sudden, Beatrice slowed down and just stopped. Stika, totally confused, watched her come to a halt. Then he heard her call his name. "Stika." Even though he couldn't quite make out her expression, he could tell her cheeks were bright pink. She hesitated for a second, then said, "I thought I had you all figured out, but wow, I realize now I didn't know the first thing about you." Her voice was surprisingly steady when she added, "And I'm pretty sure you can tell I'm kind of a mess about it." Stika considered this for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, I can tell." Beatrice's face went from pink to full-on crimson, but she pushed forward anyway. "So before you came here, was marrying a girl from Sum ever even on your radar?" The question clearly caught him off guard for a second, but he recovered fast. He looked her straight in the eye and said, "Not even once." Which was a big deal considering the old Emperor of Uranon was thinking more about Asterisk invading Asterisk Sum, a fact Beatrice knew all too well. But she was dying to know what changed his mind. Stika, seeming to read her thoughts like an open book, met her eyes with this soft little smile and said, Come on, you already know the answer to that, don't you?" When she just stared at him, he waited a beat before adding quietly, "It was you." And just like that, the blush that had asterisk finally asterisk started to fade came roaring back. His words. Seeing her reaction, he pressed on, wanting her to get it. "I mean, if I just came out and said I rewrote a whole treaty just for a chance to be with you, that would sound way too cheesy, wouldn't it?" He saw how flustered she was, and couldn't help but let out a little laugh. "You know, Beatrice, your face has been the color of a tomato for a while now." She immediately slapped a hand over her cheeks, mumbling shyly, "I know." After a second, still hiding, she peeked at him through her fingers, looking totally overwhelmed. "It's just, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with all of this." Her mind drifted back over the years. "I know for you it's been 5 years, but for me, it feels like no time has passed at all." Her words hung in the air, and suddenly the light, playful mood vanished. Stika was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he said, "I get that you're totally lost right now." He looked at her with so much longing in his eyes it was almost breathtaking, and then he confessed, "I missed you more than I could ever possibly say." Hearing him say it so plainly sent a jolt right through Beatrice's heart, warming her from the inside out. But even with all these feelings bubbling up inside her, she just clutched the fabric of her dress, ducking her head to hide her face. I think about you sometimes too," she admitted, "but it's not love. Definitely not." That's when Stika stepped right up to her, gently prying her hand from her dress. "Easy," he murmured. "Then we'll start there with thinking about each other. And I'll just have to talk you into loving me." His serious expression made Beatrice blush all over again. Why was he being so serious right now? She hesitated, opening her mouth to say something, but she wasn't sure what. Finally, she took a deep breath and said quietly, "Stika, you probably haven't even thought this far ahead." She was practically shaking as she went on. "If we'd have to—" Her voice just died. Seeing she was stuck, he gently prompted her, "We'd have to what?" Beatrice thought he'd get the hint, but nope, he was just looking at her, waiting. His cluelessness was pushing her embarrassment to a whole new level. She squeezed her eyes shut and just spit it out. "There would have to be physical interaction." The very thought of it, the touching, the kissing, the asterisk, everything asterisk, Maybe even little royal babies sent a fresh wave of heat straight to her face. Her brain just couldn't compute it as a real possibility, so she asked nervously, "Can you even imagine that us?" She totally expected him to get all flustered too, but instead Stika just went completely silent, a seriously thoughtful look on his face. He shot back like it was nothing. "Oh, I can." Beatrice was totally floored, like, "Excuse me." He thought for a sec, then let out this little laugh. "For me, easiest thing in the world," he said with this mischievous sparkle in his eyes. Seeing her looking like a deer in headlights, he added playfully, "And hey, if it's a little too tough for you, I'd be happy to offer some extra guidance. It might not be as juicy as those romance novels you're always reading, but trust me, I know what I'm doing." His little joke totally short-circuited her brain. Once she realized he was messing with her, she smacked his arm, sputtering, I don't need any help. "Thanks, but no thanks. You're just messing with me again." But as she tried to shove him off, Stika smoothly caught her hand, lacing their fingers together. Then, like he was totally losing the fight with himself, he leaned in super close, nuzzling his face into her shoulder and whispered, "Beatrice." He held her, breathing her in, and his voice got all low and tight like he was barely holding it together. "You make me lose my mind." He was trying so hard to keep his cool as he whispered, "You probably have no idea, but it's been a nightmare trying to keep my hands to myself. And look, even if you could be happy without me, I'm a selfish jerk. I just want you right here with me. The thought of you vanishing again, it terrifies me." When she felt him shaking and heard how raw his voice was, she put a hand on his back, patting it gently to soothe him. She was quiet for a second, like she was trying to find the perfect thing to say, and then said, "But I'm not the same Beatrice you used to know. You get that, right? Everything's different now." Stika just held her tighter, his voice full of certainty. "I know. Of course I know." Her mind raced to how different they were, that huge gap in their status, and she got so worried about everyone who would be against them. She clutched his shirt and whispered, "It's because I'm from a tiny kingdom." He loosened his hug just enough to look her in the eye and replied, "I could not care less about that. Look, I know I can't even begin to imagine how lonely you were for those last 5 years, but that doesn't change how much I value you right here, right now." He pulled her in for another hug, when he suddenly heard her mumble, "Okay," which totally threw him for a loop. He looked down at her, completely shocked as she kept going. "The Stika I remember is way too stubborn to give up. So if that's how it's gonna be," she trailed off, locking her determined gaze with his, "then let's do it. Let's try to get married." Stika's jaw just about hit the floor. He just stared at her, stunned. Beatrice didn't flinch, just repeated firmly, "We'll try." After a beat, she tilted her head up to look at him again. "So, we're really doing this marriage." She took a deep breath. "I've seen that you're for real, and now, I think it's time I figured out my own feelings for you." She put her hand flat on his chest, staring right into his eyes as she said, dead serious, "You better not be messing with me. You know how I am. When I make up my mind, it's done." After a brief pause, she went on, "If you're saying you're gonna make me your empress, you damn well better do it." Her hand was still on his chest, feeling the heat from his skin, and he got so flustered he actually blushed. He grabbed her hand, his voice thick with emotion. "I swear I will." He squeezed her hand, his voice going all soft as he whispered, "Beatrice, mine." Then all of a sudden something popped into Beatrice's head. "And another thing, you have to propose for real this time, Stika." She gave him a little playful glare. "You're always goofing around, but a proposal is a huge deal. Don't you know that?" She glanced down at the little ring made of grass on her finger, and added shyly, I don't even need a different ring. But could you just ask me again properly?" Seeing her looking so cute and embarrassed, Stika felt like his heart was gonna burst. He was just completely mesmerized, couldn't take his eyes off her, thinking this whole thing had to be a dream. Then, totally caught up in the moment he actually did it, he dropped down to one knee, all traditional, and took her hand in his. Softly, he called her name, Beatrice. Looking up at her with so much love in his eyes, he said, "You know you used to be my #1 enemy." Beatrice looked completely surprised, totally confused why he'd bring that up now. But then a memory hit her like a ton of bricks. That time he'd declared her his mortal enemy, like it was the last thing he'd ever do before he almost died. Now seeing him on one knee in front of her, it hit her just how insane their journey had been. Stika's voice was full of emotion as he continued, "But from this moment on, I want you to be by my side as my empress." He just stared up at her for a long second, and then he laid it all out there, his voice so gentle. "Please, say you'll have me, Beatrice." Her heart started hammering in her chest as his words sank in. "I once thought I was going to end up as his subordinate. Never in a million years did I dream I could be your wife. And now we're going from enemies to this." As she looked down at him kneeling there, she just thought, man, life is a trip. She seriously never ever saw this coming, that their whole story would get flipped upside down like this. Lost in her head, she completely forgot to say anything, and Stika, noticing the dead air, nudged her gently. Beatrice, you gonna leave me hanging here?" His voice snapped her out of it, and she whipped her head away, totally embarrassed. I don't know," she replied, suddenly getting all cheeky. Her complete 180 totally confused him, and he just watched her carefully, trying to read her expression. Of course, Stika had no clue she was totally messing with him, making him sweat it out as a little payback for all the grief he'd put her through. As she hesitated, he started to get seriously worried she was about to back out. His whole face softened, and he looked at her with these big pleading eyes. Wait, what's wrong? Is this not what you wanted? Seeing him pull out the full-on puppy dog look, Beatrice remembered how he used to use that exact same face to get whatever he wanted from her. She faked turning away and teased him. Oh, so what if I take a second to think you're just gonna call the whole thing off? Stika completely freaked out, waving his hands around like a crazy person. No, of course not. You're being adorable right now, but you're also giving me a heart attack. She couldn't stop herself from laughing at how worked up he was, though a tiny part of her was actually bummed she wouldn't get to see his flustered face every single day. Hearing her little giggle, Stika's eyes narrowed as he totally caught on that she was messing with him. With a little pout, he whined, "You're just like your sisters, you all get a kick out of teasing me?" At that, Beatrice let out a huge dramatic gasp. "Excuse me, how dare you lump me in with those blockheads?" she shot back. All of a sudden, Stika was on his feet, grabbing her hand and gently pulling her right to him. She totally stumbled, completely caught off guard, and ended up in his arms like they were about to dance as he gave her a look that was half playful, half pleading. His eyes were practically begging her to stop torturing him. Seeing him like this, Beatrice couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. But when she still didn't give him an answer, he leaned in super close, pressing his forehead against hers. His voice dropped to a low, urgent whisper. "Come on, just agree already," he murmured. His handsome face, being that close, sent a major blush across hers, and she tried to laugh off how intense the moment was. It felt like they had come full circle their whole journey, bringing them right back to where they started, only this time with everything out in the open. She took his hand, tilted her head back, and finally said, "I agree, Stika." From somewhere outside, you could hear a muffled sob. Whoops. Tien, Stika's younger sister, immediately slapped a finger over her mouth, shushing her father. "Shh, Dad, we're busted again." Unlike Tell, who was looking all googly-eyed, Tien's sister Irene turned to their mom and muttered, "Mom, Dad's turning on the waterworks again." Hearing this, their mother went over and gently tried to calm her husband down. "Oh, my king, please no more crying." The king of Solm, still sniffling, was wailing about how he wouldn't get to be by his baby's side anymore, but he just couldn't stop the flood of emotions. Around the corner, a whole bunch of nosy onlookers had gathered, trying to bow and sneak a peek at the same time. Tien, worried her dad's sobbing would give them away, whispered, "Father, you have to be quiet. This is so embarrassing. Oh my gosh, you're the king." Meanwhile, Maximilian and the others were just watching the royal family's super awkward public display, which was showing absolutely none of the dignity you'd expect from royals. Maximilian stood there watching the whole thing with his usual stone face, though inside he was sighing. Not a single day goes by without him crying. He thought, watching the king of Solm wiping away tears and ugh snot. From his spot, Maximilian couldn't be 100% sure, but it really looked like Princess Shro had accepted Stika's proposal. With the engagement now official, they'd probably be taking off for Urinan pretty soon. Watching the Solm king just openly bawling at the thought of his daughter leaving, Maximilian felt a little pang of sadness, knowing their whole crew wouldn't be together as much. A few days later, bright and early one morning, the palace was a madhouse. Voices were flying everywhere, and everyone sounded super stressed. "Hurry, be careful not to break anything!" a worried voice yelled out. An elderly maid balancing a giant stack of books was ordering two younger maids around. "These are the princess's books, so handle them with extra care, you hear." Ever since Beatrice accepted, Stika had gone into full-blown wedding prep mode with so much excitement it was like he'd been waiting his entire life for this very day. The three princesses were sorting through their stuff, sharing little keepsakes and gifts with their youngest sister. At that moment, Beatrice held up a really strappy dress, her cheeks turning pink as she asked her big sisters, "You guys don't seriously expect me to wear this, do you?" Meanwhile, the king of Solm sat nearby, his eyes squeezed shut like he was trying to stop an emotional tidal wave. But after a very short struggle, he totally broke down, sobbing like a little kid, with tears just dripping down his face as he clutched his precious daughter in a death grip, refusing to let her go. "My little princess, you have to take care." He choked out, his voice all thick with sadness. Seeing her father's tears, and how much he didn't want her to go, Beatrice, even though she wasn't technically his daughter, Shro felt a really deep connection with him. Leaving him behind was going to be tough, and her heart felt heavy as she patted his shoulder, replying, "Father, I haven't even left yet." She tried to comfort him, but a little pang of guilt was eating at her. She knew that one day, when the time was right, she was going to have to tell him the truth. As it got dark outside, Beatrice looked out her window, just staring at the stars and the moonlight washing over the palace grounds. Tomorrow, she thought, I go back to Urinan, the place I used to call home. Her thoughts were cut short by a soft knock at the door. Turning around surprised, she saw her mother standing in the doorway. "My dear, can I come in?" her mother asked gently. Beatrice, shocked to see her mom so late, asked, "Mother, what are you doing here?" The queen, seeing her daughter's startled face, walked over with a warm smile. "It's pretty late, isn't it?" Beatrice quickly said. "No, it's fine." But she couldn't help but ask again, "But really, why did you come here?" In that moment, the queen wasn't a ruler. She was just a mom seeing her kid off, knowing her beloved daughter was about to leave for a faraway land she just couldn't hold in her feelings anymore and had to come see her in the quiet of the night. Even though she had a million things she wanted to say, all she could do was step forward and pull her daughter into a big hug. Caught completely off guard, Beatrice was at a total loss for words. As she was processing her mother's warm hug, her mom's soft voice filled her ears. My little shro. In the silence of the late night, her mother's voice full of regret sounded so final. It feels like you're leaving me way too soon. She lovingly patted Beatrice's back, calling her my dearest daughter. And cue the waterworks. Beatrice just melted, feeling all that mom love hit her at once. Then her mom in that super soft voice started dropping some wisdom. Like, listen, sweetie, don't you dare be scared or bottle things up. You've got a whole squad here for you. She was basically telling her that home is always here no matter what, and that her family would have her back always. If you ever need us, we'll drop everything and come running, she whispered, then hit her with the, you'll let us, right? Oh man, that totally wrecked Beatrice. She was literally shaking trying to get the words out. Mother, Her brain was just screaming with guilt like, I don't deserve any of this amazing love. She was this close to spilling the beans about not being the real Shrina, but she just couldn't do it. And Mom, completely oblivious to this identity crisis, just thought, she's just got the first time leaving home jitters. So she went into full comfort mode like, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Then she looked at Beatrice with so much love it could power a city, wiped her tears, and dropped the ultimate mom bomb, because I love you so much. Don't cry, Shrina, she cooed, not realizing Beatrice's face had sprung a leak without her permission. And even though Beatrice knew this pep talk was technically for someone else, it totally felt like her mom knew . Like on some cosmic level, she knew this wasn't Shrina. It was like the queen was sending a secret message, hey, it's cool, we'll love you even if you're an imposter. That gentle touch from the queen just opened the floodgates. Beatrice was a mess, but her mom was a total rock star, just calmly wiping every tear. And get this was the first time . Beatrice had ever let herself ugly cry in front of another person. So flash forward to dawn, it's D-Day departure day. Beatrice is finally getting ready to bounce and the sky is putting on a gorgeous show. The sunlight was all magical, like nature itself was giving her a high five for the road. But the king, he did not get the memo. He was having a full-on blubbering meltdown. His face was all streaked with tears, while the queen was trying to calm him down. He stumbles over to Stika, wailing, please don't take my baby girl. And Stika, just watching this royal soap opera unfold, doesn't even flinch. No eye rolls, nothing. He just stands there letting the king get it all out of his system. Beatrice sees this and is just like sigh. Thinking about how just yesterday, everyone was gushing about what a handsome, amazing guy she'd landed. Right then, Teobald pops up with this seriously blinged out fancy mirror. See, the three sisters were worried sick about their baby sis, so they got her this special mirror. It's basically a magical iPhone for emergencies. So Teobald holds out the mirror and goes, this is for you. And oh my god, the three of them were a wreck. We're talking red, puffy eyes, the whole 9 yards. Teal could barely talk through her sniffles. She tells her, this is a magic mirror. You better call us. Every single day. And the second she said that, all three of them just lost it again. Beatrice is just standing there like, watching this sob fest, totally thrown for a loop. Wait, they crying now too, she's thinking. And Teobald, like she's a mind reader, just thumps her own chest and wails. Even trees need water and we need our daily calls. Then Tien jumps in dead serious, reminding her to use the mirror. And if you hear anything sketchy about Stika, you call us. We'll be there in a flash. We'll come for him, she says, basically threatening the guy. Beatrice takes the mirror, completely overwhelmed by all this drama. She's thinking, geez, am I going off to war or something? She's feeling a mix of touched and totally exasperated by this 5-alarm pity party. She tries to calm them down. It's okay, guys, for real. Stop crying. You're making it seem like I'm being sold at an auction. But even as she's joking, seeing her sister so sad to see her go, gave her a major lump in her throat. You three are just, she started to say, but she couldn't finish. It would have been a total lie to say she wasn't moved. So she just went for it, pulled them all into a massive group hug and whispered, you guys are such goofballs. And standing right there, Stika was just watching the whole thing with this soft little smile, giving her a few extra moments. But after a bit, Beatrice knew it was time to hit the road, even though she didn't want to. She gently said her goodbyes, trying to sound convincing. Bye, guys. I'll be fine. Then once she's in the carriage, she's holding that mirror, just staring at her sisters' tear-stained faces. And yep, her three sisters pop up in the mirror, still crying a literal river. Tiana suddenly blurts out, you have to be happy you hear me. Then Troy sniffs, pulls herself together for a second and adds, you deserve all the happiness in the world. We promise we'll get super glammed up for your wedding. And that's when the queen's voice cuts in from inside the carriage. Hey, you know you swiped our priceless family heirloom, right? You totally owe us for that, she said, totally teasing her. Beatrice, just clutching the mirror next to Stika, turned beet red. Back in the mirror, Teal leans in, all teary-eyed, and goes, are you getting all this, Stika? And then Tiabo closes her eyes like she's making some sacred pact and announces, "You better send the absolute hottest guy you can find over to Solomon for us. We bent over backwards to help you lock down your soulmate. If you don't pay us back, we will put a hex on your wedding night and your first kid will have really, really bad hair," she threatened, leaving it hanging there. Beatrice, who was sitting right next to Stika, slammed the mirror shut with a snap, her face turning 50 shades of red over Tiabo's totally unhinged rant. Stika, on the other hand, looked like he was living for the drama and wanted to hear every last crazy word. Feeling the vibe in the carriage get super awkward, Beatrice let out a fake cough to try and get Stika to look at literally anything else. She muttered under her breath, "Table, I swear you are the worst." They'd opted for a carriage mostly because they had way too much junk to transport any other way. Even so, Beatrice could barely wrap her head around the fact that she was actually going back to her old home. She was feeling a whole cocktail of emotions, nerves, nostalgia, and a dull little ache in her heart. She hugged herself, feeling her heart do a drum solo as she thought about heading back to Urinin. Okay, gotta mentally prep for whatever's waiting there. Stika, who'd been watching her like a hawk, noticed her fidgeting and her eyes darting all over the place. A little worried, he thought about her sister's unique personalities, which he knew all too well. Turning to her, he said, "You know, compared to your sisters, you're like a fluffy little lamb." Beatrice, totally blindsided, just stared at him. "Me?" she squeaked, completely thrown by the comparison. He nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, you," he replied, a picture of a sweet, innocent lamb popping into his head. A gentle little lamb, not at all like those she-wolves you call sisters. Beatrice just blinked, the gears in her brain grinding to a halt. A lamb. She still wasn't getting it. He put his hand on her head and gave her a gentle pat, saying like this. Being suddenly petted like the family dog left her completely bewildered with giant cartoon question marks floating around her head. He closed his eyes, leaving his hand right where it was. A hint of a smirk played on his lips as he said, "You're getting softer and softer." In his mind, she wasn't that prickly, on-guard person she used to be anymore. Now she was this quiet, gentle lamb, and her obedience was, he had to admit, pretty darn cute. Annoyed at being treated like a harmless puffball, she shot him a glare and asked, "Have you ever been drop-kicked by a lamb?" "Because I could totally give you a demonstration," she added, trying her best to sound tough. Hearing her attempt to be intimidating just made Stika crack up. He knew her well enough to bet her face was turning bright pink. Still, he decided to play along, faking a look of terror. "Oh no, please don't hurt me," he said with a dramatic shiver. But as he looked at her, trying not to laugh, his mind drifted to the events of the last few days. All the tears and dramatic goodbyes from the Solemn family as she got ready to leave. He couldn't help but worry she might have backed out at the last second and decided to stay in Solemn. He cupped her face with both hands, sending a silent thank you to the universe that she hadn't bailed on him. Beatrice, having no clue why he'd suddenly gone all quiet and intense, got even more flustered. Trying to cut through the awkward tension, she asked, what are you doing?" Her cheeks were still squished in his hands, but she didn't try to move. Seeing the anxious look in her eyes, Stika finally said what was on his mind. "Beatrice, are you sad about leaving your family?" Even though he was still holding her face, she just looked at him like he'd grown a second head. But she actually thought about it for a second, replaying the last few days. Finally, she said, "Not at all." A soft smile appeared as she explained, "I told them that whenever I miss them, I'll just come back for a visit." She thought about what the Queen had told her on their last night together. As she said, "We'll be here whenever you want to come back," she told him. "The Queen said I'll always be part of their family, that I'm always welcome." A warm, fuzzy feeling spread through her chest as she spoke, touched by how awesome and accepting they'd been. So no, definitely not sad. But despite feeling so loved, a giant rock of guilt was still sitting in her stomach. She admitted to him, "I don't have the guts to tell them the truth yet, but I will someday. I'm not going to keep it a secret forever. I'll let them know I'm not really Shro." She imagined herself, standing in front of her family, dropping the ultimate truth bomb. How would they even react? She wondered, picturing the shock and total disbelief on their faces. Smiling softly, she said to Stika, "I think that's the only way I can pay them back for all their love, no matter what they say. I'll just have to take it." Stika paused for a second, then said with total seriousness, "Even when that time comes, they'll still accept you as part of the family." She figured he was just trying to be nice, so she just smiled and looked down. "I really hope so." Seeing that little flicker of sadness in her eyes, he added, "If you ever get scared or need a getaway driver, you come to me." Over the clatter of the carriage wheels, his voice came through loud and clear, warm and steady. "You already have a place where you can just chill, where you'll have 100% backup." His words made her let out a little giggle that she tried to hide, thinking he might actually have a point. She knew he meant it, but she couldn't resist messing with him a little. After a moment, Stika looked at her with a thoughtful expression, held out his hand, and said, "Come here." Beatrice's laughter died in her throat, and she just stared at him, completely confused. What is he trying to pull now? Just then, a huge crash came from right outside the carriage. The driver, who couldn't see a thing inside, pulled the horses to a stop and knocked on the wall, asking, "Your Majesty, Princess, are you all right in there?" A few seconds later, Beatrice's small voice called out from inside, "Oh, it's nothing!" That was good enough for him, so the driver nodded and snapped the reins, getting the carriage moving again. Little did he know on the other side of that wall, Beatrice had just shoved Stika back with one hand while slapping the other over his mouth. The second she finally let him go, Stika let out a dramatic gasp. "Whoa! I didn't know you had super strength!" Totally flustered, Beatrice shot back. "I just tripped, okay." "Oh, really? Yeah, right." The truth was, she'd totally face-planted trying to shut him up, but no way was she copying to that. Back in their seats, she gave him a look. "Have you always been this much of a cheeseball? You're a completely different person." He wasn't even a little bit embarrassed, just kicking back like he owned the place. "Hey, this is the real me," he shot back with a wicked grin, leaning in super close with a twinkle in his eye. "You asterisk are asterisk my fiancé after all. Isn't a guy supposed to lay on the charm a little?" Her cheeks went nuclear red as she stammered, "Well, when you put it like that." But before she could even finish her thought, he cut in looking all serious like he was pondering the meaning of life. "You know, I've been trying to figure out a nickname for you," he announced. After a dramatic pause, he beamed at her. "I'm going with B." Beatrice just stared at him, totally confused. "B..." He just laughed, loving how baffled she looked. "Yep, that's your new name. B, you know, short for Beatrice." And just like that, he yanked her onto his lap, pulling her in tight as he explained. Her face was on fire, finding herself wrapped up in his arms, and she was a stammering mess, trying not to look completely mortified. "You are such a smooth operator, aren't you? This is so you." His arm just tightened a little around her waist, and he gave her a comforting pat on the back. "Hey, I hope leaving Seoul isn't hitting you too hard." "You seem a little down," he said, his voice all soft. She leaned her head on his shoulder and sighed. "I don't even know anymore. My heart feels like a giant tangled knot of yarn. It's impossible to explain." After a quiet moment, she added, "But I have zero regrets about being with you, so don't you worry about that." Hearing that, Stika's whole mood brightened, and he let out a happy chuckle. "Now asterisk, that's asterisk what I was hoping to hear." He held her even closer, feeling her heart beat against his as they sat there in the quiet carriage, just watching the world roll by. Then out of nowhere, she piped up, "Seer." Stika looked over at her, totally curious. That's asterisk your asterisk new nickname," she explained, with a seriously mischievous look in her eyes. "Seer," he repeated, raising an eyebrow, clearly entertained. "Kinda sounds like a girl's name, doesn't it?" She grinned, squinting at him playfully. "But hey, it's my creation. You better not say you hate it, got it?" He definitely didn't want to get on her bad side, so he thought about it for a second and nodded. "Nope, I love it. It's perfect." And just like that, the carriage was filled with her sweet voice saying, "All right, Sierra," and his deep one answering right back. He pulled her in even tighter, looking deep into her eyes as he asked, "Can I kiss you?" But the second he moved in, she shoved him back with a laugh. "Hey, now I thought you said I was some sweet little lamb," she teased back. And right on cue, a huge roar of cheers erupted outside, making her whip her head around to the window. A massive crowd had shown up, clapping and shouting well wishes. She could just barely make out someone yelling, "There she is, our future bride. Congratulations, princess. We're all wishing you a lifetime of happiness." All that happy noise totally threw her for a loop, and she just stared out at everyone completely frozen. Stika, seeing how shell-shocked she was, just stayed cool and watched her take it all in. Looking at her, he made a silent promise. "Beatrice, I swear I'm going to make you the happiest woman alive." Reflecting on their wild ride and her nickname, he told himself quietly, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word." He was totally lost in his head when a gentle voice snapped him out of it. He turned and, bam, he was face to face with the Queen of Seoul herself, Beatrice's mom. She gave him this super warm smile and asked, "Your Majesty, you look like you've got something on your mind." He could tell she was being genuine, so Stika listened up as she started offering some advice. "So I heard a little rumor that you learned how to cook just to win over my daughter's heart," she said with a sly smile. "Let me give you a little inside scoop. She is obsessed with peach puree. It's her absolute favorite." Stika, totally surprised, nodded gratefully, and mentally filed that away. But then the queen stopped, looking totally confused. That's so weird, though. Shro has always hated pureed fruit. Now he was confused. "Wait, didn't you just say she loves peach puree?" The queen nodded, still thinking. "Yeah, she does now, but it's just so strange. She usually can't stand the mushy texture." And right then, Stika got it. He smiled to himself, because he knew the real story, the one her mom didn't. Snapping back to the present, he just looked at Beatrice with so much love, feeling crazy lucky to have her right there with him. "Okay, scene change. We've got this super sharp-looking guy with brown hair. And it turns out he's the Empire's top money man, basically the Emperor's right-hand dude. He's standing next to the white-haired Emperor who's looking all pensive on his giant golden throne. Our brown-haired guy is looking over a fancy handwritten letter surrounded by a ridiculous amount of white flowers. Back in his swanky office, he's coughing into his hand while trying to get work done. He's sarcastically thinking about his climb to the top, feeling like he's been run over by a truck. But even though he's dead tired, he has to admit all this power is a pretty sweet perk. He's got this nagging fear he's gonna kick the bucket at 26 before he can even enjoy it, having traded his health for the Empire's bottom line. Wham! A loud slam rings out as his gloved fist smashes down on a book in pure frustration. He decides right then and there he's going to find a way to get healthy without quitting his job. He has to figure this out before those sneaky warlocks make their next move, so he pulls an all-nighter completely buried under mountains of paperwork. Suddenly his hand just stops. He's found something big. He's reading about the silver orchid, some legendary flower that only blooms once every 100 years and is supposed to be a cure-all for literally everything. And get this, the scroll says it only grows in a place called Solemn. Staring at the page, staring at this giant map, he's like, Soom never heard of her. And bam, down the research rabbit hole he goes. Maximilian gets this super serious look. And then slam! Maximilian just smashes his fist on the desk, totally bugging out over what he found. Get this, the tiny little country of Solemn controls a whopping 30% of the entire continent's food supply. Max is like, hold up, how has this been a secret for 300 years? Turns out Solemn is basically the home base for Earth deities, and grabbing it would be like a massive power-up for the Empire. Maximilian's gears are turning. He realizes that locking down Solemn wouldn't just buff the Empire, but it would also fix his own health issues. Talk about a 2-for-1 special. He's thinking, okay, what's the play? Just ambushing the place might seriously tick off a god. And an alliance puffed, as if Solemn would need one, after flying solo for centuries. So he decides to play it cool, think it over a bit more before bugging his majesty. But then crash, Maximilian jolts awake with a gasp and sees some shady hooded figure, making a run for it with all his research papers. Total panic mode. Maximilian tears after the thief screaming that those papers have super vital info on Solemn. The window flaps as the intruder gets away just out of his reach. Ugh, so close. Maximilian is left huffing and puffing with his guards in the middle of the chaos, a total failure. Then comes the walk of shame to the white-haired emperor, admitting he completely lost the intel. After a super awkward moment of silence from the emperor, a still-shaken Maximilian apologizes. But the emperor just mulls over the name Solemn, looking totally intrigued by the country. He then asks Maximilian if the rumors about Solemn's insane crops are for real. A massive grin spreads across the emperor's face as he declares, we have to act, totally startling Maximilian. The emperor announces his genius plan, marry Solemn's royals to their own nobles. Maximilian is just standing there, jaw on the floor. Then the emperor commands him to get everything ready for the conquest of Solemn. Maximilian is completely overwhelmed, protesting that it's way too much, begging for more time, when the emperor gives him only 1 week. 1 week. The emperor just smiles, his decision totally final. His face gets all grim as he guesses their enemies might have already made a move. He then thanks a literally weeping Maximilian whose hard work brought this whole opportunity to them. The white-haired emperor just gazes out over a sparkling lake, completely lost in thought. Surrounded by flowers, the emperor smiles with this wicked, cunning satisfaction. Cut to a pink-haired woman with red eyes letting out a scream of pure, unadulterated shock. Maximilian's face is doing the exact same thing, a perfect mask of, you've got to be kidding me. The emperor's sudden decision just hit him like a freight train as he stammers that this is so not like him, it's way too impulsive. He keeps on protesting, calling the emperor's plan ridiculously reckless. The emperor, though, just smiles all serenely, looking off into the distance. Maximilian is stunned into silence by the emperor's bizarre expression. He's just staring at the emperor's face, wondering if a woman from Solemn is even his type. As he follows along, his mind just drifts back to the Mount Everest of paperwork he left on his desk. The horror. Maximilian, the emperor's long-suffering aide, just smiles wryly, knowing that no matter what he thinks, the boss always gets what he wants. So when he's asked to go get all the bestsellers in your finance, a stunned Maximilian realizes they are all cheesy romance novels. A gray-haired official confirms it's His Majesty's order, leaving Maximilian to wonder if the emperor has finally lost his mind. And this official, surrounded by imaginary pink hearts, confidently announces the emperor's motive. It's love. Maximilian is just dumbfounded, like how could the famously cold-hearted emperor possibly be in love? The official warns Maximilian to get ready because a man in love is an unstoppable force of nature. And would you look at that, the white-haired emperor is smiling gently, lost in his thoughts in the middle of a field of white flowers. The official then drops the real bomb. Maximilian is going to be busy planning a wedding, which shocks him to his very core. The scene then pans over to a huge sprawling palace setting the stage for the big royal shindig. Now he's stuck picking out a wedding dress, literally crying and questioning his career choice as a finance guy. But then, with a whoosh, his despair turns into fiery resolve as he declares that planning a wedding is child's play for a competent man like him, and then he immediately breaks down crying again from the pressure while the palace maids fret over his delicate emotional state. Pretty soon, the entire empire was buzzing with news of the royal wedding and the hot new rumor that Sir Maximilian was a total crybaby. A sudden whip and swoosh transitions us to a sun-dappled forest. With a whip of her blade, a woman with long black hair is practicing her sword fighting. A flashback to 5 years ago shows us the panting swordswoman is none other than Beatrice Shellmarkan. Taking a break, Beatrice sits down to chill with the chirping birds. She lets out a massive sigh, admitting to herself that she's completely wiped out. Then a harsh memory pops up of some guy yelling at her to never show weakness and to remember who she is. The memory keeps going, reminding a younger Beatrice that she's the next leader of the Martian dukedom. Back in the forest, her hand tightens on her sword with a vroom. She spins the fancy sword, its blade just humming through the air. With a gentle pat, she comforts her sword. It's okay, Rosa. Aw, she named it. Then a rustle from a bush is followed by a soft meow. A fluffy white kitten with bright, yellow eyes peeks out of the leaves. Beatrice kneels down and says hi to the cute little furball, wondering if the little stray came back to see her again. Cradling the kitten, she thinks her super strict dad would have a fit, but she feels safe in her secret hideout. Suddenly, a voice from up in a tree comments on her gentle side, and with a leap, the white-haired prince lands right nearby, startling the heck out of her. Beatrice totally freaks when she spots His Highness, who just casually calls her by her last name, Martian. All flustered, she's like, "Were you seriously napping in that tree? How long have you been spying on me?" She flat out accuses him of being a creep, but he just laughs from his comfy branch. The crown prince is all cool, saying, "Hey, I was here first. It's not my fault you're totally oblivious." Beatrice shoots him a death glare, thinking it's super weird for a royal to be napping in some random forest. He just smirks, declaring that as the crown prince he can pretty much do whatever he wants. Then he has the nerve to question her night skills for not noticing him for days, which really gets her fired up. Leaning back, he tells her that she's the one who crashed his peaceful nap time. The second she realizes he's been watching her for days, she mentally calls him a total weirdo, and somehow he looks surprised like he heard it. Beatrice gets all thoughtful, noticing he seems a little different than his usual stuck-up self. She can't shake the image of his piercing blue eyes watching her from the trees. The whole forest suddenly feels thick with this quiet tension between the prince in the tree and the knight on the ground. But even with the weird intrusion, she admits this peaceful forest is her happy place. Looking up at him, she can't help but wonder if he's hiding out here for the same reasons. Just then, a voice calls down from the branches again. Beatrice plants her feet, telling the prince to find another napping spot because she called dibs. He glances down, suggesting she should be the one to move, but she's not budging, not with the kitten around. Even though they hardly ever talked, she remembers just hanging out with the kitten while he was there, not saying a word. It was a strange kind of comfort, the three of them sharing the quiet. But then her eyes catch on a small dagger sticking out of the ground. She sees it's got academy markings and figures some poor trainee must have lost it, feeling a little sorry for them. In a flash, the white-haired prince zips right past her. He stands over the dagger and offers to bury it for her, leaving her totally stunned. He makes a little grave and wishes for a reunion somewhere over the rainbow. As he's patting down the dirt, he tells Beatrice it's time to say her goodbyes. Then he stops cold, turning his head just enough to look back at her. He faces her again and calls out her family name, Marcian. He gives her a final farewell and walks off, leaving Beatrice all alone. The scene snaps back to the present, where she's standing solemnly in a field of red flowers. Then everything changes as a voice starts to say a name, Ba. It's the white-haired guy now in full royal getup, next to a pink-haired woman announcing they've arrived. He introduces himself as Saratika and flashes a huge smile. He says they're in Uranen, and a quick memory of his younger self flashes by. The pink-haired woman blinks, lost in thought. She tells Saratika she dreamed about the past and he was in it, remembering their whole forest run-in. With a little chuckle, he teases her, "Oh yeah, was I a total jerk in your dream?" But she just admits she doesn't know. As he takes her hand, she thinks that the warmth she feels from him might be the real Saratika. They walk up to this giant palace, welcomed by rows and rows of staff. Saratika gets all wistful, saying they're back where it all started, and asks her if she's nervous. She just laughs it off, reminding him, "Please, you know me better than that." A man with brown hair steps forward to formally welcome His Majesty, and then greets the woman as Princess Shroina. He introduces himself as Maximilian Lafalis the Exchequer, and Princess Shroina gives him a polite greeting back. But one quick look around from Shroina shows she's taking in every single detail. As the nobles behind them start whispering, she can feel their hostility loud and clear. She gets it. They're ticked that some foreign princess is about to waltz in and take the crown. But Princess Shroina just smiles, her confidence totally unshakable despite all the drama. She offers a super cheerful greeting that makes Maximilian flinch. He was clearly not expecting her to be so bold. Maximilian formally offers to take the princess to her staff. Saratika turns to Shroina to say a quick goodbye for now, telling her they'll see each other again soon. But before she can leave, he asks for a farewell kiss, gently taking her hand. Maximilian's jaw just about hits the floor at the Emperor's public display of affection. All the nobles around them are completely scandalized by the bold move. The image of Saratika kissing her hand is burned into everyone's memory. The nobles are all murmuring, wondering what on earth this princess did to the Emperor, especially when he affectionately calls her Ba. A huge blush creeps up Shroina's face. Maximilian is cringing so hard, thinking this whole thing is unbelievably awkward. He tries to calm himself down, thinking it's just a moment as he watches the super lovey-dovey couple. Then a little heart literally squeals in a thought bubble, leaving Maximilian totally confused about what he just witnessed. He spots a dark-haired maid, totally fawning over how perfect the couple looks together, which leaves him speechless. The maid is just beaming, completely lost in her romantic daydream, while Maximilian is flustered and blushing. He somehow stammers out a hello to the maid. Over by the couple, Saratika apologizes to a bashful Shroina, explaining he just got carried away with happiness. She looks into his eyes and softly says, "I'm here with you now." He gets super intense, asking her to call him by his name, confessing he might not be able to let her go if she doesn't. She calls him CIA, and he promises to see her later at his palace. A super pleased grin spreads right across Saratika's face. He watches happily as Maximilian leads Princess Shroina away. Saratika is just standing there looking mighty pleased with himself when a gray-haired official with a mustache comes over. The official with the flashy hair leans in all conspiratorially and asks his lord if Bea is like the princess's secret pet name, and cue the soft focus super rosy shot of Princess Shroina smiling like an angel. Then the guy Carlton just has to ask Saratika why he calls her B. Saratika's just like, nah, it has nothing to do with her name Shroina. Then he gets this huge goofy grin on his face and admits, it's because she's gonna be my bride and I think it's adorable. And then BAM! He clenches his fist and gets all scary, warning Carlton, you are absolutely not allowed to use that nickname. You will address her formally. Got it. Carlton immediately throws his hands up like, whoa dude, just asking. Saratika just smiles and says, just making sure. Carlton's sweating bullets, nervously agreeing while thinking, holy cow, the Emperor is a completely different person now. It all clicks for Carlton when he remembers being sent on that secret mission for romance novels. He looks at the blissfully happy Emperor and wonders, is this guy for real in love? He's thinking about how this dude used to be so cold and heartless. You know, the guy who'd be standing over a battlefield and now he's got all this warmth. The thought even comes with a super sweet daydream of Saratika with his arm around a blushing Princess Shroina. A huge knowing smirk just spreads right across Carlton's face. Saratika totally catches him and glares. Are you laughing at me? But Carlton just shrugs it off. Me never, and smoothly changes the subject. My, you're looking exceptionally well today, Your Majesty. Saratika is left looking super suspicious, not buying it for a second. Cut to inside the palace where a totally wiped out Maximilian is formally introducing Princess Shroina to her new headmaid Baroness Samantha April, a stern-looking lady with dark hair. He explains that Samantha will be taking care of like everything the princess could ever need. Maximilian gestures vaguely at the giant Amaryllis palace, mentioning it was built for an old empress and is now all Shua's. With a cute little tap of her foot, Princess Shua steps up and gives Lady Samantha the most wonderful greeting. Samantha is all polite but insists, oh no, just call me by my first name, I'm just the help here. Shroina gives her this super warm smile and goes, well, in that case, you can just call me Shroina too. You can see Samantha's brain buffer for a second before she respectfully agrees. Of course, Princess Shroina. A little pop-up fact tells us this Samantha April is a legendary governess and a highly respected longtime member of the palace crew. The narrator goes on about how she's a total pro, and she's got a killer poker face from her many years of service. Meanwhile, Maximilian, looking like he's about to collapse, tries to keep the tour going. Shroina totally notices his zombie-like expression. She's thinking to herself, this poor guy looks like he's about to pass out any second. She kindly calls him Sir Phalaris and suggests he should probably go get some sleep. A jolt literally runs through the startled guy. Maximilian protests all like, but I'm under the Emperor's direct orders to give you the tour. Shroina just gives him this reassuring smile, pretty much saying, don't worry, I'll handle the big boss. He'll get over it. Then with this super grim determined look, she declares she'll finish the tour with Lady April and asks if he's cool with that. As Maximilian starts to hesitate and stammer, Shroina just firmly shuts it down. She insists, you really don't look well at all. Her kind words literally make her look like a glowing winged angel in Maximilian's exhausted eyes. He's so touched he just stops in his tracks, totally blown away by her compassion. With a snap back to reality, Maximilian bows super low and agrees to her plan, and she's like, okay, hurry up and go. He wishes her a wonderful time, and she confidently replies, oh, I will. As Maximilian shuffles off, he's thinking, wow, for someone who looks so harmless, she is surprisingly intense and intimidating. Remembering that death stare she gave him. Asterisk, tisk, asterisk. Shroina watches him mumble his way out of the room, thinking he's such an open book and has a long way to go. She turns to the maids, almost says Lily, then corrects herself and calls for Samantha. With a bright smile, she asks, so shall we continue? Samantha leads them through a gate, announcing, we have arrived at the Amaryllis garden. A brown-haired maid looks completely stunned by the view, while Shua just seems curious. They're standing in front of a massive overgrown jungle, and Shroina has to ask, you sure this is the garden for the Empress? The lush but totally wild garden stretches out before them, confirming all her doubts. Her eyes follow the crazy, unkempt path that disappears deep into the green mess. Shroina's expression gets real serious as she sees how neglected and sad the garden is. Samantha just explains that since the palace has been empty forever, there hasn't been anyone to, do the gardening. Looking around, Shroina thinks about the state of her new garden. She figures the neglect makes sense, remembering that the last empress died young, and Emperor Siora was too busy conquering stuff to remarry. To the lovely sound of crickets, she walks down the path, finally getting why the once beautiful garden has gone completely wild. She sits down to think, but she's been promised anything she wants, and now she has absolutely no idea where to even start. A brown-haired maid with adorable freckles watches her with a concerned look. Then a voice calls out, Your Highness? A startled Princess Shua spins around to see who it is. Asterisk, twinkle, asterisk. The freckle-faced maid comes closer with a super bright and hopeful smile. Shroina literally gasps, totally surprised to see her. The maid enthusiastically volunteers, I'll take care of the garden. And Shrina's like, "Are you serious?" The maid confidently replies that she knows all about the princess's tastes and can do an amazing job. Shrina thinks about making her maid Lily the official caretaker. She remembers Lily had a major green thumb back in Solemn. A memory of some really beautiful tulips flashes in her mind, and Shrina decides it's a pretty great idea. Whoa, hold up, Samantha jumps in, basically saying this garden is way too huge for one noble lady and should be left to the official pros. A totally confused Sheena is just like, pardon me. Her brain's going a mile a minute thinking, oh, she must think Lily is some fancy noble lady playing servant. Then bam. A super happy vision of Lily with a full set of gardening gear flashes in her mind. Shrina totally gets the mix-up. I mean, nobody knows anything about Solemn. She's trying to figure out how to explain without making Lily feel weird. But Lily, being a total ray of sunshine, just chirps, "Don't you worry, Lady April." Lily puffs out her chest, proudly announcing she was the head gardener back in Solemn. Shrina just smiles, thinking, and here I was stressing out. My girl's got this. She turns back to Samantha, reminding her, "You did ask what I wanted." And Shrina lays down the law, stating firmly, "I want Lily to be in charge of the gardens." She doubles down on her decision, vouching for Lily's skills, and making it crystal clear she's the new garden boss. Turning to a very attentive Samantha, Shrina adds, "Oh, and there's one more thing." She puts her hands on Lily's shoulders, acknowledging, "I know it's customary for a noble's daughter to attend the Empress. But Lily came all this way just for me." She explains, "I can't just send her away. I want her right by my side." Samantha, surprisingly cool about it, just says, "I understand. Don't you worry about a thing, Miss Shrina." Shrina breathes a sigh of relief. Samantha clarifies, "As head maid, I'm just staff. My job is to follow the Empress's orders, simple as that." With a tiny smile, Samantha finishes by respectfully calling her Miss Shrina. Then, completely out of left field, Samantha asks for forgiveness, leaving Shrina totally baffled, like, for what? With a pained look, Samantha confesses, "Honestly, the news of his sudden marriage really had me on edge." She bows super deep again, asking Shrina to please forgive her. But Shrina, with the softest expression, just says thank you. Samantha then tells Shrina that it's been a really long time since she's seen the Emperor smile like he did when he was a kid, thanking her for being the Empress Yorfina desperately needs. Watching her, Shrina has a revelation. Wow, Samantha is actually a good person. She finally gets it now. Saratica gave her Samantha as a sign someone she could 100% trust. Samantha's just standing there looking all earnest with a little blush. Shrina tells her, "You know, Saratica is incredibly important to me too. That's the whole reason I came to Yerfinin," she continues. Taking Samantha's hand, she admits, "I don't really get this whole love thing yet, but when I'm with him, my worries just, poof, they're gone." She blushes a little, adding, "He's all I can think about." Shrina smiles so warmly their hands clasp together. Samantha watches with this gentle, all-knowing look. And there's Princess Shrona, looking totally serene in the sunlit garden. Samantha is so touched, thinking, this princess is as strong and bright as the sun. Looking out over the palace, all she wants is a future full of sunny days for the new couple. Big sigh of relief. Later, Shrona is finally alone, melting into a super plush sofa in a ridiculously fancy room. She's just staring up at a massive chandelier, loving every second of the peace and quiet. This room is insane, she thinks, so different from back in Solemn. It slowly sinks in, whoa, this is my new home. Meanwhile, out in the garden, a super hyped Lily asks what to plant first. And Shrina's just like, "Go for it, plant whatever you want." So Lily, bursting with excitement, immediately plants a peach tree. Shrina can't help but admire her maid's cheerful can-do spirit. But a tiny bit of worry creeps in, wondering if the rigid, stuffy life in Yerfinin might dull Lily's sparkle. Her thoughts drift to the clumsy but super sweet Sir Phalaris, and then to Emperor Saratica's gentle smile. Clasping her hands, Sharuna quietly whispers his name. She just knows that with them on her team, everything is going to be all right. She smiles, saying yes, and thinks about how much her life has completely flipped upside down. The scene cuts to a dark room where a very serious-looking guy with black hair is sitting. He's at his desk, lost in some heavy thoughts. We get a close-up of his intense stare and a huge emerald ring on his finger as he steeples his hands. Cue the flashback. Here's the deal in the past. The Yerfan Empire was run by 3 top dogs, all dukes. The first duke was a crazy, powerful merchant who clawed his way up to become Duke Yer. The second was the leader of all the aristocrats, a dark-haired fellow named Marcin. You know, Beatrice's dad. The third Sultan was the crown sword, which sounds awesome. Together, Jafar Martin and Sultan kept the whole empire in balance. Splat. And then that balance got totally wrecked by Martin's little act of treason. Clack, clack. In a single night, the new Emperor Saratica took a walk down a very messy hall and completely obliterated the Markin Manor to make sure he got every last traitor. He had the entire family, permanently taken off the payroll. While things seemed stable again, all those empty seats at the council table were making people freak out. So the Emperor appointed Marquess Lenoir. This guy had always been lurking in Marcin's shadow, and now he was the new duke meant to fill the power vacuum. We get a dramatic shot of thorny red roses. And even though Lenoir helped with the new management, the narrator drops a bomb. There was one big problem. The new duke was crazy greedy for power. The scene switches to Duke Lenoir, who's questioning the news about the Emperor's new fiancée from some place he's never even heard of. Solemn, The second Duke Yafir sips his tea and smugly roasts Lenoir for being so clueless despite all his supposed spies. The first Duke Sultian, also sipping tea, admits he's surprised too. He's like, "This is the first I'm hearing that the Emperor is even back." Duke Yafir just scoffs at Duke Sultian. "Dude, get with the program. At least pretend you're interested." Slam. A fuming Duke Lenoir slams his fist on the table, yelling, "This is no time for jokes!" He's absolutely livid that the Emperor picked an Empress on a whim without even giving them a heads up. The whole table shakes. Yer, cool as a cucumber, just sips his tea and is all like, "Aha, this is exactly the moment we've been waiting for." What everyone's buzzing about. He mentions the new princess is from some tiny farm country, and is supposedly a total knockout sips tea . Sultan figures it's about time the Emperor finally decided to get hitched. Munch munch . Yeffer's like, "Dude, what's got your knickers in a twist? This is supposed to be good news." Aha . Another Duke spills the tea that Lenoir has been grooming his youngest daughter for the Empress gig. And this new girl just totally torpedoed his whole scheme. In a flashback, Lenoir's daughter is gushing about how much she adores his majesty. He shoots to his feet . Lenoir demands to know how Sultan and Yeffer can be so chill about this whole thing. He argues that a queen needs class and brains, like my daughter. Meanwhile, another Duke is just thinking, "Oh, for Pete's sake, here we go again." Sigh . He totally deflates whining about the Emperor picking some farm girl from the boonies. He keeps ranting that nobody in the court knows squat about the girl the Emperor wants to make his Empress's face all scrunched up like a prune. He screams that this whole situation is an outrage. Tisker just calmly tells him, "Buddy, we can see right through you." He lays it out. "You're not mad about the Emperor's choice, you're just salty your daughter lost her shot at the crown." A spooky voice whispers a little warning. "Don't mess with the big guy." Flinch Yeffer brings up what happened to the Marcons, and man Lenoir just about jumps out of his skin. He then gets all creepy, adding that the riverbed near their old place is still, little rosy from all the previous occupants. Yeffer finishes his warning, telling Lenoir to back off unless he wants to end up like those other chumps who sided with the Marcians. Lenoir furiously denies it's about greed, insisting his daughter is perfect for the job, but Yeffer just calls him a greedy oink oink. Ugh. While these two toddlers are having a slap fight, Duke Sultan just lets out this massive tired sigh. All right, that's enough . Sultan swoops in, grabbing both of them by the scruff of their necks and telling them to knock it off. He sternly tells them playtime's over and orders them to sit their butts down. Clink . He admits, "Okay, Lenoir, you're not totally wrong, picking an empress is a big deal." But he says firmly at the end of the day what the Emperor wants the Emperor gets. Twinkle . With a super comforting smile. Sultan says the Empire's doing great, so everyone needs to take a chill pill because there's no need for all this political drama. Flump . They toss him a cookie, and a super grumpy Lenoir finally plops back down, thinking bitter thoughts about his so-called friends, Sultan and Yeffer. He gives them the cold shoulder, thinking to himself that they just don't get it. He internally writes off Sultan as a blindly loyal yes man, and Yeffer's just some happy-go-lucky retiree who's already checked out. He balls up his fist, totally fuming, feeling like nobody understands his pain. Then he remembers this super embarrassing moment from the past, and the promise he made his daughter that she'd never have to go through that. Frown. He wonders, so what's the big deal with this new girl anyway? Since the tough-as-nails Emperor has never looked twice at anyone before. He gets this determined look, vowing, "Oh, this ain't over. Not by a long shot." And scene change to a super sunny, gorgeous view of the palace and its massive fountain. An aide with light brown hair walks up to the white-haired Emperor, Saratica, to hand him some boring financial papers. Sitting on his throne, Saratica asks, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be giving B the grand tour? You're back already." And the aide gets all defensive like, "She told me to scram." Saratica just grins, totally cool with it. I'm sure B had her reasons, while another aide thinks, "Man, she has him wrapped around her little finger." In a flashback, we see a pink-haired goddess smiling with total confidence, knowing her man will totally get it. Ahem. The aide with the light brown hair clears his throat, all officially telling the Emperor he's had a thought. Lounging on his big old throne, Saratica teases, "Oh no, are you thinking again? That's dangerous." The aide suggests, "So maybe some etiquette classes for Her Highness, since she's, not used to our fancy pants ways." But bam, Saratica hits him with the death stare. Freeze frame. The aide is so spooked by the glare he just stops cold hiccuping like a scared little kid and wondering what on earth he said wrong. The Emperor just says his name, Maximilian, all calm and quiet, and Max just stutters back a reply. He glances at a picture of B and gets this goofy, soft smile. She's perfect just the way she is. But Maximilian is not letting it go, reminding the Emperor that high society is like super judgy. As Maximilian is freaking out that she's going to be so embarrassed, Saratica's face goes dark, and he asks all spooky like, "And who would dare to do that?" Saratica just waves off the idea of a teacher, claiming, "Nobody's smart enough to teach my B." But Maximilian pipes up, "What about Lord Yeffer?" The Emperor's just like, "He's a dude," leaving Maximilian to nervously agree, totally bewildered. Maximilian tries to explain, no, Lord Yeffer is a super respectable old guy. He's even got a granddaughter, making him a totally safe choice. But Saratica just brushes him off, telling him to stop stressing and go take a nap, pointing out how tired he looks. Maximilian is having none of it, insisting that finding a teacher is mission critical and whining that the Emperor has changed. When Maximilian gets all dramatic asking, do you not need me anymore? Saratica just shuts him down, telling him, your problem, Max, is that you're a control freak who needs to learn to delegate. Then we get a flashback of Bea in a carriage asking Saratica, does Maximilian even get to eat lunch? Prompting a super annoyed reply from the Emperor. Saratica literally tells this old dude Carlton to just get rid of Maximilian. Then he's back to business looking at a report from the Magic Kingdom, reviewing a glowing scroll. Saratica confirms that, yup, a big baddie is on the move, right on schedule. The narration reveals that some nasty warlocks are trying to grow their turf, and that getting things locked down quick was totally the right call. After ditching Maximilian's drama, Saratica gets all serious thinking about the major threat these warlocks represent. He's thinking that if they'd waited any longer, Beatrice and the whole royal family would have been in some serious trouble. They would have been toast. Carlton steps up like, all right, boss, what's the game plan? So Saratica cranks the palace security up to level 1, and suddenly armored guards are popping up at the gates like daisies. He pops up from his throne and is all like, lock down everything around Bea, making it crystal clear this is not the time to slack off. He tells Sulchin to beef up the defenses around Selene, then tells a totally wiped Maximilian to get some sleep and get back to spy mode tomorrow. And with a dramatic flair, Saratica strolls down the grand hall, tacking on one last super chilly condition to his orders. He glances back with this ice-cold smirk, basically promising that if anyone even messes with Bea or her fam, it's game over for them permanently. And just like that, we cut to a dinner table, so fancy it probably has its own credit score. Ooh, sparkly Bea is just floored by the insane spread, and the literal army of maids thinking, wow, this is way more extra than I ever imagined. Asterisk, Kriak, asterisk. The giant doors swing open with all the drama of a season finale. All right, drumroll please. Announcing the grand entrance of His Imperial Majesty, and look at Saratica waltzing in with a grin that could melt butter, basically whispering, Bea, my love, I've finally found you. Asterisk, swoosh, asterisk. And would you look at that? He's even pulling out her chair at this super romantic table. What a charmer. Apologizing for the wait. As he sits down, she's thinking, for a royal dinner, this table is kinda tiny. She's blushing up a storm with him this close while he's busy talking up the A+ beefsteak. He gives the plate a little nudge her way, like, go on, eat up, asterisk, chomp, asterisk. After one bite, Bea's like, yep, this is seriously good. Pleased as punch, Saratica just smiles and gently touches her chin. His touch totally sends her mind spinning, realizing this is her very first dinner in Yurfenin. She thinks, I've been here before, but man, everything feels brand spankin' new this time around. All while Saratica just watches her. He's just staring at her with this look of pure gooey adoration and a soft smile. As she turns 50 shades of red, she can't help but wonder what he's seeing right now. Seriously, Bea is just glowing all rosy-cheeked and happy. In a flashback to earlier, an aide is frantically rushing the staff around this gigantic formal dining hall. The head butler announces the Emperor wants a asterisk smaller asterisk table, and you can just see the maid's jaws hit the floor. Now they have to move this beast. A bunch of servants are struggling to haul away this monster of a table. And get this, the narrator drops the bomb that Saratica just shattered a 100-year-old tradition, just so he could sit practically in Bea's lap for dinner. Then we get a bonus scene of a younger wide-eyed Bea addressing His Majesty. Asterisk munch munch. Bea takes a bite and is like, this is amazing. She's just beaming with pure unfiltered happiness. The maids are totally melting, probably imagining how fun it would be to pinch her adorable cheeks. Then Saratica just casually drops that he's going to introduce her to high society soon. Bea is totally shocked, like, wait, hold up, you mean in just asterisk 1 asterisk month? Saratica's like, yeah, it's a bit quicker than I planned, while Bea's freaking out that they're going way too fast. He gives props to Maximilian for being so on the ball, but Bea's just worried the poor guy is being worked to the bone. She starts wondering out loud if Maximilian is secretly sick or something, pointing out the raccoon eyes he's sporting. Then she just stares down Saratica, who's in the middle of a bite, and is like, what's up? With a sweet little smile, Saratica offers her a bite straight from his own fork. Asterisk munch. Asterisk. As she takes it, he gets all pouty and says, hey, stop worrying about Maximilian and pay attention to me. She's completely stunned. Bea's brain just short-circuits. Is the Emperor jealous of his own guy, Sir Elisirus? Nah, no way. But oh yes way. A super smug Saratica proves her wrong, and the narrator confirms this dude even gets jealous of old men with granddaughters. Next thing you know, he's suggesting they go shopping for her debut dress tomorrow. Bea cautiously agrees, but is like, why are asterisk we asterisk going? Don't people usually just call a tailor over? That's the boring usual way, he says with this sneaky grin. Going out means we can do whatever we want. No stuffy court members breathing down our necks. Charmed by his sneaky logic, Bea just laughs and is totally on board. Later that night, snuggled up in a bed fit for a queen, her last thought before zonking out is of rice. And then she drifts into a not-so-sweet dream as a voice calls out to her, Beatrice? Suddenly, she's stuck in a total nightmare. Some creepy dark-haired guy is looming over her saying her name. He's whispering, "You fool, you should have gone for the throne." Asterisk, yank asterisk. He grabs her by the collar, yelling it was her duty as a Marcon, then just drops her. She's shaking like a leaf trapped in this horrible dream. When it hits her, that's her asterisk father asterisk. She squeezes her eyes shut, trying so hard to say something. Asterisk, crash, asterisk. The image of her nightmare dad just shatters into a million pieces as she screams in her head, "I'm not living for you." She's jolted awake by a voice calling her name. She wakes up gasping for air, clutching her chest, and just drenched in a cold sweat. She looks up and there's Saratika holding her on the bed, and she barely manages to whisper his name. She glances around the totally empty room, completely confused, and asks how in the world he got in there. He just gently explains he came to check on her and found her tossing and turning in a nightmare. She realizes this is the first dream she's had of her father since she got this new body, and figures being back at the palace must have triggered it. She tries to put on a brave face, giving him a small smile and saying sorry for making him worry. He just stares at her with this deep, mysterious expression. She totally recognizes that look on his face. It's the same super intense vibe he had on the terrace. Bea's trying to shoo him away before they get caught, but he's not having it, saying he couldn't sleep anyway, and he's glad he showed up. He gently touches her cheek, so happy he was the one to pull her out of that bad dream. But as his hand moves to her hair, she realizes his skin is ice cold. He asks her why she's awake since she must be exhausted, but she just blames it on being way too excited for their date tomorrow. Then she spots his hands clasped so tight his knuckles are white, and wonders how a guy so powerful could look so nervous. She can feel it. Seeing he's a little jumpy. With this super sweet, almost shy smile, she asks if he wants to hold her hand, and he's like, "Yeah, okay." Bam. She plops her hand right on top of his. He smirks, telling her she can't just be sneaking around like a ninja or they're totally gonna get busted. She just bats her eyes and asks, "Are you trying to lecture me?" She playfully reminds him that as Mr. Emperor, he's supposed to be setting a good example, and honestly, he looks like he's never been so happy to be told off in his life. He gets all concerned, asking if she's feeling better now, and she totally is. She gives him this warm smile, letting him know she's not going anywhere. But you can see the wheels turning in his head, his face getting all serious as he tries to figure out what's really bugging her. What's got her so down? Yoink! He gently snags her hand, calling her name. Then he brings it up to his lips, all smooth, and murmurs about how warm her hand is. In this huge moonlit room, Bea just breathes out his name, Sia. She promises him she's right here, and he gets this adorable smile, agreeing, "I know you are." And then pat, he gives her a little head pat, promising that as long as they're a team, everything's gonna be awesome. Sparkle. The full moon is practically peeking through the fancy window, being all nosy about their moment. He pulls her into a big warm hug, gently stroking her hair and sending her all the "it's okay" vibes without saying a word. The next day, mission Operation Find a Dress. They hit up this super fancy boutique. Bea comes out in this gorgeous blue and white number, and Saratika's over there, arms crossed, trying to look like a judge on a fashion show. With that serious look on his face. A zoom in on Bea's face shows she's totally over it, looking like a mannequin that's come to life and immediately regrets it. After 2 solid hours of this fashion marathon, she's completely wiped and begs for mercy. Saratika's like, "What, but I thought all you ladies loved playing dress up." She's quick to tell him the dresses are amazing, but honestly, she'd rather face down an entire army than try on one more. That she'd literally prefer a battlefield. He just smirks, totally thrilled he's finally found her kryptonite, which only makes her more annoyed. But then bam, a pair of hands grabs hers out of nowhere. Whoa, hold up. It's the shop's designer, who grabs Bea's hands with a fire in their eyes, insisting, "You can't quit now, my muse." They start pulling out even more dresses, gushing about how her youthful glow is their ultimate inspiration. While Bea's face is a perfect picture of "save me." Yikes. While the designer is having the time of their life, a horrified Bea is practically pleading for it to end. And of course, Saratika is just loving the show. Then the designer slides in with, "Just one more?" And Saratika, the little troll, points and says, "Ooh, I like that one." Caught between a rock and a fashion-crazed hard place, Bea's smile is so strained, it looks like it's about to snap. And then it does. She just lets out a massive "nope" as we pan away, as the camera zooms out on the chaos. Ding-a-ling. Later at a cute dessert spot, Saratika is totally giving her a hard time for being so pooped. She's just slumped against him, grumbling about her traumatic dress-up experience. A completely drained Bea thinks, "Give me a suit of armor over a ball gown any day of the week." He mentions that this cafe is super popular, but on the down low he's thinking, "Thank goodness Maximilian told me about this place. Haha." But the promise of sugar brings her back to life. She warns him she's about to order one of everything, and he's just like, "Bring it on." But then she stares at the menu like it's written in another language, and he has to ask what's up. She's totally bewildered by all the crazy names, complaining that none of them say what's actually in them. Saratika points out the bestseller is called The Sun's Last Kiss, and a baffled Bea just shrugs like, "Sure, let's get that, I guess." And thinking about how much Yufanan has gotten weird. But when a totally normal brownie shows up, she's so relieved. Saratika's expert analysis, "Hey, it's got a cherry on top." Buzz, looking out the window, Bea, mentions to Sia that the place seems way more crowded than she remembers. He just grins and says, well, yeah, everyone wants a peek at the future empress, you know. She's like, fair point, but still. Being a celebrity is exhausting. As she says this, Saratika's eyes get this intense, mischievous look, and his whole vibe shifts. He says her name Bea, making her look right at him. Shh. As all the nosy people watch, he points out they can't exactly stop the rumor mill. Then he leans in super close and whispers, so, why don't we give them a real show? Making her turn beet red. Boing, she practically jumps out of her seat, accusing him of fanning the flames. And then it hits her. He picked this packed cafe on purpose. She just sighs as he flashes a winning smile. Deciding to play his game, she loudly announces, well, I guess this is our first official date, which makes him look away, trying to act all serious and imperial. Knowing he's got a thing for cherries, she poises one on her fork and chirps, here comes the airplane teehee. She playfully tells him to say, thinking, there's no way the Emperor gets out of this one. This is going to be so embarrassing for him. Ha, she's so sure she's got him backed into a corner, as he just stares down that cherry. And then, schlick. To her absolute shock, he leans in and just licks the cherry, while it's still on her fork. Num. Then he smoothly pops the cherry into his mouth, while she's just frozen there, fork in hand. Roar. A totally flustered Bea just explodes. Why did you lick it? He just calmly replies, you told me to eat it. Murmur. Meanwhile, you can hear the whole cafe buzzing. She calls him a sly fox, and he puts on his best innocent face, asking, what did I do? As the day wraps up, they're walking arm in arm down this twinkly street, and she admits she actually had a blast. She thinks to herself that the craziest part of the day wasn't the shopping or the cherry incident, but seeing how much Yufanan had come alive. It's not the cold place she remembers. Now everyone seems happy, and the city is just buzzing with energy. Halt. Saratika suddenly stops and turns her to face him, gently taking her hand. He reveals there's one last stop he wants to make before they head back to the palace. He tells her it's a place he went to a lot after she was gone, leaving her completely floored, rendered totally speechless by his words. Bea can only stare back at him, a million questions in her eyes. Rustle. Her slippered foot steps onto a path covered in leaves, leading them to this mystery spot. So they pull up to this massive, super spooky gate, and the narrator's like, welcome to Marcian Manor, her old family crib. Cue the dramatic music and a tidal wave of bad memories. It hits B that this isn't just her childhood home, it's where she totally kicked the bucket. Whoa, dizzy spell. The shock makes her feel all queasy, and Saratika swoops in to catch her, yelling her name like a hero in a movie. Slap. Nope. She swats his hand away, all panicky, and is like, get off me. Clutching herself, she's freaking out, asking, dude, why would you bring me to this nightmare factory? You can just see the hurt in her eyes. She's like, you know, the season finale here was a total tragedy for me. Saratika gives her that intense, broody look and quietly admits, yeah, I know. Then he drops a bomb. This place might have been our end, but now it's going to be our brand new beginning. They're standing there framed by some seriously evil-looking thorny vines with faces that scream, our backstory is so tragic and complicated. Whoosh! Fiery flashback time. The narrator recaps the epic fail of the Martian family. After that one crazy night, the gates to this creepy mansion were locked for good. But for some weird reason, they never tore the place down. And get this, they never even fired the staff. As Saratika peeks through a window, we're told the rumor is they left the whole mansion exactly as it was on treason night, bloodstains and all. Talk about a fixer-upper. Saratika is just staring into the dark, dusty mansion with a look that says, I've made some choices, asterisk crunch asterisk. Their footsteps are super loud as they walk through the trashed hallway. She's looking around totally shook. It hits her that this dump looks exactly the same as the last time she saw it. Asterisk plod plod. As they go deeper into the decay, she's got to be wondering why Saratika kept this horror show preserved. Asterisk clench asterisk. She's gripping her dress for dear life. She's totally questioning his motives for this haunted memory lane tour. Asterisk halt asterisk. They both just stop, looking like they're about to face the final boss. She looks up at a portrait of her dad, complete with a lovely blood splatter. Her dad looks super stern in the painting. With a heavy sigh, she's like, yep, that's Pops. Saratika chimes in. Lord Marcian was a brilliant guy, super smart, a real go-getter. B gets a little twinge of sadness thinking about her dad. Then Saratika, with a stone-cold look, adds, he was also a seriously violent dude. He brings up how dad's ambition forced her into a war, and even made him try to get Saratika whacked. We get a flash of her pointing a sword right at him. Oof, awkward. She turns away all bummed out and reminds him, hey, I'm that guy's daughter, remember? But he just smiles softly and says if it wasn't for her crazy old man, we never would have met. She's stunned, like, how can you forgive me? I was on Team Evil Dad. He just gives her this knowing smile and explains that he had a major realization after she was, gone. He confesses, I never hated you. Not for a single second. He couldn't bring himself to redecorate the place, he admits, because the whole creepy vibe was a constant reminder that she wasn't there. Kinda weird, kinda sweet. In another painful flashback, we see him kneeling over her dead body, vowing to never feel so useless again. He goes on saying he never wants to have that fear of losing her ever again. And it clicks for her, he was absolutely terrified. Asterisk reach asterisk. He calls out her name, his hand reaching for hers. In a trippy vision, he's floating beside her, promising everything's okay, and they can start over together. Back in the hall, which is now magically full of blooming roses, he holds out his hand and asks her to move on from the past with him. She glances down at a sword just lying on the still blood-stained floor. She quietly agrees with him. We see a memory of her old dark-haired self thinking she was the only one trapped by all this drama. But now she gets it seeing a flashback of a super sad Saratika. Turns out he was trapped in this emotional mess right there with her. And just like that, asterisk poof asterisk, the whole hall gets a magical makeover, all clean and sparkly. Asterisk twinkle. Twinkle asterisk, overcome with pure joy and relief. She's grinning from ear to ear while holding his hand. The once haunted Marcian Manor is now a beautiful restored palace under the stars. Outside he's like, but wait, there's more. And you can see she's totally intrigued. She is so curious. Asterisk blink. Asterisk. She gives him a look like, what else could you possibly have for me? He leads her to a set of huge fancy wooden doors. Asterisk swing asterisk. He opens the doors and she gasps, her eyes locking onto a familiar golden sword, just chilling on a bed. It's her personal ego sword, Rosa looking pristine on a white silk sheet. He explains he couldn't just throw Rosa away because it was the last thing he had of her. He truly believed the sword was waiting for her to come back and Beatrice, our pink-haired gal. Starts trembling, holding her arm. She's thinking, I used this sword to, end it all. Is Rosa gonna forgive me? Then a hand reaches out and gives the fancy sword a little tap. Beatrice picks up the sword and is shocked by how much it's vibrating. Whoa, then the silver-haired man Saratika gives Beatrice a super tender nuzzle. He calls her Rosa. Beatrice closes her eyes and asks if this is for real. Saratika, the silver-haired man, just smiles warmly and tells Beatrice, thank you. Saratika pulls Beatrice into a big hug, telling her everything is finally falling back into place. The grand palace is sparkling under the night sky. Then a little grunt comes from the dark, shiny forest. It came from the sparkly woods. A brown-haired woman named Lily pops out, wiping her brow and saying hi to everyone. Lily explains she's just trimming Her Highness's new garden and totally lost track of time. She says she always loves a good gardening session. Lily sighs, complaining that the soil is garbage, but she's got a plan to finish before the wedding. Then she jumps with a roar, realizing her peaceful night just got totally interrupted. So there's Lily watching these two dudes from afar, and she's just thinking, man, that courier guy thinks way too much. And then bam, close up on the courier freaking out. Am I overthinking this? He yells while Lily in the back is giving him the most epic, are you serious right now look? He's all, oh no, a princess from a tiny country? She's gonna get eaten alive by the court. He's totally spiraling, but then he's like, nah, I'm sure His Majesty's got a master plan, right? Meanwhile, Lily's just stewing over how he dissed her princess's small micro-country. And then it hits her, and she goes from 0 to 100 real quick thinking, is this clown bad-mouthing Princess Shroina my precious princess? Cue a little vision of Beatrice smiling sweetly. And then a tiny fuming Lily with actual fire sizzling off her head screams, Surlis! The silver-haired guy just looks at her like, Lily's making fists totally steamed. I will never forget this, she hisses as Sir Iris just strolls away, suddenly feeling a weird chill. And then classic the courier slips on a banana peel. Who leaves a banana peel here? He shouts mid-fall. How could anyone talk trash about our precious princess? And Fwompy lands right in a ditch like, where did this ditch come from? As some silver-haired officer just watches. The courier covered in dirt swears, I'll make that Sir Fiers regret this. Then he just throws his head back and wails, why does this stuff always happen to me? So now you've got the silver-haired officer just standing there with the totally defeated-looking courier. Cut to a swanky room where Saratika, the silver-haired emperor, is chilling with 3 other guys. Saratika flashes a grin and is all like, gentlemen, welcome to my office. Then his eyes get all sharp as he says, I'm just asterisk dying asterisk to hear why you're all here. The black-haired dude who's the first Duke Lenoir gets all polite. Your Majesty, you're looking well. Saratika's like, thanks for all your hard work, guys. Then cuts to the chase. So what's up, why the surprise visit? The first Duke Lenoir gives the second Duke Yaffer a little nudge, and they both bow, saying, Your Majesty, we would never dream of questioning your decision, but... The brown-haired guy, the second Duke Yaffer, puffs out his chest all, it is my duty as a duke of this great empire. He explains, our job is to help and advise you, while some third guy with glasses just casually sips his tea in the background. The second Duke Yaffer then asks a very pensive Saratika, So, why haven't you talked to any of us about this whole Empress situation? He leans in full of fake concern. Marrying a princess from some tiny country right after you got back. Don't you think that's a little... rash? Saratika's eyes narrow. Oh, I see you're scared, he says with a hint of a smirk. But what are you really scared of? Saratika's just thinking, are they worried about the nation? Or about their own little schemes getting messed up? The first Duke Lenoir and second Duke Yaffer look absolutely shook as Saratika drops the bomb. Or is this really about you being scared for Lord Lenoir's daughter? He's just holding a glass of wine, picturing the first Duke Lenoir with some blonde lady totally schooling them. Saratika takes a sip, knowing this guy's past moves were always shady. We see a flashback of the Duke with a shy blonde, and back in the present, Lenoir's face is just a mess of pure frustration. He totally gets it now. Saratika knew his game all along. The Duke furiously starts to yell at him, but Saratica just slams his hand on the table and says his name super sternly. With a tiny smile, Saratica goes. He then tells the first Duke Lenoir, "Look, I respect your skills and all, but your whole emotional roller coaster thing. Yeah, not a fan." Ouch! And you can see the first Duke just flinch, totally caught off guard by that ice-cold shutdown from Saratica. The Duke, now super ticked off, demands, "Why did you choose asterisk this woman asterisk?" Saratica just calmly says his name again. Lenoir looks like he's seen a ghost as Saratica declares she's not any woman. She is the future empress. Saratica then looks off all thoughtful. "And as for why I haven't told you guys yet," we see the first Duke, second Duke, and the tea-sipping guy, all looking super worried. In Saratica's mind, we see Beatrice walking up these sparkly stairs to a throne, and he's thinking, you guys don't think she can handle it, but she can. Then we see Beatrice sitting on that glowing golden throne like an absolute queen. She's got her crown, she's dripping in jewels, and she's giving a look that could kill. Saratica's just thinking about her and her whole family. The Emperor smiles. "Oh, I guarantee you Beatrice and her family have more than enough power for the job." A dude with black hair and a green brooch looks worried, saying, "But my keen eye for people is legendary." Saratica, just smirking from his chair, reminds him, "And who do you think gave you the position to have that keen eye in the first place, buddy?" In this super tense room, Saratica leans in and says, "Are you telling me you think my judgment is wrong?" Uh-oh. The official gets all flustered and looks away, thinking, geez, His Majesty really knows how to put a guy on the spot. Standing before the Emperor, the official quickly backpedals, No, I am your loyal servant. I'll support you no matter what." Saratica just smirks, all confident. "Good. Then save your opinions until after you see her at the banquet tomorrow." The official then asks, "And what if the princess doesn't live up to your expectations?" The black-haired man across the table is just stunned into silence, totally at a loss for words. But then a second official, a guy with a mustache, just calmly sips his tea and says, "Simple. If she's not up to snuff, we'll advise her. If she is, we'll admit we were wrong." Just then a voice from off-screen says, "The Empress is basically the nation's mom, right?" And bam, Sierratica's face just freezes over. Then this dude with a glorious mustache is like, "Well, I sure hope this princess is the real deal like you say she is," while everyone else just awkwardly stares. With a little smirk, Sierratica basically tells them, "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Thanks for the, chat." And as the meeting from heck finally ends, some younger guy with brown hair is like, "Whoa, was it just me or was that super tense? Yikes." As the three of them walk off, one guy scolds Lenoir, saying, "Dude, you were way too emotional back there." But Lenoir's all, "No, I was sending a message." Meanwhile, Mr. Mustache is just lost in thought, thinking how that whole thing could have been a total disaster if Jaffer hadn't jumped in. The mustache dude, still looking stressed, points out, "Okay, so the Emperor is way more whipped for this princess than we realized." Jaffer, on the other hand, is thinking, "Heck yeah, it's about time he stood up for himself." As they stroll down the hall, Jaffer's just giddy, thinking, "Oh man, I cannot wait for tomorrow." Back in the Emperor's office, Sierratica's brown-haired assistant is practically vibrating with anxiety, asking, Are we sure tomorrow's debut is gonna be okay?" The poor guy admits he's just worried something's gonna go wrong, but Sierratica just gets this soft, sappy smile thinking about his dear Bea. With total, unshakable confidence, Sierratica just says, "Dude, Bea is the strongest woman I have ever known." And just like that, we get this gorgeous vision of Bea, all decked out in a stunning pink dress and a tiara, looking like a total queen. And she's got this super sweet smile. We get a close-up of her incredible pink lace gown, which is dripping with delicate little pearl strands. Fast forward to the big day, her debut, and Sierratica is right there next to her. He leans in and tells Bea, "You look absolutely stunning." Bea just beams, thanks him, and fires right back, "You clean up pretty nice yourself." Hearing that, Sierratica gets this huge happy grin on his face. When their carriage pulls up, he asks, "Nervous?" And she's like, "Totally." He just gives her a reassuring look. "It'll be fine." And she nods. Whoosh! And they're off, walking arm in arm down this ridiculously grand hallway filled with flowers. Making their way to the ballroom doors. Buzz. Inside this insanely fancy ballroom, all the nobles are whispering like crazy. Whisper. One lady hiding behind her fan leans over to her friend, "Did you hear the latest?" And her friend is like, "Girl, please, of course I have." One of them starts daydreaming about some super curvy masked bombshell, wondering what kind of woman could actually melt the Emperor's frozen heart. Groan. But her friend is like, "Get real, he doesn't care about looks." And then complains, "I just want to see her face already." Nearby, Jaffer overhears some other ladies calling the princess some kind of homewrecker from the sticks, and he just thinks grimly, "Yep, this is exactly what I was afraid of." While some people are green with envy, the ones who saw them on their date are total fans, now gushing about how cute they are together and how he's so smitten. Jaffer's just praying the night doesn't turn into a complete dumpster fire. Just then, some guy walks up to Jaffer and asks, "What are you doing here? You look like you've seen a ghost." Roar. Suddenly, a herald's voice just blasts through the room, shouting something about their eternal glory. Whip as every head in the room turns. The herald announces the grand entrance of His Majesty Sierratica and Princess Xuena Flores, Solomia Gulp. You can see one woman hiding a little gas behind her fan, thinking. Finally, That official Lenoir is staring at the entrance, looking super worried, probably thinking, all right, this is it, we're finally gonna see her. And bam! The huge doors fly open at the top of a giant red carpeted staircase. Flutter. The camera zooms in on Bea's gorgeous earring while the announcer is still going on about His Majesty. Shah. And there's Bea making her grand appearance, looking totally calm and collected at the top of the stairs. Some pretty white flowers fill the screen, and then the big reveal. As she walks down the stairs on Siaratika's arm, some hater in the crowd is thinking, meh, she's all right. Shalala cute. Another spectator thinks as Bea blushes and looks down with a shy little smile. Whoa, but then you see these two young dudes just staring up at her, their mouths wide open, completely starstruck. Turn, Siaratika casually glances over his shoulder, and his eyes lock right onto the two guys who are gawking at her. Ablaze. A literal aura of fiery rage just explodes around him as he gives them the ultimate death glare. Tremble. Bea's like, what's wrong, but Siaratika tries to play it cool with this really weird smile while secretly thinking, whoa, even I'm scared of me right now. As the two poor guys literally tremble in fear. Standing in front of everyone, she's formally introduced with her full, very long name, Princess Xuena Flores Solomia. Then Siaratika proudly announces to the whole court, this is my one and only, and she is going to be the next Empress of Yerfin, so get used to it. A super serious-looking Lenoir just listens on. And then Siaratika adds, and just so we're clear, I won't be taking any questions or complaints. He smirks, telling the whole room he expects only the best compliments for Bea, and that he'll be listening very closely. He then glances at the murmuring crowd, and flatly tells them, enjoy the party. Bea is just mortified, thinking to herself, are you kidding me? Who could possibly have a good time after a threat like that? Just then, some unseen guy decides it's time for him to make a move. An old guy like him to step up to the plate. A smiling man with brown hair walks up and greets her, and Bea's like, oh, hey, it's Lord Yafir. But then the guy introduces himself as Ladak Ponier, the Minister of Justice. He starts laying on the praise thick while the entire room just stares in total silence. Bea gets all nervous, clasping her hands and letting out a little, oh. But you can see her take a deep breath, feeling all those eyes on her and just toughen up. She is not about to mess this up, and she gives him a big warm hello. Twinkle. She thinks to herself, well, by showing up with the Emperor, I've officially silenced all the nasty rumors. Yafir is watching her, impressed by how calm she seems. He's thinking, wow, she's totally unfazed. I just hope this isn't some fluke. But then with a super confident smile, Bea looks right at him and asks, Your Grace, do you honestly think I'm just here because I got lucky? She goes on, because if that's what you think, then frankly I'm disappointed in you, completely catching Yafir off guard. Ooh, burn, you can hear Lenoir scoffing somewhere, and another official just chuckles as she explains that his is throwing some serious shade, doubting not just her but the king himself. So Bea, cool as a cucumber, tells Yafir she's thrilled to be back where she belongs, and he's all like, oh really? Standing next to Siaratika like a total boss, she tells Yafir, trust me, you won't be disappointed. Then they share this secret little look, and good old Lord Yafir just eats it up, saying it's a total pleasure to meet her, and she's right back at him. Meanwhile, Hugh, Siaratika's poor, stressed-out assistant, is watching from afar, letting out a huge sigh of relief that things aren't blowing up. He's thinking, thank goodness Lord Yafir accepted her, because now all the other haters have to keep their mouths shut. He spots Lord Lenoir still looking like someone stole his favorite toy, but at least he's keeping it civil. Hugh just keeps an eye on him, wondering, is he over it or is he just waiting for the perfect moment to cause drama? Next up, another noble and his +1 step up to greet the star of the show, and right away Bea spots this blonde, giving her a major stink eye, and she's thinking, why does she look so familiar? Then with a nasty little smirk, the blonde starts talking smack, saying she's never even heard of Solemn. Then she actually touches Bea's arm, putting on this fake pity act about how tiny she is, and bam, Bea remembers exactly who this chick is. Oh yeah, she's the Viscount's daughter who tried to hit on Siaratika and got totally shut down, while the girl is still yapping. Bea just cuts her right off. She hits her with an ice-cold, hey, when did it become okay to just walk up and talk to someone without an introduction? Which shuts the girl right up. You can just feel the smirk. Siaratika jumps in to back her up, pretending to be clueless, like, oh, did I miss the memo on new party rules? Which makes the girl totally flustered. Then like a pro, Bea changes the subject, pointing to her jewelry and asking, are those ruby earrings from Yufanan? Bea gets super sarcastic, like, what, did you guys find a secret ruby mine or something? Then laughs it off, kidding. As Bea walks away, she chirps, have a great night. But the girl's dad is shooting daggers with his eyes, already plotting to mess with her family's finances. Siaratika just chuckles, you're still the same old Bea. And she fires back, never underestimate a former Duchess, honey. Then some guy off-screen tells her to go easy on him, but Bea's response is a chilly, we'll see. Suddenly, a super creepy vibe washes over Bea. She turns and sees a whole squad of sketchy-looking dudes in cloaks walking right toward them. These cloaked figures just stand there, faces hidden in the shadows, while Siaratika and Bea get their guard up. Turns out they're the infamous Reapers from the magical kingdom of Calasion. Yikes. The leader whips off his hood, revealing this smirking dark-haired dude who introduces himself as Maximus Tan Ellis Raha, the Marquis of Colason. Bea is immediately creeped out by his weird smile and intense stare. Maximus claims they just had to rush over and say congrats as soon as they heard the Emperor found his bride. Bea's eyes go wide with panic. She's remembering that Colosan is notorious for its illegal spooky magic. She grips her dress thinking about how crazy powerful these guys are. Later in private, Bea asks Saratica straight up, is Colosan coming after Solemn? He admits they're being ridiculously bold, which just proves how desperate they are to get their hands on the Earth deities. And then a light bulb goes off for Bea. She asks, is that asterisk why you wanted to rush the wedding? He says yes, admitting he hoped making it official would make them back off. Bea just listens totally silent. Her face gets dead serious as she realizes just how big of a mess they're in. We get a quick happy flashback of a smiling girl with freckles and a big group hug. It's a gorgeous sunny memory, with a black-haired woman giving our pink-haired Bea a huge hug. Back in the study, Bea starts to say, Saratica won, but trails off. Then her face sets with this brand new determination. She declares, I want to protect them. Turning right to him, she asks, will you help me? Saratica gives her the sweetest smile and assures her, your family is my family now. He quietly promises to protect them even if it starts a war. His face is all confidence and resolve now. So back at the fancy ball, Saratica smoothly says, I don't remember inviting Colosan, but welcomes them anyway. The Marcus Maximus flashes a totally fake smile, thanking His Majesty for the warm welcome. Maximus announces they brought a super precious plant as a gift. One of his cloaked minions presents this pathetic dead-looking little sapling, and Bea and Saratica are both giving it major side-eye. Maximus suggests that since she grew up with nature, she should totally know what the plant is. Bea plays dumb about the sad little twig, and Maximus slyly asks, are you sure you don't know what it is? He reveals it's a priceless happy plant from some kingdom way out east. The crowd oohs and ahs. Then Maximus explains, the plant's growth depends completely on its owner. Oof, Bea flinches when he adds, looking right at her, that it only thrives for someone with the blood of the earth deities. Some dude in the crowd is already sweating for the princess because he knows exactly what's happening. Maximus straight up challenges her, reminding everyone that she's the princess of Solemn and is supposed to have the earth deities' powers. He asks if they're all gonna get to see the magic happen tonight, and Bea realizes, oh, this jerk is putting me on the spot. The whole room starts buzzing, whispering about the descendant of the earth deities. Maximus just dismisses it all as a silly myth to explain why the plant is so fussy. Then he adds, all condescending, there's no way someone so small and sweet could have a gift like that. What a snake. And oh, Bea knows exactly what he's doing. He's totally trying to get a rise out of her. Staring at the twig, she's secretly thinking, do I even have that kind of power? A flash of insight hits Shroina's body, might be up for it, but her soul is a total freeloader, so who knows how this will go. Glancing between her own worried face and Saratica's stormy one, she decides, yeah, let's not make a total fool of myself today. Saratica steps in front of her like a total bodyguard, coolly telling Maximus, you must have the princess confused with a gardener. With a smirk that could curdle milk, he adds, I'll accept this for the palace staff, and dismisses them with, enjoy your night. Ouch. When Saratica glances back at her, it hits Bea like a ton of bricks. He totally sensed she was freaking out. Standing behind him, she feels completely shielded and safe. Lord Lenoir clears his throat, chiming in, my Maya nation of earth deities, how fascinating. Then he declares, if she has such a rare gift, she's more than worthy of being empress, which completely puts Bea on the spot. Some guy in the crowd scoffs, gift from an earth deity, never heard of it. The room starts buzzing and Bea realizes Lord Lenoir is stirring the pot on purpose. She can feel the walls closing in. HMPH, across the room, Lenoir is smirking, loving that she's trapped. Bea squeezes her eyes shut, her mind racing. Oh crap, what do I do? Just then, Saratica takes her hand, lacing their fingers together, giving her all the support without saying a word. He gives her a look that just screams, you've got this. His complete faith in her is so touching. Bea looks up and whispers his name. Ah, the hand-holding. As she holds on, she scolds herself for being such a chicken. Drawing on his strength, a new fire lights up in her eyes, and she actually smiles. She's decided, challenge accepted. They can deal with the fallout later. Slip. Believing there's always a solution, she gently lets go of his hand. It's showtime. Bea steps forward all alone to face the little sapling and the guys from Coliseum. That freckled girl and the young nobleman she remembers are watching with super worried faces, calling out her title. In this gigantic, ridiculously fancy ballroom, Bea stands there with total grace, ready for this public pop quiz. With fierce determination, she calls on the power of the almighty earth deity. A ghostly vision of a gorgeous blonde goddess appears right behind her as she steels herself to do this for the people she loves. Bea reaches out her hands, hovering just over the pathetic little twig. Maximus's smug smirk vanishes as he feels the air change, suddenly thinking, wait a second, maybe she's not bluffing. Whoosh! A massive crazy burst of green explodes from the pot, making Maximus jump back like he touched a hot stove. Rumble. The tree just goes wild, its insane growth shocking both Bea and a recoiling Maximus. In a totally breathtaking flash, the sapling becomes a colossal glowing tree that fills the entire room. Maximus just stares, his jaw on the floor, completely losing his mind at the impossible sight. Saratica looks up at the incredible tree, his face a perfect blend of woe and how in the world. In the crowd, the freckled girl and the young noble guy are just staring with their minds completely blown. Clutching her chest, Bea looks up amazed as she realizes what this insane growth spurt really means. As the tree practically hums with power, it dawns on her. This is the real deal power of an earth deity. From outside, you can see the giant tree literally punching a hole through the roof of the grand palace. Asterisk murmur murmur. The totally baffled guests are whispering to each other, trying to process what the heck just happened. Asterisk rustle. Asterisk a guest gasps, pointing up, holy cow. That tree went straight through the ceiling. Saratica pulls Bea close, asking if she's okay, and she nervously squeaks that she's fine. Bea thinks to herself, okay, I asked the earth deity for a little help, but this is way more than I bargained for. Whoosh! As a gust of wind dies down, she wonders if her prayer was really asterisk that asterisk good. Then with dawning horror, she realizes the undeniable truth: she just used actual divine power. Saratica asks worriedly, are you feeling sick? But Bea just shakes her head, thinking, my heart is about to explode out of my chest. Relieved she's not hurt, Saratica jokes, I don't think one tree can bring down the whole palace. But Bea is nervously thinking, don't be so sure about that. She now knows for a fact that divine power is real. And it works even when you're just a soul borrowing someone else's body. Asterisk, ugh. Asterisk. While Bea is stressing about how to even ask her sisters about this, Saratica is standing next to her looking seriously troubled. Saratica is having a sudden flashback of a woman named Tia Bell, threatening to bury him alive if he didn't find her a date. Asterisk yikes asterisk. The memory makes him flinch, which startles Bea, who jumps and asks, what is wrong with you? Bea then has a cringy realization that every single person in the ballroom is staring at them after her little gardening demonstration. For a second, her eyes lock with a totally stunned Maximus from across the room. Maximus is just frozen solid, completely speechless from her power flex. Asterisk, pff, ha! Seeing his dumbfounded face, Bea can't stop a little triumphant laugh from escaping. Maximus just grimaces, totally humiliated. He's now being tormented by a tiny imaginary Bea laughing in his head. Asterisk turn. Asterisk Bea gives him a satisfied little hair flip and turns to Saratica, asking, so what's our next move? Saratica reassures her, don't worry, the enchanters will fix the roof, admitting, even I didn't expect it to grow quite that explosively. He stands up straighter, then turns to her and says, well, since we're already here, we should probably set things straight once and for all. Totally thrown by his sudden serious tone, Bea asks, set what straight? Apologizing before he even does anything, Saratica gently reaches for her hand. Asterisk lift. Asterisk. To her complete and utter surprise. Whoa, he just sweeps her right off her feet, totally bridal style. Her face is turning 50 shades of red as she's like, Saratica, what are you even doing? But him, he just flashes this killer smile. This absolutely dazzling, confident grin. Just then, his aide shouts from the crowd, making asterisk, everyone asterisk turn and stare. And Saratica, bold as brass, announces to the whole room that this asterisk is what his amazing fiancé can do. Lord Yaffer chimes in, saying she's a Santis, blessed by the earth gods themselves, and stronger than any other woman out there. Saratica looks down at her all soft and gooey-eyed, and keeps the compliments coming, calling her lovely. Intelligent and so wise. He's just staring deep into her eyes when he drops the final bomb. She's the woman asterisk I asterisk want. Bam. And then he lifts her even higher, getting ready to make a huge announcement to the entire hall. She is going to be the Empress. Then he gets this look on his face, this fiercely protective smile, and warns everyone that from this moment on, if anyone even asterisk thinks asterisk about looking at her funny, they're gonna have a bad time. You can just hear jaws hitting the floor. Yeah, especially the Viscount's daughter and her dad. Their eyes are practically bugging out of their heads. Then you hear it. Asterisk, clap, asterisk. Just one person, then another. And pretty soon the whole ballroom erupts in applause. They're all clapping for their future empress. Meanwhile, Bea is absolutely mortified, squirming in his arms and begging him to put her down. But Saratica just calmly tells her, hey, you should smile. He reminds her this is a happy moment, you know? And just like that, she takes a breath, pushes past the embarrassment, and gives everyone this absolutely radiant, happy smile. Right on cue, the orchestra starts up again. And poof! The tension in the room just vanishes. The party is back on, and couples start flooding the dance floor again. But Bea, standing there with Saratica, quietly wonders, was that a little asterisk too asterisk bold? Are we sure about this? Saratica's response, a super chill, I like it. Bea is floored, like, you have got to be kidding me. But he just reassures her, saying that everyone thinks that tree was a miracle, asterisk her asterisk miracle. She's blushing as he says her name so softly. Then he holds out his hand, reminding her that, hey, the hosts are kinda supposed to have the first dance. He takes her hand with this super charming smile and gently asks, ready? The orchestra kicks in, filling the whole ballroom with the sound of violins and cellos. All the guests are just watching, totally captivated. The music just swells through the grand hall. Out on the floor, Saratica is leading Bea in this beautiful waltz, and she's got this perfect happy smile on her face. The way he's looking down at her pure, unfiltered love. I mean, look at those bright blue eyes just overflowing with affection. And then asterisk moi asterisk, he leans in and gives her the sweetest little kiss on the forehead. You can see a couple of nobles in the crowd just gasp, covering their mouths. They are totally scandalized by this public display of affection. A mortified Bea is like, hey, everyone is watching us. But he just laughs it off. And check out this guy over here, this brown-haired nobleman is just watching. Totally amused as Bea playfully complains that he's impossible. The nobleman just smiles to himself like, yeah, she's got a point. Of course, Saratica just gives Bea this smug little smirk. He is loving this. They keep on dancing, twirling gracefully under the big ballroom lights. Bea, still red as a tomato, insists, you can't just do that in front of everybody. And nearby, one of Maximus's cloaked goons cheekily whispers, so, does that mean it's okay when they're alone? His buddy just turns and gives a slow, deliberate nod. Ha, Bea teases Saratica. You're getting sneakier every day, you know that. But then his whole vibe changes, and he gets serious, quietly telling her that the cash-in envoys just bailed on the party. Later we cut to a training hall where Bea is struggling big time with this heavy golden sword. She just can't focus. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. She takes a swing, but her form is all wobbly in the huge empty room. And then asterisk clatter asterisk, the sword just slips right out of her hands and crashes onto the checkered floor. Her hands are shaking. She just stares at them, admitting to herself that she's not strong enough yet. Kneeling down next to the blade, she knows she's got a long way to go with her training. She gets back up, wipes the sweat from her forehead, and then she sees it a faint glow. What's that light coming from? She wonders. And then she spots the source. This fancy glowing hand mirror just sitting by a fountain. Suddenly a painful memory hits her. Her three sisters crying as they said goodbye. She realizes this is the mirror they gave her, and a wave of guilt just washes over her. She hasn't called them even once since she got to Iran. Then she gets a little annoyed remembering Saratica saying her family was bugging asterisk him asterisk again. So why haven't they called asterisk her asterisk? Okay, calm down. She takes a deep breath and thinks, maybe they're just waiting for me to call first. She starts pacing, muttering to herself, debating if she should just do it now. She holds it. Asterisk were asterisk. All right, no more procrastinating. She grabs the mirror and it immediately starts glowing and making this whirring sound. She grips it tight as a familiar voice suddenly yells her real name, Schreina! Her head snaps up in total shock. It's her two black-haired sisters. They appear out of nowhere and practically tackle her with a hug. One of them immediately teases, you got fat, while the other one jumps to her defense. Then they start laying into her for not calling. They're so dramatic, complaining they almost asterisk died asterisk from neglect. Speaking through the mirror, they ask how she's been casually mentioning they talk to Saratica pretty much every single day. Bea just has to laugh and apologize. Their crazy antics are so familiar and comforting. Right up until they get a good look at her face and start freaking out that she's lost weight. One of them immediately demands to know who's been torturing her while the other one wiggles her eyebrows and asks if the Emperor is working her too hard at night, which earns a massive groan from Bea. Ugh. All their chaotic energy is making her dizzy, and she feels a little faint just as they switch gears and ask more seriously this time if she's really okay. That worried look on her face. Her sisters are immediately ready to throw down, demanding, who is it? Give us their name, their birthday, we'll find them. But she quickly changes the subject. They're like, okay then, dish about your man. But she's hesitant. Finally, she starts spilling her guts, admitting there are people after their homeland solemn, and she's totally terrified. Then bam! A super dark vision flashes in her head of her family all defeated under a giant sword as she whispers how scared she is of losing them. Her sister's voices snap her back to reality. She's just staring blankly in the mirror, nervously messing with her dress. She's torn like, do I tell them the whole truth and cause a massive freakout, or... She decides to play it cool. She just says she's worried her marriage has made Solemn an easy target. The three of them look surprised for a hot second, then their faces melt into these warm, oh honey we know smiles. The woman with the black hair smiles, thinking about someone she calls our little peach. She lets out a reassuring laugh, telling her not to sweat it. Then the redhead gets this sly smirk and asks cryptically, how do you think we've stayed safe for the last 300 years? She explains to the pink-haired girl that they're like water and fog, you can't catch them. All they want is for the pink-haired girl to actually listen to them. Her expression gets super serious, and then a little smile creeps onto her face as she soaks in their advice. Later, Schweina, the pink-haired one, just laughs. She tells them to chill out, saying she has zero marriage prospects and needs their help finding a guy, but warns them about some woman named Teal telling them to run for the hills if they see her. After a long girls' night, the scene changes to a crazy huge estate under a starry sky. A guy with silver hair gives a formal bow to Schweina, who's now in a stunning pink gown. The silver-haired dude compliments CIA on her dancing. She's just like, well, I practiced. He tells her it's time to go mingle with the guests, but a blonde woman is giving them the death stare from across the room. CIA's eyes land right on her. The blonde in the crowd. As the woman stares daggers at them, CIA gets this sinking feeling she knows her. The blonde then formally introduces herself as Sabrina Pon Lenoir, daughter of some Lord Lenoir whatever. Elsewhere, Mr. Silverhair spots a brunette with a ponytail. You can practically see the cartoon hearts pop out of his eyes as he checks her out from across the room. Jolt! He walks right up to the brunette and startles her by asking for a word. She spins around totally surprised, and suddenly remembers some super urgent thing Her Highness asked her to do. Whoosh! She throws out a quick apology and just bolts, leaving the guy standing there looking completely confused by her sudden exit. Meanwhile, the brunette is hiding somewhere. She's panicking, thinking, oh no, he recognized me, I'm so dead. She's debating whether to just confess everything to Her Highness. Then we get a flashback to a few days ago with someone watering a plant. The brunette Lily is thinking with pure satisfaction that a certain guy is about to drink his tea. Asterisk plop. Asterisk? For the ultimate petty revenge, she drops a spoonful of white powder right into his cup. She's smirking, thinking he totally deserves it for treating Princess Shwena like dirt. Back in the present, Shwena finds Lily watering plants and points out how happy she seems. Lily offers Shwena some tea, but the princess is like, nah, I'm good. Sensing something is way off, Shwena sits down and asks, okay, what's on your mind, Spill? Shwena can tell Lily's bothered, and Lily quietly admits she is. With a dead serious face, Shwena reveals that Sir Ferris has collapsed, and Lily looks like she's seen a ghost. Shwena just assumes it's because he's a workaholic with bad health. But Lily starts trembling with guilt. Shaking, she listens as Shwena explains Maximilian is now stuck in bed looking pale and like he hasn't slept in weeks. Oh my god. The horror hits Lily like a ton of bricks. She realizes her little prank is why he collapsed. Shwena asks a horrified Lily what's wrong, but she can't even get the words out. Asterisk dart asterisk without another word. Lily blurts out, I'll be right back, and sprints out of the room. The scene cuts to a massive fancy mansion at night. Asterisk tap tap tap. Lily is desperately running down a long dark hallway, totally freaking out. She's thinking, I just wanted to get back at him, not practically unalive him. Drowning in guilt, she runs through the halls, completely convinced it's all her fault. As she keeps running, she's literally praying to the earth deity, begging for forgiveness for making someone so sick. Asterisk click. Asterisk. The huge bedroom doors swing open into a dead silent room. She slips inside the dark chamber and sees Maximilian lying in bed looking terrible. She gasps when she sees his face is flushed red with fever and he's struggling to breathe. Standing over him, she sees how restless he is and realizes this is seriously bad. She immediately springs into action. She gets a cool compress ready, wringing out a cloth in a bowl of water. Super gently, she places the damp cloth on his burning forehead. Lily stays by his bedside all night taking care of him. Delirious Maximilian starts to stir, mumbling an apology as he wakes up. His vision is all blurry as his eyes flutter open and he weakly asks the shadowy figure of Lily, who are you? Jolt! She's totally startled that he's awake and freezes on the spot. As she tries to make a run for it, he suddenly grabs her arm. She turns back completely stunned by how strong he is. He's gazing up at her through a feverish haze and dazedly wonders if she's an angel. Lily is panicking, thinking, okay, he's definitely hallucinating or he just can't see me in the dark. But that guilt? It's overwhelming. Flashes into this totally bonkers nightmare vision of Maximilian on his knees, accusing her of sneaking into his room to mess with him. In her head, a super shocked Shwena is on a throne totally freaking out and thinking, Lily, how could you possibly do this? This horror show peaks with some silver-haired ruler on a throne, just screaming his head off to banish her on the spot. Asterisk asterisk snap, asterisk asterisk. The terrifying thought snaps her right back to the real world. And she's like, oh crap, gotta bounce. Still hanging on, Maximilian weakly begs her to stay. Asterisk asterisk tat asterisk asterisk. She mumbles a quick, hope you feel better, yanks her hand free and bolts out of there. Phew. Totally wiped out from that little tug of war, Maximilian is left all alone panting in his bed. Lily is booking it down this ridiculously sparkly hallway, desperate to get away. As he drifts back to sleep, a teeny peaceful smile creeps onto Maximilian's lips. So fast forward a bit and we see a 100% healthy Maximilian looking all deep and pensive in a massive ballroom. Some older dude in a military uniform walks up asking where he's been and announcing that the party's about to kick off. The guy's all worried about Maximilian's health, but Max is just like, nah dude, I'm good. Then from across the room, Lily lets out this perfectly timed achoo. Okay, camera pans over to Sabrina, who's doing the whole formal introduction thing as Sabrina Pon Lenoir. She's presenting herself to Shwena and the silver-haired guy in the middle of the ballroom. Sabrina is just staring them down with this icy, I'm totally plotting something expression. Shwena clocks her demeanor, thinking, yikes, someone looks seriously ticked off. The narrator then drops some tea. Sabrina is the youngest daughter of Lord Lenoir. Sabrina plasters on a polite smile for the silver-haired man, calling him, Your Majesty. He gives her a nod, but then tries to dip out with Shwena to go say hi to the other envoys. And bam! Sabrina jumps in asking for just a quick private word with Shwena, who instantly gets what she's really after. Shwena plays it cool, and agrees, telling the silver-haired man she'll be totally fine, and that she doesn't want to look like she's running scared from Sabrina. He's not thrilled, but he agrees, promising to be back soon before he leaves. The second they're alone, Shwena formally introduces herself as Shwena Flores Soom Brown. The moment she hears that name, Sabrina's fake nice smile just evaporates. She gets all up in her face like, really a simple introduction is all I get? Shwena, playing totally dumb, asks, what else am I supposed to say? She thinks this whole situation is super weird, wondering, did I miss a memo or something? That's when Sabrina just drops the act and angrily spits out, "You and I are not the same." A little smirk plays on Shroina's lips as she realizes, oh, it's on now. A flashback explains Sabrina is Lord Lenoir's favorite kid who Shroina actually ran into before when she was in charge of Marsen. In the memory, a polite woman with black hair cuts into a conversation with Sabrina, the younger Sabrina. From the memory came off as super timid and kinda shy while talking to the other woman. Shroina remembers how adorable and quiet Sabrina used to be, a total product of a sheltered, cushy upbringing. But looking at this new spicy version of Sabrina, Shroina reflects on how much a person's life and how they're treated can totally change them. Shroina admits that while she used to think Sabrina was a total pushover, this new attitude is seriously getting on her nerves. A full-on smirk spreads across her face as she decides she might just have to teach Sabrina a thing or two. Sabrina condescendingly reminds Shroina of her status as some big-shot lady in Urinin. But Shroina's defiant smirk just says, "And I'm not impressed." The scene shifts as Shroina gets ready to pose a question. She stands there looking elegant, composed, and ready to take on her rival. Looking down at her from a higher step, Sabrina asks, all snooty, "Are we the same?" Sabrina says she gets that Shroina's kingdom is proud, but then lectures her on the difference between some tiny little country and a massive empire. **PFT***, Shroina just lets out this little scoff, totally amused by how patronizing this girl is. Some random blonde noble nearby looks on like gasp, asking, "Did someone just laugh?" And yup, it's B trying to hide her giggles, thinking that was the most naive and utterly foolish thing she's ever heard. The other noble women get all huffy, demanding to know what she means by foolish, and reminding her that this is Ethan. One of them haughtily informs B that as Ethan's royalty, they're doing her a favor by teaching her the ways of the empire. **Plod. Plod. B just strolls right up to them, calling their so-called pride ridiculous, and asking what they've ever actually done to earn their status as they just stammer before her. She smiles confidently, reminding them that she's a princess from her own country, and more importantly, the fiancé of their emperor. Flinch. The blonde chick literally recoils as B adds that her rank is more than enough to start a war. With a crazy ghost panther aura flaring up behind her, B gives them one last ice-cold warning that the nice girl act is over. The noble women just stare in fear as a seriously dark thought crosses B's mind. Time to pay the piper. She puts a hand over her heart, resolutely declaring, "The emperor is mine." Blubber. And just like that, the blonde woman Sabrina starts bawling, lamenting that the spot next to the emperor was supposed to be hers. Sniffle. B is completely gobsmacked, shocked to see her rival just burst into tears. Slip. A man's polished shoe steps forward as he calls out Sabrina's name. A sobbing Sabrina looks up and cries out, "Daddy!" to a stern-looking man with black hair. The man asks B to calm his daughter down, causing B to worry. Oh great, now I'm gonna get blamed. For making the crybaby? Well, cry. Wail. As Sabrina continues to have a full-on meltdown in the background, B wonders how she should even respond. And then to her absolute astonishment, the dude bows. He bows so low he could probably kiss his own shoes and starts apologizing profusely. You can practically hear him thinking, "Man, I really spoiled this kid rotten. This is 100% on me." Then he turns back to Bea for apology number 2. B's just taking in this whole dramatic performance, thinking, wow, this guy is the complete opposite of a certain someone I know. She clasps her hands together, probably thinking, well, I guess it's nice that someone loves Lady Bratty McBratface. Bea, playing it cool, tells Lord Lenoir, "Yeah, you should probably go comfort your daughter." As he's patting Sabrina's back while she wails, B's just thinking, honey, you think you've lost something. You literally have everything. Bea is watching the drama unfold, but her thoughts get totally hijacked by the sight of Saratica strolling toward her with that heart-melting smile. And of course, she grins back and whispers his cute little nickname, CIA. Then she immediately starts panicking, wringing her hands as he gets closer. She looks at him, eyes wide, like, how in the world did you hear that? ***. He points to his ear, all smug. You must have forgotten, he says, reminding her that a swordmaster's hearing is basically superhuman. And just like that, Bea's face turns 1,000 shades of red. She's having a full-on meltdown, realizing he heard everything. Meanwhile, he's celebrating internally, yes, she called me hers. He keeps teasing her, saying it was just as thrilling as when she agreed to marry him. Our poor flustered Bea is begging him to stop, but oh, he is savoring every second of this. He's totally vowing to replay this moment in his head forever. As she's pleading with him, he's like, me mischievous, I'm not being naughty. I'm being honest, I was just so surprised to hear you of all people say that. Then he gets all soft and tender, telling her how unbelievably happy it makes him to know he's truly her man. Bea just looks away, completely overwhelmed. She's trying to process his words, and he catches her expression and immediately gets concerned. He decides right then, all right, we gotta get you out of this ballroom. She's left standing there like, wait, what now? And then grab. He snags her hand, and she yelps his name in surprise. Saratica, smooth as ever, turns to the crowd and is all, hey, everyone having a good time. With Bea in tow, he thanks them all for coming to celebrate with her. And then he drops this bombshell. Hope to see you all at our wedding. He announces he's dipping out to enjoy some one-on-one time with his fiancée. He shoots the crowd one last wicked grin. He basically tells them, you guys party as long as you want. And the whole room starts buzzing. As he's leading her out, Bea is hissing, we can't just leave, but he's super calm, like, babe, it's totally fine. Ha! You can see this old gray-haired nobleman smirking as they go, saying, looks like the Emperor has finally met his match. Over in the corner, Lord Lenoir is still coddling his daughter, figuring it's best not to get involved. He's decided that interfering would be a huge mistake, and this is actually for the best. The hall is all glittery as a narrator chimes in about the Emperor finally learning what it's like to have a heart. That same gray-haired guy is just smiling. He says he's super excited to see what's next for Uranan. Fast forward to later, they're in this dreamy starlit garden, and Saratica is just gushing about the incredible makeover she's given the place in only a few days. As they're walking through the moonlit garden, Shroina is just in awe of Lily's talent, thinking she's gotta be blessed by some kind of nature goddess. It reminds her of something Lily told her right after they first got to Yerfine. In a flashback, a teary-eyed Lily swears she's going to make the most beautiful flower-lined path for Shroina and the Emperor to walk on under the moonlight. Okay, back to the present. Shroina sends a silent, you're the best, to Lily. Then Maximilian points out that the path is just like the one to her room. And ding, the light bulb goes off for Shroina. Oh, so that's where you got the idea. He confirms it, saying how much he loved it. Then he playfully reminds her that she literally fainted when she first saw those flowers, and she's just thinking, okay, it was a pretty big shock to the system. The memory shows a younger Shroina, and Lily just staring jaws on the floor at this huge sunlit hall. She thinks about it now like, why was everyone trying so hard to play matchmaker for us back then? It's still so weird. Weird, he asks, then explains that everyone else just saw what was super obvious, that he was head over heels for her. Whoa, his honesty just completely knocks the wind out of her. Wow, petals start floating down around them, and Shroina exclaims that it's almost as beautiful as her home. She gets all warm and fuzzy, thinking the whole garden is filled with Lily's good wishes for her. And he's like, that must be why it's so beautiful. Maximilian adds that Lily definitely cares for her. Maybe a little asterisk too asterisk much, he says with a smirk. Asterisk tap, asterisk. He gently turns her face to his. Did you forget I kidnapped you from the party? He teases, and she's totally confused. Then he cups her blushing face and starts leaning in closer. And closer. She's so flustered she can't even speak, just staring at him as he gives her this amused little smile. Then she just blurts out, you don't have to ask permission for something like that. Asterisk smooch, asterisk. He closes the gap and gives her this passionate kiss as lilies rain down around them. I mean, come on, the moment gets even more intense as they're just lost in a breathless kiss. He pulls back just a tiny bit. Grinning, looks her right in the eyes and says, I love you, Beatrix. He keeps going, admitting he's been a wreck since the day they met. He says she's like crashing waves, and he's just a tiny boat getting tossed around by her. He finishes by saying he doesn't hate the feeling one bit. And the cuteness just keeps on coming, as they share these super sweet kisses on her forehead and eyelids. The scene pulls back to the Grand Castle, ending a perfectly serene and romantic night. Somewhere an aide is probably giving himself a round of applause for a successful party. And just when he was lost in thought, bam! A figure in black yanks him back from behind. Snatch HRK, he's trying to scream, but all that comes out are these muffled grunts against the dark castle walls. You can just see the pure panic in his eyes, as he feels his body, going all noodle-like from whatever's on that cloth over his face. Drop. His hand just gives up the ghost as the last of his strength poofs away. But wait, he's thinking, oh no. The attacker's goal is crystal clear as one thought screams in his head. Her Highness is in major trouble. The castle's just chilling under the stars, completely oblivious to the drama unfolding inside. Plod, plod. Okay, let's hit the rewind button to a few moments before this whole mess. Our guy, the aide, is just strolling down this super long, spooky, quiet hallway. Sigh. He's mulling over the king's little disappearing act, thinking, look, I get that you're in love, but that was so not professional, my dude. He's having flashbacks to the chaos of trying to calm down all the guests and keep up appearances after the royal couple just bounced. Tremble. He even remembers straight up lying to a guard claiming they'd said their goodbyes and went to their own rooms for the night. Sucking it up, he accepts that it's his job to be the professional mess cleaner-upper. But hey, despite the headache, he figures the banquet totally did what it was supposed to do and was a huge success. Then his mind wanders to the political drama of the evening, remembering how the crew from Katian was way more hostile than they'd planned for. He thinks to himself that it was all thanks to Her Highness and her amazing skills that they managed to chill everyone out. And cue the gorgeous sun-kissed shot of the estate, basically a giant trophy of their success. The aide thinks about Her Highness, admitting, okay, she's way tougher than I thought. He's just amazed by Shwina's sheer grit, wondering how such a tiny person has so much power packed inside. He muses that for some weird reason, every time he sees her, he gets a major flashback to another super powerful woman he once knew. He pictures this other woman, Beatrice Martian, who always acted like she had a VIP pass to his brain. Halt. He literally stops walking like, whoa, hold up, that's a ridiculous comparison. He tries to convince himself, waving the idea away, that there's no way those two are alike. Just waving it all away. Whoosh! Shaking off the weird thoughts, he gets back to the real problem, the political time bomb they're sitting on. He realizes they seriously need to start prepping for a possible war. Thwack flump! A super gross sound echoes as the aide's body just hits the floor. Well, so much for that train of thought. The only thing breaking the silence now are his pained, muffled gasps for air. Tremble! Now he's got a knife to his throat held by some masked goon. He immediately recognizes them as Calassian's forces and is just thinking, how in the world did these guys sneak into the palace? Tremble. Gritting his teeth, he grabs the bloody dagger, mentally kicking himself for spacing out. Back. As he fights against the guy's grip, he's thinking despairingly, ugh, we were so close. A quick flash of a smiling, white-haired man with a snazzy red cloak gives him a second of peace. Lunge! And then another assassin rushes in from behind, arm raised, to deliver the final blow. Whack out of nowhere, the assassin gets totally decked by some random object. The other masked dudes just stare, completely shocked that their buddy just went down. Wobble. The captive guy sways, totally dazed and confused by this weird turn of events. Flump. His attacker crumples behind him as the man coughs, spotting a bizarre weapon on the floor. He stares completely baffled at the thing that saved him. A little gardening trowel. He looks up from the knocked-out assassin, wondering who on earth just did that. Rustle. A noise from the nearby bushes makes him jump. Swoop. And you're not gonna believe this, but a brown-haired woman in plain clothes just leaps into the middle of everything. This freckled girl lands with a look in her bright blue eyes that just screams, you messed with the wrong castle. Stand. She gets right between him and the assassins, totally ready to throw down. With a cocky little smirk, she basically gestures for them to bring it. The brown-haired man is just watching her, getting a serious case of déjà vu. The feeling is bugging him as he tries to place her. Then a memory flashes a woman in a maid's uniform hustling down a hallway. His eyes go wide as it all clicks into place. The angel swing. Clang, clang. The woman is now a whirlwind of steel, expertly using a sword to block every single attack while he watches his jaw on the floor. Flump. With the last assassin down, she stands there the winner. Her whole warrior mode just vanishes, and she turns to him all concerned, asking if he's okay. She kneels down gently, taking his hand and pointing out, you're bleeding, by the way. He just stares at her, lost in thought, because he recognizes that soft voice. He remembers seeing the same woman in that same maid uniform rushing past his bed when he was sick. It's all coming back to him. She's the one who took care of him. He even remembers her saying something about his sensitive skin. He realizes she's gotta be one of Her Highness's servants and starts to ask who she is. A voice yells out from down the hall, Sir Iris! A bunch of guards run up asking what the heck happened and if Sir Phallus is hurt. Sir Phallus just shouts to the captain, knowing they have zero time for chit-chat. A guy in a cloak warns them that it's a full-on ambush, and the king and queen are the targets, telling the captain to get his men moving now. Flinch. The servant girl's face drops in alarm when she hears Her Highness is in danger. As she's worrying, she gets a flash like a vision of Sieratica and Bee, and she knows they are in huge trouble. Later on, Bee is narrating, thinking that even after her fun night with Sieratica, she can still feel that warm, happy glow. She's standing by herself in her gorgeous moonlit room, totally zoned out. Touch. Blushing. She gently touches her lips. Oh my gosh, I kissed him! She's whispering to herself, totally giddy. That whole moment feels like some fairy tale dream with like a million flowers. Asterisk, sigh, asterisk. Okay, it's getting late, time for bed. Or so she thought. Suddenly, her super fancy sword Rosa starts glowing and just floats up from its stand. Wait, what? She whips around like, excuse me, why are you doing the spooky glowy thing? She grabs the sword and immediately gets the chills, sensing she's not alone. Who's there? Show yourself. And bam, a whole squad of masked ninjas just pops into her room. Welp, looks like Calassian finally made his move. Ha! Rocking a total boss babe smirk, she's like, I've been expecting you guys. A little early though. Your king must be super impatient, huh? As Rosa starts humming with power, Bee's thinking asterisk, okay, I'm still a total noob with this thing, but let's go asterisk. Not scared one bit, she cracks a smile. Oh, I'm not giving up that easy. This is actually bringing back some fun memories. Then her face gets dead serious as she tells her sword, get ready, cause things are about to get messy. And she's off. She lunges right into the thick of it, a total whirlwind of action. Her eyes are glowing red and asterisk, yikes, asterisk, that's a lot of, let's just call it ketchup splattering everywhere. Asterisk, whip, asterisk. Whoa, matrix dodge! She sidesteps a dagger like it's nothing. Asterisk, clang, asterisk. Then she parries another one like a pro steel ringing out. Asterisk, clang, asterisk, all while swinging that awesome glowing sword Rosa. Bee throws up a fierce block against a huge swing from one of the masked goons. Asterisk, oof, asterisk! The force sends her stumbling back with a yelp. Asterisk, wham, thwack, asterisk, and she's down. They totally overpowered her. She cries out as the assassins just start wailing on her. This is not good. But then a hand reaches for her and a voice asks if she's okay. A totally confused and hurting Bea looks up. And it's her servant. She's totally winded, panting as she says, sorry I'm late. And get this, she's standing over a fallen Bee surrounded by the KO'd bodies of all the assassins. What? The one conscious assassin is just staring completely shook like, how did one girl take down our whole crew? B, dazed and confused, gets helped up by Lily thinking, did she really just beat all those guys by herself? Lily is pissed. She's cursing them out for even asterisk thinking asterisk about touching B, muttering about how she should have made it hurt way more. B, just bursting with relief and gratitude, gives her protector the biggest hug ever. So get this a little backstory drop. Turns out Lily is a third-generation monk with some crazy battle powers from the Earth deity. No wonder she's a beast. She gives Bea this super sweet smile and promises to be her sword and shield forever. Bea is so touched she can barely speak, just whispering Lily's name. Then Lily kneels down, resting her forehead against Bea's in this incredibly powerful moment of pure loyalty. Just then, a ketchup-splattered Saratica bursts in, sees the mess, and frantically asks if they're okay. Asterisk haha, asterisk Lily's like, yup, we're good. And she and a super relieved Bee just start laughing their heads off. We cut to the gorgeous palace, all sparkly under the stars. Saradotica, looking way too calm for someone covered in grime, tells a guard, round 'em up, take 'em to the dungeons. I've got some questions. And hey, good news from our narrator, nobody was seriously hurt, thank goodness. As a couple of guys hobble off, Bee tells Saradotica, you know something about that whole thing was off. He's like, off, what do you mean? She's thinking to herself, asterisk, it felt like they were trying to grab me, not finish me. Saradotica actually flinches when she says it, totally creeped out by the idea. He asks her why she thinks that. Bea explains that in her past life she was a total pro with a sword, but in this body puff she was basically a beginner fumbling around against those guys. And yet, she says, they never really went for the kill. A fuzzy memory of the fight pops into her head, and yep, she's right. She remembers the exact command she heard them yell. Get her. She points out to Saradotica that if they were there to assassinate her, the order would have been, a lot more final. This whole thing is super weird, she concludes. Saradotica looks around the now empty hall and asks the million-dollar question, but why would they want to kidnap you? And then it hits Bea like a ton of bricks. They want the Earth deity's power. The power I have. Asterisk grit. Asterisk. You can see Saradika's jaw clench. He knows she's probably right. Then B says the scariest part out loud, realizing that if they're after her for her power, that means her family back home in Sullum is in major danger too. A gnarly vision of a battlefield flashes in her mind. Oh crap, she has to warn her family. They need to get ready for a war. And cue the flashback. We see a younger Bea just chilling in a field of pretty white flowers. Then she's alone in this huge fancy room looking super determined as she starts to remember a life-changing moment. In a voiceover, she explains that the biggest change of her life just dropped out of nowhere on a totally normal day. It all kicked off when her family was just eating breakfast. She remembers the exact moment when Shroina, the girl whose body this originally was, opened her mouth to speak. Right there at the breakfast table, Shroina just calmly announced, so yeah, I'm gonna die soon. Casual. One of her sisters, the redhead, was there. Remembers how everyone's jaws just hit the floor. But Shroina? She just smiled like she'd told a knock-knock joke. The sister narrates, we totally thought she was kidding, obviously. I mean, they were still worried, but then they realized she was dead serious when she just collapsed and had to be carried out. After that, she fell into this super deep sleep for ages until one day she just woke up like, what I miss? Only it wasn't Shroina anymore. It was Bee's soul looking through her eyes. Her red-haired sister remembers, we knew, instantly. Something was totally different. And back in the present, you can see tears welling up in Bea's eyes. So basically, her sister's memory was like, ding, 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 we've got a new sister. The redhead then tells Bea that her showing up was the only thing that got them to stop being sad sacks and actually laugh for once. Then she hits her with this bombshell. Shroina had always wished she could meet Bea. Bea's jaw totally drops like, wait, for real. Then another sister, the one with the awesome black hair, just gives this sweet smile and confirms it. She tells Beatrice that Shroina totally thought of her as a sister. She describes the dream girl as looking like a total ice queen, but secretly having the warmest, kindest heart ever. And then for the grand finale, she reveals Shrona's last request. Operation Make Beatrice Laugh Again. The redhead looks right at her and says, listen, the second you woke up in Shrona's body, we knew. You were one of us. Part of the family. She adds that even without Shrona's request, they could totally sense the secret marshmallow hiding under Beatrice's tough cookie exterior. The sisters send a little mental message to Shrona basically saying, hey, we're not mad at you or anything. Bea gets this huge grin and reaches out thanking them for showing up and spilling all the tea. She admits to herself, yikes, I only blabbed because I thought I was about to get totally yeeted and never see them again. Her thoughts then jump to the attack, confirming those collation weirdos crashed the palace just to kidnap her. Looking super worried, Bea warns her sisters, okay guys, emergency meeting. That Kakian dude is probably after our homeland, which means it's time to get ready for a throwdown. Asterisk growl. Asterisk. The black-haired sister Teobel just explodes like, oh, let them try. I will personally shred them into tiny little pieces. Her sisters are just like, dude, chill, we got this. Remember how cool we were when His Majesty just barged in total pros? Then completely changing the subject, a sister asks, so anyway, about that whole raid thing? You good? Bea just gives a little thoughtful nod. Bea's like, oh, Lily took care of it. And the scene cuts to Lily flexing triumphantly on top of a giant pile of knocked-out assassins. What a queen. She holds up a fancy mirror reflecting her sisters' happy faces. Her sisters all chime in, "We love you," which makes Bea break into the softest, most grateful smile. Later that night, the party's over, and Bea is all alone in her ridiculously huge moonlit bed. She closes her eyes, her head just spinning with all the family secrets and feels. Her brain decides to take a trip to Dreamland, which tonight features a massive sunny field of golden wheat. In the dream, she spots Shrona, and her own original black-haired self yells out, "Bea!" Seeing Shrona's megawatt smile, original Bea is like, "Wow, you look crazy happy." Then she gets all serious. Her original self is like, "For the record, seeing you happy was literally my only wish." She stares up at the sky dramatically and says it again. "I just wanted to see her happy." My heart. Shrona clasps her hands, totally overcome with emotion. And then bam, dream over. Bea jolts awake in bed. A few hours later, a scary narrator voice goes, "Their worst fears were about to come true over a shot of bloody swords. Yikes. Asterisk. Pfft. Asterisk. A super grumpy Siratica standing next to Bea mutters, "Well, look at that. The bad guys made the first move." A terrified aide then reports that the enemy has made a request to go along with their whole attacking us thing. The aide is shaking in his boots, and an impatient Bea is like, "Dude, spit it out already." He finally blurts out the king's bonkers demand he wants Princess Shrona as his wife. Bea just screams, "You have got to be kidding me," at this absolutely insane proposal. As Siratica just fumes, a narrator pops in to introduce Maximilian, who's about to explain this whole mess. Asterisk, chirp, chirp. Flashback time, we're at the enemy king's swanky castle. The dark-haired king is on his throne staring at a magical projection of a sacred tree from Solemn. Asterisk smirk. Asterisk, and the narrator says, "From that moment on, your boy was obsessed." We see a quick flashback of the king blushing like a tomato, totally head over heels for a picture of Princess Shrona. Back in the present, the aide Maximilian wraps it up. "So yeah, the king wants her to be his queen." Asterisk, jolt, asterisk. The full absurdity of the situation finally hits Bea, and she just short-circuits, completely frozen. Asterisk, slam, asterisk. In a terrifyingly quiet rage, Siratica smashes his fists on a table. He's literally shaking with fury, and his eyes are burning with a look that could freeze fire as one thought loops in his head. "I'll kill him." Asterisk, teeth grit. As Siratica radiates pure murder vibes, Maximilian flinches, totally recognizing that look. He's having a PTSD flashback of those exact same eyes from 4 years ago when Siratica went completely berserk in a battle. But then Bea gently puts a hand on his arm, softly telling him she's there, and he just whispers her name. Maximilian is watching this, totally stunned, realizing Bea just calmed down a walking volcano with a few simple words. Taking charge, Bea calls out the aide's name, and a still shaking Maximilian answers his princess. Bea tells him, "Okay, wars don't just pop up out of nowhere. We need to start prepping like now." She declares they're having a troop meeting to plan their next move, and Maximilian is like, "You got it." Maximilian reports that they've already got their forces posted along the borders, and Bea asks, "All right, who's leading the charge?" Siratica looks right at Bea and starts to explain his plan. But Siratica immediately shuts down any idea of sending someone else, stating, "I'll be the one to lead the troops." Bea is completely floored, just staring at him with wide, "Are you nuts?" eyes. She tells Siratica, "For Maximilian's safety, I have a slightly different plan." She then reveals she wants to send Lily with Maximilian, and poor Max is completely shocked by the idea. So Bee's like, "Listen up, Lily here is a total badass warrior from the Earth Deity's crew, she's got your back." Apparently their holy mojo is basically kryptonite to Calation's weird magic. So her big brain move is sending Lily with Maximilian to keep him safe. But Max is like, "Whoa, hold up, what about you? I can't just leave Bee cool as a cucumber," just tells him. "Dude, I'm basically the grand prize in this war. They're not gonna off their golden goose." But then she points at Max and goes, "You on the other hand, as the Emperor's right-hand man, you've got a giant bullseye painted on your back." Then Bea turns to Siratica and gives his chest a little pat, all gentle-like. And oh my gosh, he just melts, giving her this super warm smile like, "Don't you worry, we're in this together. Protecting you is my whole job description." Max is just watching this go down, totally touched. He's thinking, "I gotta protect her too," while having a major flashback to the last war. He remembers Siratica as this blood-soaked, ruthless berserker, and now a few sweet words from Bea, and the guy's a total pussycat. And look at him. Siratica closes his eyes, just smiling, completely blissed out just because she's there. Anyway, we jump to this fancy estate at night, and here comes Siratica with a lantern looking for his girl. He finds her and is all, "Bea's so sweet." He's like, "How'd the meeting go?" And she drops the news that Sum is officially getting ready to throw down. As they're strolling, he asks if she's talked to her people, and that's when she spills the tea. That old man Sultian wants to get in on the action himself. Bee's jaw just hits the floor like, wait. Sultian is fighting asterisk. Headache throb asterisk. You can just see the migraine forming as Siratica slaps a hand to his forehead. I mean, he knows Sultan is a legend, but dude, the guy is ancient. He's way too old for this. Bea sees him stressing out over the old-timer and gives him this sweet, understanding look, gently touching his face. She's like, "It's his loyalty, you have to accept it. It'll be fine," which immediately makes him go, "Hey, don't talk to me like I'm a kid." Ha! Then leaning out a window, he switches gears and asks if she has told Lily. About her new babysitting gig with Maximilian. Bea just smiles, saying Lily was practically bouncing off the walls to go even if her official reason was hilarious. Saratika's just thinking to himself, oh yeah, I know exactly what Maximilian means to her. Bea's just looking at him all confused, and bam, scene change. We're in a sunny courtyard packed with troops getting a pep talk from Saratika. He's all, never let your guard down. And there's Lily snapping a super serious salute. She's promising her highness that she's totally loyal. Asterisk, little smile, asterisk. And there's Bea looking like an absolute queen in her armor and blue cape, giving this soft, gentle smile. Then she gets all formal, addressing Maximilian as Sir Furris, with a dead serious face. She looks him right in the eye and tells him to make sure every single person comes back safe. Then she adds, and that includes you, which totally catches him off guard. Bea wishes him victory, and he bows, wishing her safety right back. Asterisk, beaming asterisk. She gives him this final million-watt smile to pump him up. Asterisk, deep bow, asterisk. Maximilian closes his eyes and gives the super respectful bow. Asterisk, smirk, asterisk. And of course there's Saratika in his full battle gear, watching the whole thing with a confident as heck grin. Saratika and Bea stride past Maximilian and Lily, heading for the troops. Asterisk, standing tall, asterisk. An absolutely gigantic army in white and red is standing at perfect attention. It is officially go time. And on the other side of the field, you've got the enemy army all decked out in spooky dark armor with these flashy blue feathers. The two massive armies are just staring each other down across this huge sunny field, ready to rumble. Asterisk, war horn blares, asterisk. A war horn echoes across the field. Let's go! We cut to a quiet moment, the calm before the storm, with Bea and Saratika by their horses, just watching the enemy in the distance. Bea's just like, seriously, what is their deal? How can a king be this reckless? But Saratika is pure confidence. He's basically like, hey, who cares why they're here? We're gonna win. End of story. He reminds her, hey, you've got the power of the heavens on your side. Asterisk, cheeky grin, asterisk. And besides, he adds with this super charming smirk, you've got me. Asterisk, pift, asterisk. She just lets out a little laugh, telling him he's such a dork. The two of them walk toward their army capes, billowing dramatically in the wind like a total movie poster. Asterisk, shing, asterisk. We see a hand grip the handle of a super fancy silver sword, ready to get down to business. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. Some white-haired commander in awesome blue and white armor yells, charge, asterisk, roar, asterisk, and his soldiers respond, raising their swords all at once. Asterisk, clang, asterisk. Just like that, knights in red and blue are clashing with the enemy on the field. Meanwhile, way in the distance, some lady in a blue and yellow robe is watching the fight with a couple of horses, and she's getting some seriously bad vibes. The white-haired commander's gut is screaming at him that this whole battle feels weird. A pink-haired woman is feeling it too, thinking the whole thing is super odd. I mean, the fight is way too easy. Their guys are just slicing through the enemy like they're made of paper. Asterisk, clop, clop, asterisk. A dude in a green cape rides up to the commander and he's on the same page. Yeah, this is suspiciously easy, he says. It literally feels like the enemy is just rolling over and letting them win. And he comes to a grim conclusion, these guys were just cannon fodder sent here to die. Yikes, asterisk, fuss, asterisk. And right on cue, this creepy mist starts rising from the ground right at the pink-haired lady's feet, totally freaking her out. Asterisk, yank, asterisk, the white-haired commander. Sierra yanks Bea right next to him as the whole ground starts to shake. Asterisk, mwahahaha, asterisk. Then this super evil laugh booms across the battlefield and Bea's head whips around. Saratika throws a protective arm around Bea, and they both stare at where all this dark, spooky energy is coming from. And poof! Some smug-looking dude with black hair and purple eyes appears, proudly announcing he's the great king of Kalashan. Burton Lula Kalatian King Burton then declares that today is Saratika of Urian's last day on Earth. He vows to take Saratika's head and his woman, but Bea just glares back defiant. Asterisk teeth. Grit, asterisk. Oh, you did not just say that. Saratika's face goes from 0 to 100 pure rage. He's cursing the king out under his breath as we see the bloody awful aftermath of that fake battle. Asterisk rage, asterisk. But to his absolute horror, one of the fallen soldiers on the ground starts to twitch. Oh no. The supposedly dead soldiers, their eyes glowing a creepy red, lurch back to their feet as Saratika realizes, you've got to be kidding me, they're zombies. Yikes. A totally freaked out Bea slaps a hand over her mouth like, what is even happening right now? The guy in the green cape just scoffs, recognizing the nasty magic at play with a groan. The zombie army stumbles forward, while their master dramatically announces they're gonna rewrite history with some ancient re-rise magic. King Wharton just grins like a total psycho, unleashing his undying army from heck with a massive surge of red energy. Saratika and Bea just stare, their faces completely white with shock. Ugh, Saratika mutters in disgust. That guy is just as gross as his voice sounds. The man in green sighs, covering his mouth. He admits this whole thing just got way more complicated for them. He's like, look, we can kill monsters by smashing their cores, but we have no clue if these creepy crawlies even have a weak spot. With a look of pure determination, Bea declares, all right, I have to go out there and fight. But before she can even take a step, Saratika yells her name, stopping her dead in her tracks. He tells her flat out that he's leading the knights, and there's no way he's letting her go into that mess. The guy in green totally agrees it's too risky, but Bea looks like she's about to throw down. Turning away, Bea thinks to herself, with everything going so wrong, there's no way I'm sending him out there all by himself. She puts a hand on her chest, her face a mask of resolve, and then, crash! The whole ground suddenly starts shaking like crazy, making everyone stumble around. Boom! Bea's head snaps up as huge explosions go off in the distance, and then, clip-clop. The sound of some seriously heavy-duty hoofbeats is getting louder and louder. Bea's eyes go wide as saucers, because she thinks she recognizes who's coming. Surrounded by this insane aura of light and swords, only one thought is screaming in her head. And there he is. Her dad, a super stern-looking guy with pink hair on a massive warhorse, making the most extra entrance ever. Roar, he bellows furiously. Which one of you sickos tried to kidnap my daughter? Saratica just calmly tells a completely stunned Bea, I think your dad's here. Bea makes a mad dash to stop him, yelling, Dad, wait, they're using dark magic. But her father just charges straight ahead on his horse, which is now glowing with some intense holy light. With a look of pure fury, he swings his glowing sword right at the zombie army. A massive flash of light just explodes from his sword, completely swallowing the undead soldiers. Saratica's jaw is on the floor as Bea whispers, Whoa, they're turning into ash. She can't help but be amazed by her dad, the king of Sumle. He always acts so laid back, but underneath it all, he's hiding this absolutely wild power. The furious pink-haired man in armor holds his sword high, letting out a battle cry, as Bea and Saratica just watch stunned. Her dad charges on, absolutely livid that someone had the nerve to mess with his daughter. Just then, Bea's sisters, all decked out in armor, show up with the red-haired one screaming, All right, who was dumb enough to kidnap our sister? Bea just looks over completely shocked, realizing her entire crazy family has crashed the party. Thwack! A gauntleted fist clenches with some seriously brutal force. Standing over a defeated enemy, her black-haired sister just scoffs. Did you really think you could get your hands on a sister of the priesthood? How pathetic! Saratica and Bea are just speechless as he calls her name. In a quick flashback, one of the sisters yanks on a younger Saratica's torn sleeve. Yikes. Bea tells him, You're lucky she didn't just rip your arm clean off with that grip of hers. The black-haired sister strikes a victory, pose glowing with righteous fury. Saratica just smirks, commenting, Yeah, if she ever fought her dad, my money would be on her, no question. Back on his horse, Bea's dad raises his shining sword to the sky, about to unleash another crazy attack. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Shwena and Saratica, making them whip around. A powerful woman in golden armor appears, and Bea gasps. Mom Saratica immediately addresses her as Your Majesty. Flanked by her daughters, the queen calmly assures them, Don't worry, this little situation has been handled. Bea rushes over, asking her mom Tirana, Why did all of you come to such a dangerous place? Tirana just scoffs at the question. Are you kidding? We'd never let the people who threatened our family get away with it. Bea looks totally touched by their love, right as a scary-looking Tana chuckles, vowing, Oh, we're going to make them disappear from this world forever. One of her sisters nods, explaining, Yeah, Dad went absolutely nuclear when he heard what happened. She keeps going. And our sister Tyabel, she was so mad she shattered a table, with her bare hands. The red-haired sister just scoffs. That Calatian king is a complete idiot. The defeated king grits his teeth thinking about the insane power he just saw. He knows his spooky dark magic is a total joke compared to their divine power. Tyabel declares confidently, Yeah, your magic is completely out of its league here. She says. I remember the terrible things that could have happened when those Yurfinin jerks first invaded. With a fierce look in her eye, she tells them, Don't worry, Dad's gonna end this whole thing any second now. Turning back to the here and now, Bea asks a watchful Saratica, So you ready? Just then, Bizizi, a blindingly brilliant light just erupts from their mother. Tana! Bea just stares at the insane amount of power, half in awe and half terrified. Saratica just watches with this super grim, serious look on his face. On the battlefield, Bea's father opens his arms wide, getting ready to unleash his own divine power. And his power takes the form of a beautiful field of daisies he promises to purify every last inch of the land. And then whoosh, a golden wave of energy just blasts across the entire battlefield, cleansing it. Whoa, her hand is glowing with some seriously intense holy light. Tana sticks her hand out, and this awesome blue orb of energy forms while she summons some divine power. BZZT. With her eyes shut tight, she's calling on the big guy upstairs to save these poor souls on the field. Bea and Saratica just watch as Tyran unleashes this insane, purifying beam of golden light. Tyran stares ahead, looking all serious, and ready to do her duty. HRK. And just like that, the enemy king and his mages are all tied up and defeated, kneeling on the grass. Tyran then turns to a super startled Bea, calling her by her real name, Shroina. Saratica gently calls out to Bea, telling her she did a great job and waving her over. Looking up at the clear sky, Bea announces it's time for them to head back home. Thump thump. Her heart's pounding as she wishes for everyone to be happy, secretly thinking she never thought she deserved it herself. Saratica softly says her name, Bea, as he takes her armored hand in his. He gives her a warm smile, thinking, it's finally their turn to be happy together. Surrounded by a bunch of flowers, he lovingly calls her, my Beatrice. Beatrice closes her eyes and smiles like she's in heaven accepting his words with a simple, "Yes, I will." Ding dong. A few months later, the bells of a huge clock tower are ringing like crazy. In a beautiful sun-filled chapel, a priest starts reading the wedding vows. Beatrice, looking like a radiant bride with a bouquet of blue roses, smiles so tenderly. Saratika, the groom, is just looking at her with so much love, surrounded by white flowers. Beatrice and Saratika walk hand in hand, looking like the perfect newly married couple. A whole new chapter kicks off as a woman with freckles and brown hair introduces herself as Lily. In a gloomy flashback, a tied-up Maximilian is kneeling in the grass. He's been a prisoner since the last battle, and Lily watches from the crowd as we're told the wedding planning started the moment they got back. Beatrice is holding a stunning bouquet of super bright blue roses. Lily is totally captivated watching the ceremony and thinking to herself how beautiful everything is. Maximilian, on the other hand, looks a little shocked. Startled, Lily looks up and you can see a little light bulb go off in her head. With a sweet smile from Maximilian, Lily giggles, realizing she's got someone really important in her life now. Caress. She gently touches her stomach, correcting her thought to say she actually has two important people. Tana whispers Lily's name and she just blurts out, "Yes, Flush." Tana leans in and whispers, "Is this a shotgun wedding?" making Lily blush like a tomato. Lily just laughs awkwardly, admitting that while it wasn't exactly the plan, that's just how it worked out. Maximilian, ever the sharp one, just laughs, saying he had a hunch when she moved the wedding up to be in a month. Tana congratulates a beaming Lily on finding her person, and they have a sweet little moment. Lily just chuckles to herself, thinking that you can't get anything past Her Majesty. Maximilian clears his throat, looking over to start the groom's vows. Glare. And to Saratika's complete surprise, Maximilian gives him a super sharp, intimidating glare. Stutter Maximilian nervously asks the groom if he promises to love his bride, mentally yelling at himself to just get on with it. Saratika just smirks, asking, "Sir Elias, do you even know who you're talking to?" While Lily yells about him abusing his power in the background, Beatrice just sighs at how childish they're being and tells Saratika to just cooperate. Appalled, Maximilian reluctantly agrees, but only because she told him to. Saratika starts to speak, explaining just how much he loves Bea. A very touched Beatrice listens as he declares she's his number one. He tenderly holds her face, vowing that she is the most important thing in the universe to him, even more than the world itself. Smooch Saratika kisses her forehead lovingly, telling Bea he loves her. Toss the blue rose bouquet goes flying through the air. Snatch Beatrice's black-haired sister makes a heroic catch, shouting that it's all hers. The red-haired sister just laughs, commenting on how bad the other one wanted it. While their dad is bawling with joy, Tana tells the sister to be careful, and Lily is just laughing happily. Beatrice and Saratika share a laugh, totally enjoying the happy chaos of their wedding. Yay! The sister cheers like she won a championship, holding her prize up high. A final message wishes the beloved princess all the happiness in the world. A glowing Beatrice smiles her hand, over her heart just bursting with joy. Scribble later. Beatrice is drowning in paperwork, realizing the Empress's chair has been empty for way too long. Snap! She breaks her pen, totally freaking out that she might not even get a honeymoon. Startled by the noise, Lily rushes in and asks if Her Majesty is okay. Lily suggests she take 5, but Beatrice insists she's totally fine. Noticing Lily looks deep in thought, Beatrice asks her what's on her mind. Then Beatrice asks about the gold string that connects Lily and Maximilian, catching Lily completely by surprise. Lily explains that the yellow string connecting them is soft, but super strong, and it always keeps them linked together. Lily is absolutely stunned that Beatrice can see it and just blurts out, "What?" She then explains that the string marks two people who are fated to be together and can usually only be seen by the awakened priesthood. She keeps going, everyone's string shows up when they meet their match, as we see a little vision of her and Maximilian. A flustered Beatrice asks if this means everyone's been able to see these strings this whole time. Pointing to a picture of Saratika. Lily reveals she saw Beatrice's string the very first second she met him leaving. Beatrice totally speechless. Lily tells a very tired-looking Beatrice that her string of fate is a bright, vivid red. Then we see a quick flash of Saratika wearing glasses. He's just reading some boring paperwork, but he's got this glowing red string attached to him, and bam, it clicks for Beatrice. She's like, "Lily, is this whole red string of fate thing why you were playing matchmaker so hard?" And Lily just gives this knowing little smile, basically confirming, "Yep, I saw the cosmic shipping confirmation, so I went for it. Oof!" Beatrice just facepalms, totally embarrassed that her love link was basically broadcasting on public radio. And apparently everyone but her got the memo. Just then, Saratika waltzes in, asking if she's burning the midnight oil. Beatrice gets all flustered and can't even make eye contact. You can practically hear him smirking. Oh, he's totally grinning, thinking, "Yep, that's my destiny right there." Then out of nowhere, Beatrice is like, "Honeymoon, now." Saratika is so on board, saying he was hoping for a quiet getaway with her. He leans in, getting all conspiratorial, and whispers that they should just ditch everyone and go just the two of them. Giggle. Beatrice is totally into this plan, causing a little chaos at the palace. Sign her up how delightfully sneaky. Saratika's looking at her with total heart eyes, basically saying, "You want to cause trouble, I'm your guy. Whatever you want." And then, he gently takes her hand. So the very next day rolls around, even before the wedding, and we see the super fancy palace. Creak. Lily strolls into the queen's chambers, all smiles like, "Rise and shine, your majesty." But crickets. The whole swanky room is totally empty. She just stands there, completely stunned, looking around like, did I get pranked? And then the light bulb goes off. She knows exactly what happened. Cut to Beatrice and Saratica decked out in travel gear, chilling in the countryside. He's like, yeah, this doesn't suck. They're just casually walking through a gorgeous field of flowers. And the narrator drops the bomb. The emperor and his wife totally bailed on their own wedding for an early honeymoon. What legends, Aang, and scene change? We're jumping into a whole new story called My Beloved Oppressor. A lady in a fancy blue dress walks into a room. And this dude with the light brown hair shoots up in his hospital bed, asking our new blonde main character what she's doing there. He's all nervous, running a hand through his hair, trying to cook up some excuse. Blondie immediately calls him out like, "Don't you dare think you'd be a burden back home." He just laughs it off, super cheerful, saying, "Hey, just 'cause I'm here doesn't mean I'm planning on kicking the bucket." But you can see the pain in her eyes. She's not buying his happy-go-lucky act. We get a flashback to two smiling nurses waving goodbye, then another quick memory of a confident-looking guy with brown hair. Yeah, she's definitely remembering some stuff. And it's giving her this super serious look. She plunks down her luggage. She's finally arrived. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a dude with black hair and a full-on military uniform is sitting alone, looking all grim and broody. Our girl is thinking about the huge gap between one commander's genius and the raw power of an entire army. Whoa, deep thoughts. Another woman with brown hair just stares at her in total disbelief like, "Did you really just say that?" She's demanding to know why she'd say something so wild. But our blonde protagonist just turns away, completely lost in her own head. Over at some sketchy dark outpost, a radio crackles to life, ordering the frontline guys to hold their ground. Nearby, a group of refugees are all huddled together, looking terrified. One of them is freaking out, asking, "So, what now?" A woman in a hood feels a tiny spark of hope, thinking, "Okay, the Northern Army stopped, maybe I can catch a quick nap." Famous last words, probably. And she's immediately jolted back to reality when she hears the city of Sincere is completely wrecked from a bombing. She whips around to another woman, totally alarmed, like, "Wait, for real, Sincere got hit by bombers." And the other woman just confirms the awful news. A newspaper headline shows Rochester was also trashed, but the woman explains Sincere's bombing didn't get as much press. Our blonde hero gets this look of deep concern, remembering Sincere is just like a normal neighborhood full of houses. She immediately turns to the others, urgently asking if they know how bad the damage is. Her mind is racing, remembering Sincere is packed with old buildings and almost no shelters. She clasps her hands, basically praying her heart out. She's desperately hoping the bomb somehow missed all the houses, and she even thanks the woman for the terrible news. Now she's freaking out about her friend Catherine, whose house was in a super sketchy spot. This makes it like impossible to even guess where the bombs might have landed. Her thoughts jump to some guy named Hans, wondering if he's heard anything. The feeling of being totally helpless hits her hard, and she starts to tremble. She's just thinking, what can I even do? A woman with dark hair gives her a sad little smile, wishing they could at least get some real information. As soldiers stand guard, the narrator tells us that survivors are finally starting to crawl out of the rubble. And then they see her, a single little girl on a crutch, navigating the busted-up streets all by herself. Some soldier yells out, "Hey kid, go find your parents." Our blonde hero walks up and the girl tells her there are more people hiding close by. The soldier immediately protests like, that's enemy territory. But she's not having it and insists they have to check it out. The little girl just looks up at them, her expression totally serious and determined. And boom, a rescue mission is a go after they find out injured soldiers and villagers are trapped in a church. An officer starts explaining that they sent a small team of soldiers and nurses, but the hospital was a ghost town. Everyone had already bailed because it wasn't safe anymore. In some wrecked village, a soldier is talking to a crowd of civilians, and our main character is watching from the back. She's just standing there silently, but her face is all quiet determination. She adjusts her collar, looks down at the shivering refugees, and you can see the wheels turning. She's thinking, should I be the one to go? She's questioning the whole military mindset of sacrificing a ton of people just to save a few. Her face hardens with resolve. That's it, she's made up her mind. She starts thinking about all the times she did nothing, remembering every opportunity she just let pass her by. Her mind is like a highlight reel of all the choices, good and bad, that got her here. She gets it now. Even when you decide to do something, you're also deciding not to do everything else. You have to let that other path go and live with the results. We flash to the broody military guy's memory where he's offering someone an axe and coldly telling them they can just leave for good. Yikes. Back in the present, our hero closes her eyes. All right, from now on, it's the no regrets lifestyle for me. And bam, my brain just serves up a picture of the black-haired hottie. I'm owning this choice even if it means someone's gonna need a pint of ice cream later.